Good evening, ladies and gentlemen. We're glad you are watching. Thank you so much for choosing our program tonight. This is SIMBA TV, and we're here to look at our politics critically and be able to make an informed decision come August 9th, 2022. Well, a lot has been on the play today, even as our politics keep building up as the countdown continues. Well, the Ruto comes out in defense of Sakaja'S questionable credentials. What is happening with Kenya Kwanza? Do they stand for anything, or they can fall for anything that comes by? How come Sakaja applied on the 6th? He was cleared on the 6th. The consultations with the Ugandan said the university was done on the same 6th, and the submission were made to the IBC on the same 6th. That, in my opinion, is questionable. Institutions don't work that way, especially institutions of higher learning. You don't work out everything on the same day. You get cleared on the same day. Letters are done on the same day. You submit them on the same day. And the Ruto sees nothing wrong with that. And he sees nothing questionable with that. That, in my opinion, spells out only one thing. He was the mastermind behind the whole thing. You're free to defend or reject my take, but I believe something sinister is about these Sakaja credentials, and we need to get to the bottom of the same, because this is our country, and we need to hand it over to our children's children when it is solid, credible, morally upright country, not a country where anything goes and everything goes. Well, moving on, Gachagua and team suffers a humiliation in Kiambu again as they drum up support for the Kenya Kwanza and UDA. Well, is this the beginning of the slippery of the mountain of the hands of one William Ruto, or what? We need to hear what you think and feel about the same. KARUA makes a great entry in MERU. She seems to be the woman of the moment. She's able to handle matters so quickly and so articulately. She's admired by the world at this point in time. Well, what does this spell? Is the Mother KARUA the solution to Raila cell in Mount Kenya? Is she going to deliver, or she's only being cheered and there will be no votes? We need to hear what you think and feel about the same. Of course, Honorable SIMBA ARATI is off the hook as far as his credentials are concerned, and so Kisii governorship is taken according to the analysis and those that come from that end of the world. Well, I'm glad you are still there. Please, if you're able to get us, make sure that you invite 1, 2, 3, 4 people to join in the discourse tonight, even as we discuss our politics and how we need to respond to the same. The link to use to get in the studio is right now in the comment section. All you need to do is click on it, allow StreamYard to configure your camera as well as your audio, and you will be in this very space for us to get talking. I appreciate all of you that are coming in fast and furious. Let us keep inviting one another. Invite your kin, invite your family, invite those in the diaspora, invite all that are in the rural and urban centers as well. Anywhere there is internet connection, you will be able to get Mtembei TV on the face of the earth. And so let's get into the discussion as we look forward for a great time together. Cecil Aguero, thank you so much. Bakis Mohamed, asante sana. Robert Apilu, karibu kwa show. Evelyn Musia, karibu kwa show. Nani huyu? Melvin Anyango, you're welcome. Charles Rogwa, is it Rogwa or Ragwa? Karibu kwa show. Kuna Mary Jones, you're welcome. Thank you so much. Orlando Jr., karibu kwa show. Kuna Nyayo Franco Rama, you're welcome. Judy Tamara Williams, you're welcome. Patel, most welcome. Gadhu Njenga, karibu kwa show. Kuna Milton Aludira, you are most welcome. Thank you so much. Sawa, asante sana. Stella Jones, asante sana. Kuna Donny Shelton Lusega, you're welcome. Nani huyu? Morina Dega, you're welcome. Hailin Ongera, you're welcome. Wisdom Bini Small, karibu kwa show. Meril, you're welcome. Kuna huyu Nan Mab, you're welcome. Favor Kita, you're welcome. General Isaiah Madenge, you're welcome. Wilson Abuga, most welcome. Victor Kitoto, karibu kwa show. Douglas Doga, thank you so much. Nani mwingine huyu? David, Patrick, Paul, Bita, Kevin, Eli, Gilbert, thank you. Vincent Arapa Nikolai, nakuambia majina ndio hayo. Karibuni sana kila mmoja, tunashukuru wale ambao mnajiunga nasi, endelea kukaribishana. Show iko kali usiku wa leo tunapoangazia DP Ruto anatetea Sakaja kwa stakabadhi zake ambazo zimetiliwa dosari na wote wanaohusika. Sijui wewe unaona vipi? Tungependa kujua una msimamo wako uko wapi. Alafu Gachagua aingia katika matata katika kampeni zake kule Kiambu, akipigia debe Kenya Kwanza. Hii ndio mwanzo wa utelezi wa William Ruto katika mlima ama kunaendaje? Ningependa kujua msimamo wako na vile unavyoona siasa inaenda. Link ya kutumia kuingia kwa studio iko katika comment section. You click on it, allow StreamYard to configure your camera as well as your audio, na utakuwa katika hii space hapa tunapojadiliana siasa zetu. Hii letu kuhakikisha kwamba kila mmoja anamakinika katika kufahamu yale yanayopaswa kufahamika katika siasa zetu. Kusikwe na yote ambaye atahadaliwa na wanasiasa na maneno yao. Kwa hivyo karibu kila mmoja, nashukuru wote ambao mmefika. Mama Selina, vipi leo?
Penat, niko salama. Yes. Tunafurahi. Siku ngapi imepaki? 50. We are ready. Tulisema jana Penat, it is the last lap of marathon. Sai wale wakimbiaji naona wamechukua relay kwa South Africa. We are there now. So hakuna kurudi nyuma, hakuna waste time. Ili kutupotezea wakati tunawaambia sore, mkuu yako inakuponya. Debe inatungoja. Now, Penat, nimeshangaa kwa Deputy President of Kenya. About him being Deputy President, he was Chief Agent of Raila Odinga in 2007. Akiwa KICC wakipigana na KARUA, alikuwa nasimamia Raila kama alikuwa na degree ama Raila hakwenda shule ama Raila alitokea jana. You know, we need to know some things. Ukitetea Sakaja, why are these people, mtu akipata shida lazima utache Uhuru ama utache Raila? William Ruto, you are the Chief Agent of Raila Odinga. Uyo msee akitendawili you talk about. Ukuchua alienda shule. How did you become a chief agent kwa mtu hakwenda shule, kwa mtu uchui certificate yake? Kenyans are very clever. Wewe ndio ulituambia hakuna wa Kenya wachinga. We want to inform you, William Ruto, that Kenyans are very clever. Yes, I wish kama ni mtu kama hiyo yenu ya pangi ama ile watu wengine hata hatujaiona kwa siasa, I would understand. Kusema maybe it doesn't know life history ya siasa ya Kenya, but Ruto ulikuwa na Raila unamkambenia, kwa hivyo ulikuwa unatudanganya. Because now you are lying with your people, you are lying with your mind. na unataka kuwa kiongozi ya Kenya, you are disqualified by telling even us lies. I cannot be a chief agent ya Penat na mimi sijui history ya Penat. And then kesho tukikosana na Penat nakuja sema hata Penat hajaoa. Na mimi nimeona Penat na bibi na watoto. So tafadhali tetea Sakaja at your own risk. Again, Museveni anasema alijuaje Uhuru wamepiga simu ama alijuaje Deep State walipiga simu Uganda? What were you also doing? Wewe ulipiga simu Uganda au akapiga simu Uganda? The truth will come out. Wacha niwaambie, Bobby Wine, Museveni alijaribu kulai about academic ya Bobby Wine. Nataka kusema kwa sababu ya watu ya Uganda kwa education. Bibi yake ni minister. But when it comes to Bobby Wine, kwa sababu Museveni, that was the only way alikuwa nataka kulock out Bobby Wine kwa election. But education ministry, they stand na wakapeana, wakasema Bobby Wine alikuwa mtoto maskini. So Bernard alifanya exam mbili siku moja. Nafikiri alifanya exam ingine ya darasa ingine na akafanya ingine. Lakini the both wakasema he did in the same year, but alipita. Kwa sababu hakukuwa na pesa, he had to kufanya ingine na akafanya ingine. So mimi nitasimama hapo niseme Ugandans are talking the truth. Mimi nimeshuhudia na mimi nataka nyinyi wenye mnasoma juu nyinyi ni wasomi kama hiyo Ruto yenu, muingie internet na muone vile Museveni alikuwa anataka kufanya kwa sababu ya Bobby Wine. Hiyo hapo na wachia hapo ya kwamba kama ulienda kutaka Sakaja and then he's coming to lie. Nairobi, kura ya Waluya, yes, kura ya Wajaluo, kura ya Wakikuyu, kura ya Wakamba. How could you come? How dare you come and tell us at your Azimio wameokopa Sakaja? Kura gani hizo Sakaja ako nayo? Hata kukua senator ni vile alikuwa amepigiwa kura na Uhuru Kenyatta na Wakikuyu, na wale watu walikuwa na msupport na hiyo vifaranga yenyu ya kompyuta. We need to talk the truth. Unajua saa ingine enda ambia watu about Eldoret, not even Eldoret. Penat, they are saying MCS in Eldoret, Uasin Gishu, we will have a lot of independent members of parliament. Mutashanga, mutapata MCS. That is his constituency ama home ground, bedroom. Kunatokea watu wanaitwa independent. Why can't you go and save Uasin Gishu? Save your 30 linen in the Kalenjin community, apart from coming kutuambia Sakaja. Yani kura ya Wakamba, kura ya Wakikuyu, kura ya Wajaluo. Yes, unataka kutuambia, but Waluya wako Azimio. I'm sorry, I'm not talking about rapolisim. I'm saying the truth. Tuko na Wakalenjin wangapi wanaitwa Kipkoskei that they want to vote for Sakaja, ndio wako majority kushinda Nairobians. You know, we need to say the truth. And the truth will set us free. Ruto, you have failed. Ulikataa kusikiza mambo ya watu. Unaenda kuwa na mkutano Kisii kama ya chief. Hata mkutano ya chief ni kubwa juu walikuwa natoa makuku. So kama utaenda mkutano ya chief, ujui jioni kama utapiga ama upige. Hiyo ka crowd kidogo. Unaenda simama juu ya gari. And then you want to address Kenyans. Ona mkutano ya Iron Lady Mother KARUA. Uko Meru. Akirisiviwa na Kiraito Murungi. From even kutoka kwa ule jamaa anakuwa chief agent yako. Please. This is the time. We don't have time to waste the penalty. Tunataka kuambia wa Kenya the truth. Na tulikuwa tumesema, naona nimeona keep. Tulisema jana tunataka nyinyi.
Hi mom.
Hi baba. Nataka utupatie kutoka 001. Tunataka kujua who is the governor, nani ni women rep. Kwa hiyo tunataka kuuza hawa. This is the time we want to sell our candidates. Hatutaki kusikia story mingi, and the shocking stories. Nimekuwa nikiwafukusa hapa nikisikia maneno ya pangi. I was shocked today wakati nimepigiwa watu Eldoret na Nakuru ati hiyo kimuti yenyu na vijana wamechukua, wanalia. Wanasema vijana ya pangi wamechukua kura ya Ruto nusu pena. You know, I did not even want to hear those things. Na confess, today nasema nimeshangaa, hata nyumba yangu nilikuwa nasikia watu wakiongea hapo nje. Nikauliza watoto nitasima simu. Wakasema no mama, sikia tu. Wanasema ati mtu ameambia Wakenya ati anataka kupanda pangi na kuuza manyoka, watu wafuke nyoka, watoe sumu, wapeleke nyama, wauzie China. Nilishangaa. So leo nimesikia, sikukuwa nimeisikia mimi, lakini nimesikia ati ile vijana
Mama Selina wanasema wanataka kupatiana 50 bags ya bangi, alafu tupatie China, alafu debt yetu yote iende 50 bags only. Ati waende na 50 bags ya bangi.
Nimesikia, nimekuwa shocked. Lakini well done. Nimeuliza hiyo ni kura ya baba ama ni kura ya nani? Nikaambiwa hapana, amechukua kura ya vijana. Nikasema wale vijana hawana kura, wakasema ndio. Wakaniambia sasa, nikasema basi Ruto, wacha kupiga Raila, enda pigana na Chogo, anaitwa nani hata sijui kutaja jina yake. Nikasema wacha aenda aongee hiyo na mtu ya pangi, at least ile vijana amework for it for 4 years. Wakikula pesa yake amhurumie. Wacha niwatie hapo. Nimesema Embu was well done. Simba ARATI, asante. Naona is out of hook. Hiyo ni sawa, ni kijana na amefanya kazi. Kwa sababu mmenipatia nafasi ya kuanza Gachagua. Kiambu, thank you so much. Ndio, sasa wanaume wanaanza kujua maneno. Nashukuru hawa vijana yangu ya Kiambu na kina mama. You are doing a great job. Mumekula hoteli, machicha imepaki. Let's close the hotel na tuanze kufanya the right thing. The right thing ni kuchagua Martha Karua Wangare na baba Raila Amolo Odinga. Central nimekuwa nikiwatetea. But thank you, you are not shaming us. Mnatuonyesha sasa wanaume wanatetemeka. Gachagua, Kenya si wakati ya Moi ya dio ya kupika salute. Katiba ilipatilishwa, sasa unaona moto. Siku ile tulikuwa tunaingia chini ya kitanda tukisikia dio amekuja na AP. This time round baba, hata ukuje na ami, Mkenya atakwambia the truth. So Kaboko, Kuria, do the right thing, get out of that house, fuata kiunjuri. Nasikia kuna mambo mapya yanakuja, lakini nataka nimwambie Manda, hawa watu wakikuja wapaki huko nyuma. Yes. Lakini Kaboko alikuwa rafiki yangu, lakini kura tupatie Nyoro. Kaboko utapata kitu kidogo kwa serikali juu ulisema wewe ni tajiri na ulisema utaki anything kwa serikali ya Ruto. So I know as you are coming to Azimio, unakuja kuonyesha vijana ya Kiambu and do the right thing. Wacha niwatie hapo, naona watu ni wengi. Thank you Penat. Leo nilisema sitoki, siendi hiyo makazi, sababu already I'm preparing nikuje nyumbani. Siwezi endelea kuwa na choto ama kuwa na baridi. I'm coming home. But we are coming home. Sisi wote tunakuja nyumbani, tuchenge inchi. Tumekaa kwa wenyewe sana, tumesaidia wenyewe. It is time hata sisi tufunge firako and we come back home. Thank you very much.
Hiyo umesema vizuri kabisa. We're coming together mama. Hiyo tunarudi nyumbani. We're coming back home. We're tired of this.
Mrudi nyumbani kulinda kura za baba. Msikae mbali. Naona vile anaanza kutuvamia. Anataka kuzima kila kitu chetu ili waibe. Na leo hakuna vile hakuna kuzima taa. Sasa sijui itakuaje kwa sababu jua litawaka for 24 hours.
Bernard alisema, alituambia Wakenya ni werevu.
Bas.
Na baba juzi amesema werevu, wachinga wakierefuka werevu wako mashakani.
Wako
So
mashakani.
it is our time. Tumekuwa wachinga mwaka mingi. Now it is our time. Tumeamuka. Thank you, Penat. I don't want to waste.
Sawa, thank you. Asante sana Mama Selina, nashukuru kwa mchango wako na utangulizi. Tuna endelea mbele. Kuna nani huyu kwa comment section anaitwa John Mtinda? Naomba hivi tafadhali, don't spam our platform. You just post one item at a time, not over and over. This 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, almost seven same thing posted 7 times. What is it that you're looking for? Attention. Please find it elsewhere. Don't spam this. The platform will have issues with the YouTube, and we don't want that. We all need to be civil. So whatever point you have, share it in bits and pieces and engage people. Don't just post things. The purpose of the conversation is for us to debate, not just for you to throw things on the platform. So John Mutinda, if you're able to get me, please behave yourself. It's that important. About the comments section yesterday, I think there was an issue with it, and it got sorted. So let's leave it there. I don't think it had anything to do with compulsory membership. We never said there is compulsory membership or joining Mtembei TV. It is a voluntary by choice, and it's all about you choosing to support Mtembei TV by becoming a member. So it's not a condition for you to make comments or participate in our program. It just had issues, and like we have told you, we have had more than enough attempts to hack our systems, and be maybe you run into an issue, don't run into conclusions that we are making it compulsory for you to be a member, or we want you to give us your money by force. That is not why we're here. If we were doing that, we would have closed long time ago. There are better ways to make money than all this. So please, let's be understanding and rightful people. That's why we give you a contact, run into conclusions.
Bernard, I think you've got a problem with your system.
Hey, but Omar, are you there?
Niambie. Nakusikia Bernard, sehemu ya kwako ndio una hang. Unanipata?
Suendelee Penatara na Kibu kae chonjo. Saa unajua hii watu wanatufamia, so all of us we have to be alert. Kama hiyo message amesema Penat, jana jioni kuna watu walitufamia, and that is why Temba, I think it was Temba, we told them if you want to come and disturb us here, we don't go for free. We are Simio and we are ready because hatuna time. So that message we said last night, but kuna mtu alikuwa anatuchokosa. So I think keep unaweza saidia Omar aendelee pena atakikuja, tukae chonjo kwa sababu hii watu wanataka kutumaliza.
So Omar, if you can go next, keep it within 3 minutes, and then after that we'll move to Omar while Bernard fixes his system. All right, Omar.
Okay, habari zenu. Mnanipata?
Go ahead.
Long time sijaingia kwa system. Nimerudi tena. Nilikuwa na watch tu, lakini nilikuwa sina time ya kuingia, lakini leo nimeingia. Nashukuru sana. Na tunashukuru vile siasa inaendelea Kenya. Saa hii ni wakati wa Waswahili husema lala salama. Na lala salama hiyo miaka yote nimekuwa, tuseme, I think kuanzia mwaka iliyoisha nimekuwa Mtembei TV, na nimejaribu kuzungumza sana kuhusu hii siasa ya Kenya upande ya William Ruto. William Ruto wakati wa kwanza alianza siasa, akaanza kudharau bosi wake, akaanza kudharau wazee, akadharau, yani alidharau, alijaribu kwenda spidi sana. Na hiyo spidi akakuja kujipiga kifua, akasema yeye anaweza kucontrol Mount Kenya. Na Mount Kenya sasa imekuja kumuongelesha. Mount Kenya ilimpatia wakati, sasa imekuja kumuongelesha. Mount Kenya inakuja kukua the hand kwa William Ruto. Wananchi upande hiyo wamefungua macho. Mambo ya bottom up siku hizi naona azungumzi. Amedanganya wa Kenya. Akakaa akachoka kudanganya wa Kenya, akaenda kudanganya wanawake. Akawatapeli, sijui kuambia chartered, sijui nini, apatia wanawake 50%. Unajua mimi mara nyingi nazungumza sana, watu wananiona sijui nini nazungumza. Mimi kila mara nasemanga William Ruto ni kama hayuko sawa. Ni kama kuna kitu inamsumbua. Hayuko sawa huyu jamaa. Yaani wewe hiyo miaka yote umekampeni, umedanganya wa Kenya, umechoka kudanganya wa Kenya. Umekuja ukakuja kutapeli, ukajaribu kutapeli wanawake. Ukawaambia 50%. Ni vipi unaweza kudanganya mtoto? Hata mtoto sijui kama unaweza kudanganya hiyo miaka yote. Amekuja kudanganya wanawake ati 50% ya serikali watapatia wanawake. Na nashukuru wamama wamejua huyu jamaa ni mrongo. Na kila William Ruto ile kitu anazungumza, William Ruto huyu anaweza kuzungumza leo mambo hivi, kesho anazungumza hivi. Huyo William Ruto alikuwa anazungumza mganga, mtu wa vitandawili. Siku hizi sasa amechoka na hiyo maneno. Ameleta slogan nyingine ya kusema huyo mtu wa deep state. I think mnasikia, mtu wa deep state. William Ruto huyo amekuja kutuambia Kenya kwanza. Na huyo William Ruto ikakuja kujulikana hiyo kwenye Kenya kwanza, akakuja kuambia watu wengine ni matapeli. Kumbe imejulikana yeye ndio mtapeli mkubwa. Na wale wafuasi wake wamekuja kujua kumbe yeye ndio mtapeli. Wakati alipeleka mavitu zake kwa IBC kuregister, kumbe hakuregister jina ya Kenya kwanza, aliregister jina ya UDA. Sasa huyu William Ruto ni ngumu kumuelewa, na nashukuru Mount Kenya imefungua macho. Na Wakenya sasa hivi wamekuja kuona William Ruto ni mrongo na wamechoka na yeye, na hiyo August 9 itakuja kubainika mbichi na mbivu, na dalili inaonyesha wazi. Ukiona mtu anababaika ni kama nguvu imemuishia, ni kama amejulikana urongo wake, utapeli wake, anaambia wengine ni matapeli, yeye ndio mtapeli mkubwa. Sasa tumemzoea ule William Ruto tulikuwa tukimzoea, kawaida tumemzoea. Hata sasa akileta slogan gani tutamjua ni huyo William Ruto ni mrongo tu. Wakenya wameamka. Kwanza nimefurahi na Mount Kenya, na nashukuru upande ya Azimio kuloku Ukambani. Hiyo nimeshukuru sana, kwa sababu niliambia watu, kila mara nilikuwa naambia watu wa Azimio, Kalonzo Musyoka hata kama alikuwa anatusumbua, lakini Kalonzo ni muhimu kwetu, na nashukuru Mwenyezi Mungu ametusikiza maombi yetu. Kalonzo tumemchukua na Ukambani imekuwa ni block. Hiyo kura ya Wakamba, huyu tanani huyu roommate wa William Ruto, Gachagua, anasema ati 1.5 raundi hii Wakamba watamuonyesha hiyo 1.5. Atashangaa vile Wakamba watapiga kura hiyo block. Hiyo tu kwa leo, nilikuwa na hiyo machache.
Okay, asante bwana Omar. Naomba Mr. Wangira, if you're able to get.
Oh, hello, how are you? How are you? Let me make my contribution just quickly within my 3 minutes. I'll try today. I listened to William Ruto today purporting to defend Sakaja'S, and you know, in him I saw a very desperate guy who is not hanging on anything that he believes can give him the prominence that he needs as we move towards the 9th of August. You know, he even claimed that Sakaja'S is more educated than Raila, and perhaps the only person who is not educated in this scenario is Raila Odinga. And you know, he even claimed that the Kenyan, what he calls the system or the deep state, tried to call every office in Kampala to ensure that Sakaja'S was blocked from running in this particular election. And you know, one thing that I'm happy about is that, you know, Raila Odinga in his true qualities of leadership has come out clearly, because he was challenged by William Ruto to show that he really went to school. And you know, he has come out clearly, and you know, he has released his university degree. The university degree that was awarded to him on the 20th of August 1969. Raila Odinga got his degree on the 20th of August 1969, and that degree awarded to him states very clearly that Raila Odinga fulfilled all the requirements for the Faculty of Mental Engineering and obtained an aggregate of grade of good. You know, his aggregate there is posted as good, and he was awarded the academic title of graduate engineer. So Raila Odinga was given the title of graduate engineer after he graduated in 1969. And again, if you go into his records, you discover that Raila Odinga was registered as an registered engineer to practice in the Republic of Kenya in 1981. So Raila Odinga had been a practicing engineer in this country for 41 years. So those people who are every time jumping up and down like headless chickens on Facebook and WhatsApp, claiming to want to know what Raila attained. Today, he has come out clearly to tell them that he really graduated and he graduated on the 20th August 1969. And in 1981, he was registered in the Republic of Kenya as a registered engineer. So I hope as far as Raila Odinga is concerned, that issue should be settled unless people have other things that are not necessary to hang on as we move towards the 9th of August 2022. Bernard, I don't know who is this guy who came up with this thing, who came up with this thing called Vindu Vichenjanga. You know, Vindu Vichenjanga is a mixture of English and Luya that means things change. And, 53 days to the general election, and things are really changing in this country, Bernard. A year ago, I could not have imagined that such a thing could happen in Githunguri, like what was observed today. When Gachagua was in Githunguri today and he tried to attack Raila Odinga, people jeered him. The crowd jeered him. That the guy became confused. He did not believe that he was being jeered in Githunguri, that is in Kiambu County. And in fact, people told him outrightly that, they are not happy with him for having disrespected Uhuru Kenyatta and Raila Odinga. And, they went even as far as chanting friendly, they went as far as chanting, making friendly chants in favor of Raila Odinga and Martha KARUA. That just tells you that, the ground in Mount Kenya is really changing. I remember on Monday we saw that in Mount Kenya, Raila is today at around 40%. That's according to the opinion poll that we saw from the Star newspaper. And if you compare the 40% that we are told Raila Odinga is at and what happened today in Githunguri, then William Ruto should be a very, very worried man, because to see people jeer his running mate and people tell him that they are not happy with him for disrespecting Uhuru Kenyatta and Raila Odinga, that's a serious signal that if they ignore it, then come the 9th of August, come the 9th of August, eh, things will not appear very, very good for them. And again, I saw an irritated Gachagua after he was jeered by those people in Githunguri. He told them to go and attend a Raila Odinga and Martha KARUA rally, because that was, according to him, that was supposed to have been a UDA rally. That just tells you one thing, that Gachagua is finding it very hard to penetrate in Mount Kenya. He's finding it very hard to penetrate in Mount Kenya. And then there's another second scenario that has come up, Bernard. The issue of Moses Kuria and Kabogo. Moses Kuria and Kabogo today boycotted. They were not part and parcel to that campaign that was taking place in Githunguri. And this evening they have released a letter with 7 points. I hope you can display that letter here later on. And there's something that I picked in that letter. They have said that they did not leave an abusive Jubilee house to replace it with another abusive house in the name of UDA. Then they say they are urgently requesting for a meeting of the Kenya Kwanza Alliance to deliberate on what they are calling bullying by UDA and clear attempts to marginalize Mount Kenya and castrate the regions and castrate the region politically. So where things are now, for Moses Kuria to use a term like castrate the region politically, and to use a term like to marginalize Mount Kenya, then he must be a very fed up man with the Kenya Kwanza Alliance. He must be a very fed up man. Somebody has been telling me this evening that, Moses Kuria and Kabogo, having realized that William Ruto is not going to win this election, they're just laying grounds to defect from Kenya Kwanza Alliance and to join Azimio. I'm not sure how true that is. But given the 7 points that they have raised in this letter, and now the way he's now coming up with terms like marginalization and castration in his 7-point letter, that tells you that things are not very good within the Kenya Kwanza Alliance. And remember, we are only 53 days to the next general election. So let me leave it at that by just saying that we are seeing Vindu Vichenjanga and things are seriously changing. And perhaps Mount Kenya is becoming slippery for the Kenya Kwanza Alliance. Asante Bernard.
Okay, asante sana bwana Wangira, tunashukuru kwa mchango wako. Tuendelee mbele. There are some hiccups here and there, but we are managing, so let's keep the conversation going. Tumlete huyu Eli. Sa Eli Nyota, vipi leo?
Hello team. Habari zenu?
Yes.
Okay.
Nakupata, endelea.
Do you hear me? Okay.
Uko salama.
Mother, today you Mother Sally, today you look pulchritudinous. You are so smart. Okay, today I promise myself not to Hello, you are breaking? Sorry. Hello.
Election is around the corner, so we need to start, you know, in a marathon. So we are in the last lap. Last lap, lazima watu wajitokeze.
Okay. Today I promise myself not to cut apart my jargons because Kipril really complained the last time. Today I just want to talk about the political quagmire that is going on in the country. And it is my wish that should Baba win, I want them to enact, I'm suggesting that they enact a law that will enable each and every tribe in Kenya to at least have the share of the cake, that is the national cake. This Kenya, we have more than 42 tribes. And this issue of presidency is not a matter of 2 tribes. We have more than 42. For 40, that is where the incoming government should come up with some laws that this thing should rotate. Let it be either maybe Baba Kipata, next time Ikue Ogiek, next time the following yenye tafuati ikue Masai, akue at least kila mtu aonje because we are all Kenyans. There's this issue of Sakaja qualifications or wherever that is bringing a lot of issues. Like there's this certificate that is going around that I think it was edited that Sakaja graduated from a university in that is Uganda with bachelor degree in hunting and gathering with IT. I think it is a bit amusing. Though with that, he is only fit to be a chairman of cattle beat. He's not fit for a Nairobi gubernatorial seat. Those last time, this issue of the Kiambu gubernatorial race. These guys, I'm so much happy that some of the leaders are seeing sense. And it's like they are withdrawing. I don't want to comment much on that because Kabogo is my landlord. I live in one of his apartments. I'm in Kiambu County, that is Kabete. Last time we all saw what happened in Kiambu rally. Was it Kiambu or something? When the UDA, the UDA candidate, the former senator, really embarrassed Mr. Kabogo in front of everybody. That was so much. That was bad. It is high time that these leaders, they just realize that it is time for Professor at least wampe time aendelee na kazi ile mradi yenye alikuwa akiendelea nayo amalize. Wale wengine they think they are just is like wanasema ni earthquake, like Mudavadi said that you may Mudavadi was told that you might be expecting an earthquake. Kumbe it is you are just shaking the tree and matake natingika si nini, it is the buttocks shaking, not the earth shaking. So that is what is happening in the UDA camp. They are just full of threats. They're using abusive words. because they have seen that even the Mount Kenya has become slippery. Many times Baba has been winning by a landslide with or without their vote, but I'm not trying to say that Baba do not need their votes. Baba really needs their votes. Now that they have really there's a possibility that, in fact, not a possibility. It is even seen that Baba has got more than 40% of the Mount Kenya votes. That means that we are expecting more than 8 million votes. 8 million, 8 to 10, and with that, I think with that we'll win by a landslide. That is by 10 a.m. 10 a.m. tutakuwa tumepeperuza hiyo maneno. Otherwise, today I don't have much to say. I just urge those who are like many of us are. In fact, those who are not at their various polling stations, like my polling station is Migingo Island, and I must make sure that I travel a week before so that I vote in Baba. Let us not just campaign on the social media. Ikikuja wakati wa election, unapata kama fulani anaendelea na kazi yake, hajaenda nyumbani. If you don't have fare to go back home, please contact me. I'll provide you fare. Hiyo vote yako kwanza is very much important so that we don't go to for a rerun. Hii maneno ya kuna huyu jamaa anaitwa Jokopai Wajakoya. This Wajakoya man is really misleading leaders. I mean the youths. Wajakoya is misleading the youths. Those countries that are have legalized the bangi or wherever, those countries have got very strict rules. Sasa acha uniambie hapa Kiambu tu hapa Kabete, mtu akiwa na 2 acres of land ameweka bangi, alafu mtu akayula sikie bangi iko Kabete kwa shamba ya mtu. How will you regulate that? Huyu jamaa is really misleading us. Alafu anakuwa anasema ati hapo kwa pillars ya hii inaitwa hii highway, those pillars, alafu upande bangi hapo kwa pillars, si hao watu watajia hapo. People will come there instead of bringing things that will solve this, will bring the solutions, bringing ideas that will give us the solutions to the Kenyans. In fact, I think Wajakoya should join. He should join Churchill show. He's not fit for any. Even the chairman of Cattle Deep, Afai Kata Kuwa, he should join. That's like just who jamaa who anaitwa Pastor Kush. He should join Pastor Kush in Churchill show. The politics does not need comedy. We need serious people. Otherwise, I don't want to take much of your time. I really appreciate. Let's just join hands. Then we have all these flaws in our simplified things. We need Baba to be the 5th, and Baba will be the 5th. Baba is already the 5th. Otherwise, asanteni sana.
Okay, asante Nyakwaro Lembo. Tunashukuru kwa mchango wako. Naomba tujitahidi, na kama vile Nyakwaro amesema, kama uliregister Nyalugunga usipatikane Nairobi siku ya kura. Kama uliregister Nairobi, tukikukuta kwa gari atunaenda Nyalugunga, tutadeal na wewe. Kila mtu apatikane mahali aliregister kupiga kura. Piga kura kwanza. Kama unataka kwenda kusalimia mama nyumbani, hakikisha mama amepiga kura nyumbani. Wewe piga kura asubuhi Nairobi, alafu chukua shuttle enda nyumbani kama lazima uende. Lakini kile kipo ni kwamba kila mmoja aende mahali amejisajili. That is why IEBC is giving you an opportunity to confirm your details. Confirm your details. No, hata kama ulihamishwa, kuna mmoja alisema aliregister Nairobi lakini sasa amerushwa wapi? Naivasha. Fuata kura yako. Fuata kura yako, enda piga foleni huko, fanya nini? Piga kura kwanza. Ukishamaliza kupiga kura, rudi mahala pako. It is that important. The campaigns are hitting up, but the really deal is when you cast the vote. It's not when you shout on the top of your voice in the meetings, baba, or bottom up or anything. All your shouts will mean nothing if you don't wake up early and go and vote. So please keep confirming your details. Keep that your original ID. Wacha kuanza kuzurura nayo ati umeenda Kariobangi. Inaweza kubaki huko. There are less than 50 days to whatever, 50 something days to elections. Hauwezi ku apply new ID na upate within 14 days. Usidanganywe. So keep your original ID with you. You need it for voting. Stop loitering around with it. Atumeenda Kiamaiko. Inaweza huko na ukose stakabadhi ambayo ni muhimu wewe kupiga kura. So jitahidi tafadhali, kila moja. Wale mko diaspora, kama hujanunua air ticket, anza kununua mapema. Nataka kusikia the flights are full. Oh, the season has changed. Oh, COVID that, COVID this. Come and vote if you must vote here. If you are a registered voter here. If you are a registered voter there, hatukutaki hapa. Piga kura huko kwanza, ndio urudi hapa siku za tumetangaza siku 10 za celebration. So ukishapiga kura huko, ingia ndege kuja hapa. 10 days of celebration after the inauguration of Baba. Lakini story ya kupoteza kura hatutaki na tutakubali. Naomba tucheze hii kwanza ndio Bantu Warrior aje. Let's listen out to this. Okay.
Na sipendi kwenda bila kufika nyumbani. Mimi ni mtu ya hapa. Wamesema huko Kabete mkipeleka Kabakabogo pesa yote itapelekwa bande ya Thika. Niwaambie haki ya Mungu ni ukweli, pesa yote kwa niwaambie ndugu zangu. Mimi nimerudi hapa kwa sababu ninataka kuanzia safari mpya. Na sipendi kwenda bila kufika nyumbani. Mimi ni mtu ya hapa. Wamesema huko Kabete mkipeleka Kabakabogo pesa yote itapelekwa bande ya Thika. Niwaambie haki ya Mungu ni ukweli, pesa yote kwa Kisha nimeona William Ruto na chama yake ya UDA wanataka kumeza vyama vyote. Na mimi nimekataa kumezwa. Mimi nimekataa. Kwani ndio ndio kama ndio nani? Vile walitufanya na Waititu ndio hivyo wanataka kujaribu saa hii. Ati kwa lazima tutachagua Wamatangi. Mimi nataka mnionyeshe kwa ishara ya mkono mmekataa hiyo maneno. Kesho huyo Rigathi Gachagua atakuja hapa. Na kabla ya kuchaguliwa Rigathi Gachagua na William Ruto ambaye mimi nilikuwa nimepinga, ndio maneno ya UDA na sisi imeanza kuzoroteka. Kwa sababu yule jamaa ni dictator. Yule jamaa ni dictator. Na makosa yangu ni kusema ukweli. Kwa sababu niliambia William Ruto utapoteza kura mingi sana kwa huyu jamaa. Unaelewana? Sasa wewe hebu piga hesabu. Katiba inasema rais akiwezwa kwa kifo au kuresign nao nini, naibu anachukua for the remainder of the term. Ndio ndio tata. Na ni drama ile ile wale waliona runinga. Tuliona. Mimi ndio de facto leader ya wakaaji wa Mlima Kenya. Ni mimi. Na hiyo inamuuma. Na nikamwambia hata kwenu Nyeri, mimi ndio kiongozi.
Haya, mlima unatokota. Bantu Warrior, vipi?
Habari zenu ndugu zangu. Bernard nakusalimia. Queen Mama Selina nakusalimia.
Asante Wario.
Asante sana. Naona Ochieng yuko hapo na mwingine pia yuko hapo, sioni jina vizuri, lakini asante sana Bernard, nashukuru sana. Naendelea hivyo hivyo kaka, unafanya kazi nzuri. Wewe huwezi kujua, lakini unaelimisha na bidii yako watu wengi sana ambao wengine huwajui. Yangu si mengi sana, ni kuongea kidogo tu. Jana poleni sana, uliniingiza Bernard, lakini cable yangu ilikuwa mbovu na simu yangu inamwaga charge, ikawa haiwezekani. Imerudi mpaka kutokea 5 2 3 mpaka ikamalizika, ilibidi nitoke, nimenunua nyingine. Asante sana. Mimi namsupport sana Kabogo, na nafikiria kuna viongozi wengi wanaelewa, lakini sijui kwa nini bado wamebaki na Kenya kwisha. Na kusalimia bwana keep real. Asante sana bwana. Kabogo ameongea mambo kweli kabisa, na unaona vile anavyosema ni ukweli mtupu. Na huyu Ruto afanye bidii, apeleke Masaraangi na watu wa kupima huko Sugoi, waanze kujenga cathedral ama church ama cathedral kubwa sana, kwa sababu yeye ndo atakuwa bishop huko, na hizo verses zake hizo atakwenda zisomea huko kwenye hiyo church, kwa sababu he is not a politician. Yule ni mtu wa mambo ya ubishop, yeye ni bishop, hapana politician. Ama sijui alikuwaje akawa makamu wa rais, hiyo ni maajabu pengine. Alafu sasa hiyo chama ya Kenya kuisha ni kama chama ya sarakasi, si tunaita circus team huku, tunaona ile circus group ile, na maklauni ni wengi sana. Maklauni ni wengi kweli kweli, na wale ambao IQ zao ziko low. Kwa sababu, kwa nini nasema hivyo? Unaona mitingi yao wakisimama juu ya magari, wakiwa kwenye podium, hakuna ishu yoyote ya kutatua shida za Kenya wanaongea. Na huu ni ukweli, mimi nasema. Vitu wanaongea ni kutusi watu, kutusi deep state, kutusi rais wetu, kutusi Raila, kumdrag Raila na Uhuru kwenye mambo ya Sakaja, ambaye Sakaja mwenyewe hahitaji yake atoe zile evidence na hizo makaratasi yake ajitambulishe. There's no need to drag leaders kama rais wetu ama kumdrag Raila au siani na hayo mambo. Huo ndio ukweli. Na wale viongozi wa chama ya Kenya kwisha wanasimama kwenye podium ambapo hata hawana adabu, wanaongea vitu ambavyo si ukweli, vitu ambavyo wananchi sio wanahitaji. Wananchi wanahitaji manifesto na kuonesha vitu gani utafanyia nchi hii utakapochukua uongozi, lakini wao wanaongea vitu ambavyo ni kutukana watu. Sijaona mimi mtu akiongea manifesto, ama unasema hiyo bottom up ndio hiyo peke yake, unaona? Ama uanze kuongea kama vile madvd na Watangula. Hawa watu wawili ni maclown, kwa sababu madvd nimeona leo yeye anaongea, anasema watakwenda kufufua wale waliokufa waje wapigishwe kura. Hiyo sio vitu unaweza kuongea, kuambia podium watu vitu kama hivyo. You can't say unaweza kuleta watu waliokufa waje wapige kura, mtu ambaye we ni politician na unaomba kura kwa wananchi. Ona vile baba anaongea, Martha Karua, na nashukuru timu ya Azimio iko well organized, na nashukuru Kalonzo anatuhitaji na sisi tunamuhitaji, na he made the right decision, na hivi sasa yuko na Azimio, na nafikiria wengi sana watajump ship kutoka Kenya kwisha before the election, watakuja Azimio. Kwa hivi sasa sina mengi, lakini tsunami bado inakuja. Na kitu ya mwisho nataka kusema, msiwe na wasiwasi. Mimi natabiria baba na Martha ndio watakuwa waongozi wa Kenya. tuongee mengi sana, musitie wasiwasi. Asante sana bwana Bernard.
Okay, thank you Banduria, tunashukuru kwa mchango wako. Naomba tunasonga mbele. Watu wa comments, tafadhali, let's keep our sanity. Let's ensure that we respect one another. It is that important. It is important that you respect other people's space. We are giving you an opportunity to interact. Let's not insult one another or insult the platform. There is a language that is not allowed on the YouTube community. So when you use it, you're not only putting yourself in problems, but you're also dragging us into your own problems. We don't want that to happen. Let's listen now to this before Danis comes in.
Bena, naona mtu ameanza kukata miti. Naona Kipa ameweka watu wakate miti.
Miti inakatwa.
Sinajua
nilipewa kukata miti.
Hiyo ni kazi yangu.
Wajakoya akusaidia kazi. Tuliambiwa
Kenya yetu wizi umekuwa mwingi sana, na pesa ichukuliwa ya wizi ambao mnahongwa nayo, msikubali hata kidogo. Mimi ikiwa kijana, kuna wimbo tulikuwa tunaimba hapa Toi Primary, tulikuwa nasema mwizi mwizi, si ndio? Mwizi mwizi, kamata huyo mwizi, kamata huyo mwizi. Ni mwizi wa shamba, ni mwizi wa shamba, ni mwizi wa barabara, ni mwizi wa Kibira. Mwizi mwizi aende Kamete, tufungie yeye. Asante na Mungu awabariki.
Acha kutuua, Pena tunatuua.
Hiyo ndio Kenya yetu. Danis, karibu.
How is everyone? Hey, Mama Sally.
We are good. Go ahead.
Okay, thank you. Okay, what I want to say, I have just few words to say. One, the issue of Ruto defending Sakaja credentials. This is something that Ruto is not supposed just to go and air out in the rallies or any other thing. You know, this Ruto, there's one problem he has. He's just rubbishing everything that is going on by now. You know, it is UDA and Kenya Kwisha or the Udaku team where there are a lot of problems. When they have already created problem on their own, they come to the public to seek for sympathy from public. So the issue of Sakaja going to the public, Ruto, going to public to just seek for people's opinion, those people are not going to help Sakaja or Ruto with this team. So he better use the proper channel to solve the issue of Sakaja, and it's a degree issue. This Gachagua and Kenya Kwisha. Gachagua, to me, I thank God why Ruto decided to pick him. You know, when you are in a competition or you are in a league, whatever thing that will derail your opponent, that is just a joy for you, because this Gachagua is not helping Ruto at all. In fact, Ruto did a mistake of appointing him as his running mate, because initially when they were being picked, there were some qualifications that people were, there was some consideration for you to choose your running mate. But from nowhere, we just found Ruto picking Gachagua. Now here is the results. So to me, Gachagua, I just thank God why Ruto decided to pick Gachagua to become his running mate, because the more is is campaigning for Ruto, the more we as Azimio people, we are getting votes. I know past 2 days, today and yesterday, is just embarking on police issue, but not knowing that there are a lot is supposed to do or to tell people. No, the issue of police. Yes, he was a inspector or whatever name he was, the title he had by then before he joined politics. But when you are now in politics, you don't need to channel your views on one sector. You are going to lead in various sectors. So Gachagua issue is just that way. Let us just look at it the way it is, and that is just a walkover to us. Me, I just wonder the kind of woman Martha KARUA is. In fact, I appreciate this woman very, very well and very much. You know, for a lady to just plan her own things the way this iron lady is doing, my friend, is not a joke. So this lady is just a wonderful lady, and we have to agree and appreciate whatever thing that Martha KARUA is doing. And I also appreciate the people of Mountain. You know, by the time Ruto were campaigning initially, they never disturbed him. They were very keen on his words, and they were really following whatever Ruto was saying. But at the end of things, they are seeing that Ruto is someone that you cannot trust. He is one person who can just tell you something today, but when he wakes up tomorrow, he will just utter another thing, meaning that is someone who is not, ni mwenye tu ajieleweki, bora tu ameambia tu watu kitu inawafurahisha tu wakati huo anaongea, lakini akishatoka hapo vitu ameongea hapo amesahau, ajijui. So that is the problem why Ruto is now losing people that great deal. So those are some few things that I wanted to discuss with you people. The issue of SIMBA and this graduation. You know, when you have done something and you are very well, you know that.
Thank you.
Yes. Yes.
Thank you. Let's move on. Asante
Okay,
kwa mchango wako, naomba tusonge mbele tafadhali. Thank you. We'll go to Euphin first, and then we can come back to pick the to keep later. Aendelee kusupervise kukata miti, na vile nilisema ni kama mambo yakiendelea vile yanaendelea hivi, miti mkate kwa wingi, kwa sababu hata namba 2 imechukuliwa sasa na Wajakoya. Sasa ile iko ni namba 3 na kwenda chini. Kwa hivyo Baba's seat at the top is already secured. Ni sasa ile kupambana ni nani atakuwa namba 2 kati ya Jakoya na DP, lakini kulingana na vile mambo yanaenda, Jakoya anaweza tu kuwa namba 2, DP atakuwa namba 3, na hiyo sio unabii, ni udadisi tu. Na wale ambao mnakasirika, tafadhali msianze, ni mapema. Miti tutakata, mito tutailinda, na mapastors na mabishop wale wakuwa wakisambaza maombi kwa kulipwa. Sasa ndio kazi iko karibu kuanza. Watu wa Kenya Kwanza wote kuanzia Mudavadi, Weta watahitaji counseling and close supervision so that they don't endanger their lives. So bishops, mkishakula hiyo sadaka, mkishakula hiyo hela ya bure sasa kazi yenu iko karibu kuanza. Msiache mtu yeyote achukue maisha yake kwa sababu amepoteza kura. Ninyi kama maaskofu lazima msimame kidede kulinda washirika wenu, haswa wale ambao wameajiri kisiasa kwenda kufungua na kufunga maombi ya mikutano yao. Kwa hivyo aswa yule bishop alisema Raila amechelewa kwenda kuona Mungu. Kazi kwako, utaombea State House, utakuwa constant personal counselor in Sugoi probably. So anza kuchukua leave mapema kwa sababu utakuwa full time.
Ni pastors wengine wawasaidie, hawa pia wako mashakani kwa sababu walipromise uongo. Bernard, makanisa itafungwa, hawatatokea because hawataambia nini waumini. Ungesema the genuine pastors, wale wanahubiri mambo ya Mungu, wataenda tena kuombea wale fake pastors, at least wasimame, otherwise they will all of them go. Hata usiwaite pastors, nakwambia makanisa mtaona moto.
Aya basi, nashukuru for that one. So genuine pastors, tuko na kazi mingi. Tutashikilia mapastors washikilie washirika. Inji songa mbele. Yufin, karibu tafadhali.
Asante Bernard. Hi everyone.
You're good. Thank you.
I hope I'm clear enough. Okay.
Yes, yeah, you're loud and clear. Unless Alex has issues.
Alex is still sorting out some things. Keep, thank you. Kateni miti lakini mpande. Msikate tu muache hivyo. Mkate mkipanda.
Yes, nilikuanga KANU. Unakata moja unapanda mbili.
Sawa. And then I think we'll need more psychiatric hospitals in Kenya after the elections. So we should start planning on that. Those ones, the KKA people, the leaders plus the followers, water. I think we'll need more of that. So Baba should plan on that. Because the way things are going and the way these people are campaigning, it's in desperation. They're in a desperate mode. And you can feel it from the way they talk to the way their things are going. You don't need to defend what's not there. If Sakaja doesn't have papers, he doesn't have. If ARATI had papers, he has been cleared. So what's your problem? Why can't Sakaja present his things and let him be cleared? Or else, let him just wait. Baba gets to power. We'll waste no child. We'll go back to school together. It will be free. And they won't have to struggle. And Gachagua in Kiambu, I think this is just the beginning. We should prepare for more. So these people thought that they had everything, but Martha is going through. I remember they started with house-to-house campaigns. So it's bearing fruits, and this is just the beginning. We are preparing for more rebellion, and thus Baba will win very early in the morning. And KARUA entry in MERU, that's obvious. That was meant to happen. You know, Martha is a force that you can't stop. It is a force that is coming, and you see it coming, but you can't stop it. Gachagua is in the mountain, but it doesn't seem like he's there. It's only Martha that is there.
Wewe Yufini, wacha kusoma. Ebu eleza in details. Ingia kwa undani, upekue.
Order. Geoffrey, you're out of order. Thank you. Yufin, go ahead. Please let us stick within our standing orders. You must obtain permission to unmute your mic and speak. Thank you very much.
Okay, I was saying we should prepare for more because the Uda people thought that they will counter Martha by being in the mountain themselves. So it could be like a 50-50. But you see, for them, you can't even. What we see in their campaign, just chaos. while for Mama it's well organized, you know. It shows you what a leader is, how a leader should do. I want all these KKA people, all these Uda people, I want all of them to be alive, whether they will be in psychiatric hospitals or wherever, where they will be helped mentally, but I want them to be alive to witness how leadership is supposed to be, what it means to be a leader, so that they learn. After they've been helped, they can learn, and then they pick up from there. At least they'll be better people. You know, we learn through mistakes, so they learn from their mistake, from the leadership of Baba and Mama. So I think I'll stop it at that. Thank you, everyone.
Okay, asante sana Yufin kwa mchango wako. Naomba tusonge mbele. Wacha tulete chairman wa kukata miti changie mbio mbio ndio tusonge mbele. Karibu chairman.
We kinywa bana, toa hiyo uhudi bana, ama nifanye hivyo hata mimi.
We kipa cha mchezo.
Sasa unaona mimi na Bena tuna hudi, lakini tuone tukifanya hivyo bana. Be professional bana.
Kenya anajilinda na mawe ya Gachagua. Anajikinga na mawe ya Gachagua.
Pana unajua sasa tunakata miti huku Sugoi.
Keep, sorry to interrupt. Huyu ako nyuma yako ni miti anakata ama nini anafanya?
Ndio miti nakata. Iko shida. Tunakata miti lakini ni manual bana. Sasa naona tunataka paso bana. Tunataka paso. Sasa paso yetu hapa ni Mtembei. Na siku tunaitisha hapa sadaka utupatie, kuna namba tutakupatia. It's out of your free hand. Tununue paso tusaidie kuweka electricity na kila kitu. Na kuna paso pia tu ni contribute, subscribe and share the link. Yeah, share it to your family. Msiwatch peke yenu bana. This is it's getting heated up and most of us need to watch that. So paso bado tutaendelea kukata. Na nasikia sisi Sugoi peke yake tunataka kukata miti hata huko Nyeri.
Muambie ukweli ni kubaya, tunachimba kaburi.
Hata hapo nini nasikia hata hapo huko Nyeri hapo kwa Gachagua tunataka kukata miti huko bana. Kuna mwingine hapo tunaonea huruma bana. Mjamaa
mchimba kaburi ni yako na experience.
Mwambie tulisahau kukata miti, watu wakajinyonga.
Things are thick bana. Inaonekana tutaita Kibera bana kuja hapa tusaidie huyu mtu wako. Anaitanga John Kibera. Alex atatusaidia na hiyo mambo bana. Wenye political inisha bana. Political grave.
Ambia Alex alete wase wale wanatoka Kisii wanakuanga na nini power, so wanajua kukata miti. International hakuna mtu mwingine anakata miti. Akafanya wamama wa Nandi yote wakafuata wase walikuwa nakata miti. So now let them come back.
It's over my friend. Sasa mbona Gachagua anafukuzwa bana, tumsaidie bana, tukate miti huko Kiambu kila mahali. Lakini kama Moi alisema tutakata moja, we are very good people, we're not doing deforestation. Tutakata na tupande. Na mimi naomba hiyo ministry ya kukata ya environment wanipatie. Mama Selina ambia Mama KARUA nipatie ministry, itakuwa CS huko. As for niliona hii mambo ya wavi anaitwaje mwana huyu mama wa Machakos. Unaona sasa huyu Ruto is becoming very panicky. Ameona sasa mambo ya Sakaja imeisha. The young man, my former schoolmate, anafaa to start from beginning. Forget about this run. Humble yourself, ende usome, alafu rudi. You know, enda, just go, it's okay. Uchukue kiti ya MCA, humble yourself, usome kidogo, ingia senator tena. Ikiumana, hata si senator ingia MP. alafu ndio tutakuona kama governor in 2050 huko ndio tutakuangalia sasa. Hiyo ni sawa. As for that, tuliona the Kalonzo's candidate, I think we're taking it too far right now, because Azimio did its homework, and we actually looked at our candidates and all their papers are in order. Sasa Simba ARATI mnajaribu kumtoa. It's done. Muliona evidence, muliona graduation day. I don't know what more do you want. Mama wa Machakos, I explained to people that our papers are in order. I found no questionable stuff. Otherwise, I think Interpol and John and the rank. Could you stop spamming the comment section, tafadhali? We get your point. It's not. We don't do here. Stop it. It's just bad manners. Nobody will recognize you for that. But that lady has done her master's. Master's can be done in a year in the UK. Yeah, you can also do a bachelor's in a year if you've done a pre-advanced diploma or from Kenya or recognized institutes, and that is allowed. There are very many fast-tracked courses for that, so please leave that lady alone. It's very weird for me to defend Kalonzo, but his candidate is okay. As you can see, her performance was not like top notch. You know, most people who steal, like the one that Babu Owino was showing for KCSE results, his competitor, you know, the certificates were lambistic, if there's such a word. So sisi hapa tutaendelea kukata miti. Politics is only getting interesting. Anafu George is my favorite opposition leader now. Wacha Ruto is sweating because the so-called hustlers now. I was watching some youth on YouTube, and it's not like we are exaggerating this. They really like this George guy. There's a lot of what he says resonates with the youth. Sisi wacha tukae na wazee and my age mates. We're the ones who vote. And I remember when I was that young, I never voted. Sasa the youth, mwenye mtampigia kelele George, it's fine. Go sing with him. Then when George is good enough for you guys to vote for, ndio mtamvotia. But for now, the actual ones that are going to vote, let George steal the Hustler Nation's votes. Hii yetu ya wazee haiwezi enda anywhere. We are the voting public, 35 and above. So the others below, wende na uwe mzee. Although your population is quite large, you just like online things. So mkae hapo. And for people in Kisii, tafadhali wachana na Simba ARATI. Leave him alone. That is our vice chairman for the Nyanza province. He was voted in and is very powerful, and we leave him alone. He's doing very well in Nyanza. Thank you very much. Bado nitakaa hapa kidogo. Still watch the show and contribute when it's necessary. But like I said before, subscribe, share, like, and when the time comes, tafadhali mtoe sadaka out of your goodwill. Asante sana.
Okay, thank you, Kip. We appreciate it. It's important we keep it that way. Our viewers, please keep inviting somebody to watch. I believe you benefit from what we are discussing here. And if it is benefiting you, it can benefit another person. So don't watch alone. Invite your mom, invite your brothers, both in the diaspora and at home. Anywhere there is internet, you will be able to get Mtembei TV loud and clear. This conversation is important, that we raise right questions to the people who want to be our leaders, so that we are sure when we give them the responsibility, they will deliver. You cannot be a yes man and say yes to everything the leader says and succeed in holding them accountable when they assume office. So this is the time for you to begin to raise those questions And listening to this broadcast, you will be able to gain more understanding and right questions to question your MCA, to question your MP, to question your women rep, your senator, and your governor. We can't have a country where leaders, get away with everything. Like this issue of Sakaja. Of all things, if there is anything wrong with Sakaja'S degree, is in the speed it was generated. Okay, 6th application, 6th delivered, 6th approved, 6th submitted to IEBC. I don't know anywhere there is that level of efficiency, that international relations work that fast, unless kuna mtu mmoja anayepiga simu akidictate type hivi, umetype angalia kama spelling iko sawa, bas weka rubber stamp, au ukishamaliza bas signature. Huyo mtu wa signature yuko, mpatie assign akisha sign ayapelekea huyu. Except one person presided over the entire thing. That's the only way Sakaja'S story is adding up. Failure to that, arudi shule. Baba anakuja na masomo ya bure kuanzia standard 1 mpaka university, available for free. Kama school fees ndio ilikuwa shida, sisi wengine tutarudi huko. Kwa hivyo ajitahidi kuwa classmate, tusome hiyo mambo pamoja, turudi tukue gavana kwa pamoja.
Thank you. Bernard, hold on. Just a quick question to you. Na huyu mtu wako Kadismas bana. Sasa huyu anakuja kutuambia the chief atakuwa akichunga mambo ya Mtumba. Honestly speaking,
Katitmas
ni mtu ambaye afai, okay? Na wacha nitumie lugha ya Kindube. Hafai kuwa kiongozi, hata hafai kuwa katikati ya wanadamu, kwa sababu if you have that kind of reasoning, you're supposed to be in the forest with some animals, because we need progressive thinking for Kenya. We can't entrust such people with the future of this country. Kama mtu haoni makosa ya Mtumba, huyo afai kuwa kiongozi. Hawezi kusimamia hata cattle dip, apasi kusimamia hata kijiji, kwa sababu hicho kijiji kitarudishwa Stone Age. And that is what this bottom up madness is all about, taking us back to where we were many years ago. We need to move to we are in the information age. We are talking about artificial intelligence, and you want to take us back to where your great-grandfather was, and you want to retain us there. We can't buy into that. So as much as he may have a following from his village, let him preside over that village. But as far as Kenyan leadership is concerned, afungiwe mbali sana. Asipite hata karibu na State House Road. Hiyo Parliament Road isimbebe, imkatae. I will not submit his name to Atuoli for special casting, but
just say Tawe.
I think Atuoli needs to do something about it. But Alex, kuna mtu anadai hapa kwamba Kisii imeenda na William Ruto. Sijui habari ni vipi huko?
Unajua Bernard, maneno ya Kisii iko complicated, na ukweli ni kuwa hii wiki isipoisha baba asipofanya control damage ambayo alishindwa kufanya, na tunamwambia ukweli, isiposikiza maneno yetu, kuna a possibility, lazima tuambiane ukweli, kwa sababu we are going to the death row. Naweza itaje, mahali imefika, watu wanataka waanze kuamua. Tunachunguza watu, na kwa kweli ni kuwa watu walikuwa wameamua ni baba, lakini maneno Ruto anafanya anaelewa, na sisi tunaambia watu wa ODM ya ukweli ni kuwa the biggest clan in terms of voters, in Kisii County is Nyaribari. Nyaribari has two constituencies, Masaba and Church. You combine them two, they are half of the whole of Kisii County. Now, that is why SIMBA ARATI took Monda to divide them. So we have a problem there. If you tell Ongeri not to run, they will all support Machogo. Because of the inadequacies and inefficiencies the man called Ongwae. When Ongwae was the governor, he never gave any person from Nyaribari a high-ranking position in his government. So these people are as mad as hell. And they are deciding that they must be in the county government, come rain, come sunshine. They will vote for Baba. But when it comes to governorship, they have decided they will take it, whether by force, through Panya route, or by all necessary means. So what Ruto has done, amezunguka kule, amezunguka, amerusha pesa, na hii mtu inaitwa Ongwae, tunasema ako UDA usiku, alafu ako ODM mchana, amegundua kuwa, na kwa sababu wamekosana na SIMBA ARATI, na yeye pia anarusha pesa kule, so that wamshinde SIMBA ARATI. But you know what? They will not be able to do that had Baba come openly the way he came. In Kitui akasema huyu mama nitamchukua national, lakini hapa Kitui ni Maloba. That is what Baba failed to do. Baba did the same thing in many other places. For example, in Mombasa, Baba is failing to put his muscles as a father of the home. Aambie wa Kisii kuwa Ongeri, wewe kimbia na Machogo. Kama 2002 Uhuru had to run, tukaweka Kibaki so that kura ya Wakikuyu tukate mara mbili, lakini uongozi itoke kwa KANU. Sasa Kisii has a matrix that is very complicated. It's not that UDA is being embraced. It is the problems that Ongwae brought to Kisii. The Nyaribari people have not been in the government of Kisii County, and they are saying by all necessary means they are going to be, whether through UDA, whether through ODM, whether through independent, they have to be there. And you can imagine how local politics can supersede the national politics. So what Ruto did this time around, ameenda kule na hii jamaa yake ya wash Jahir. Unajua hii jamaa yake ya wash last time ilikuwa na shida ya magold. Hii jamaa Mwarabu huyu sijui ni Muhindi. They have really poured money. Na unajua town center is Nyaribari. Ukienda mpaka Keroka is Nyaribari. Nyanturago is Nyaribari. So what we are saying is this: if Baba comes next, he needs to do that damage control once and for all, and we understand what we are going to do. But if he leaves it the way it is presently, you know, we don't want to lie to our people later on waseme sisi we are traitors. No, I mean, that's a sure bet. And if he manages to control Kisii, we will be able to manage Nyamira. If you let Kisii go, you know, we have a problem of border in Kisii, or whether Keroka is in Kisii County or in Nyamira. So if we let this problem precipitate to Keroka, Nyambati again takes over in that county. So Baba has a task to come back to Kisii. We were supposed to have 3 days of rallies. Ile pressure ilikuwa kule, Baba katoroka after 2 rallies. Not even the whole day. He was supposed to be in Kisii the whole day. After 2 rallies, akatoroka. He left people mad. The supporters that had been marshaled to come in other areas are really, really mad at Baba. So that person might be correct in perception. People hawajamua in reality. But if Baba keeps on walking on eggshells, the Nyaribari people will make their decision, and I think it will be too late. So hopefully, we believe he has said within 1 week he's coming back to undo everything that William Ruto has done. And we are telling him he must do it with force. Sio hii mchezo wanafanya. You must crown SIMBA ARATI to be the kingpin of political Kisii. You must come out rightly and say in your next government, The Minister for Internal Security is Matiang'i. These two people will carry out the day. But if Baba keeps doing what he's doing, it will be too late. The clan politics will supersede. Baba atapewa kura zake za juu, but huku chini again we will never be able to have an ODM member of parliament. So I think Baba needs to do something. That person is honest up to a certain level, but it's not decided yet.
Okay, thank you, Alex, for that elaborate givings. It's good that we give everything in perspective and be able to rally the country on the right course for the great future of this great country. We'll have one video before Geoffrey comes in, and let's also stick to our 2 to 3 minutes so that the line doesn't take too long. We're already finishing the second hour, and yeah, seems to be people have not said anything. Let's listen out to this.
Hii ni mkutano ya UDA. Mwende mtafute Raila Odinga na Martha Karua, mkuje mfanye mkutano wenu. Endelea mheshimiwa. Nimesikia? Hii ni mkutano ya UDA. Mwende mtafute Raila Odinga na Martha Karua, mkuje mfanye mkutano wenu. Endelea mheshimiwa.
Mkate miti huko Nyeri na Kiambu. Gachagua, kata miti.
So, is Geoffrey? Yes, Geoffrey, how are you?
Unmute microphone yangu. Azimio. We. Hizi zote ni watu
inawezekana.
Sasa mambo imeenda. Kwanza wacha nianze na Sakaja. Sakaja acha aende shule. Angoje baba tuapishe baba amalize. Venye baba anamaliza kwanza ndio Sakaja aende shule. Tuone hiyo degree yake. Sababu hatujaona uzuri yake. Amewekwa uongozi hii ni miaka sijui ni ngapi. Ameletea nini Nairobi? Sasa nakuja hapa kulialia kwa watu. Amefanya nini Nairobi? Tangu Sonko aende mahali anaenda sijui. Wacha niseme for example. Hapa niko na Bernard. Bernard ni yeye kuna host, ni yeye ameni host leo. Nianze kupinga Bernard hapa. Bernard si ananificha nyuma ya hema. Hata niweke huko. Sasa atajua naongea nini? Sasa nikikuja hapa nitaweza ongea. Sasa hiyo ndio Sakaja ameanza kubeba ako kwa serikali ndio. Ako kwa wenyezi hapo wenyeji wa Nairobi. Ameanza kujibeba ameenda university wapi? Hiyo kitu tumemalizana na yeye. Sakaja wacha aende shule, hatujui kama hakuenda, hatujaona hata picha yake hata moja akiposti venye Sonka na postingi venye anasaidianga watu na venye Sonka akifanya shughuli zake ana posti. Sasa huyu mwenye unatuambia Sakaja yeye picha yake hatujaiona akigraduate. Sasa watu watakubali hakuenda shule. Sasa waje tuende na Sakaja aende nyumbani, aende shule, waje tumalizane na mambo ya Nairobi. Hiyo ni azimio. Azimio tuko kazi. Mambo mbaya na tunaendelea kueliminate mmoja kwa mmoja. Hiyo mambo ya Kisii tusema ARATI. ARATI yeye ameenda shule, mliona huko graduate. Mambo ya ARATI nayo wachana, tutashughulika kama sisi wa Kisii. Tutashughulika na kila kitu itaenda sawa. Sasa mambo ya ARATI iko nywe. Sasa watu waache kupiga kelele kuwa ARATI hajaenda shule nini. Na waliona tu picha venye ARATI anaenda shule ana graduate. Okay, tuachane na hayo. Tumemalizana na mambo ya Kenya kuisha. Saizi wako 0%. Saizi tumemalizana na wao. Sasa kitu iko ni ile tu tunawapatia wimbo wanaanza kudansi. Kanenge tuiko kanungo Hiyo ndio wanaanza kuimba sasa kwa mitaa hapa. Wacha waimbe wamalize, sisi tuko kwa ground tunacheza kama sisi, na bado hatujawamaliza. Wache watume wa mama akinaisha Jumwa akinao Uketi Waluguru waendelee kudansi, sisi hatuna haja. Serikali tumeitengeneza saizi, ingekuwa kama ni kesho tungetengeneza serikali saizi. Kuna baba angeongoza saizi, wazee wajue nini ni nini. Tukuja hapa kwa nani huyu Gachagua. Umejua hii shida ya Gachagua, sijui wanafanana midomo na huyu mkubwa yao, huyu deputy Ruto, wanafanana midomo. Umejua, sijui kama ni ushetani mwingine unawasukuma, wanaongea maneno mengine hata watu hawaelewi. Sasa wanashindwa, wanachagua wanyama ama wanachagua watu wanakuja kuwasimamia. Ruto anaongea yake. Sasa kama baba akileta nini yake, nini tuseme vision yake venye baba nataka kusimamia Wakenya, kama hiyo mitumba, Gachagua ndio huyo, sisi tunavalia mitumba. Ile nguo Gachagua anavalia ni mitumba. Tuma mtu angalie kama ni mitumba ama ipime ni mitumba. Sasa wanakuja, sisi ndio tunavalia mitumba, sisi ndio tunavalia nini. Wanadanganya Wakenya mchana. Wapi? Hata huyu Waruguru, huyu mwizi mwenye ameipa pesa saini waezi, bado venye baba tunamwingisha hivi, atatua ajui, atazileta hizo pesa, atazileta na lazima atatuambia alikuwa amezificha wapi. Anaambia Wakenya kuwa yeye amevalia mitumba, ametoka wapi. Atazileta hizo pesa venye baba anaingia hivi. Sasa mimi kitu ile naomba baba venye anaingia ushukani hivi, amalizane kwanza na Gachagua kwanza. Hakuna kesi hapa tu, hakuna kesi, sijui ni ngapi. Amalizane na yeye, na tena wacha tuambie Wakenya uelimike bwana, tusidanganywe wakati wote. Huyu Gachagua mwenyewe akona kesi sijui karibu ni ngapi ya pesa, mabilioni. Wewe mwenyewe mtu akuulize bilioni ni ngapi, uwezi hesabu ufike, lakini Mkenya anamuendelea kumkrapia hands, yeye ndio unataka kuweka. Sasa ukimweka si Kenya kwisha, Kenya imeisha. Sasa angalia uchumi ya Kenya imekuja, mafuta imepanda, sukari imepanda, kila kitu kimepanda. Wakenya wameanza kujinyonga. Next generation tunataka nani? Hawa wakiingia wataficha zote. Hata hiyo bondi, sijui kama bondi ilikuwa nini, kuna pesa wanasema ati zinatoka nje, sitakuja sijui kutoka wapi. Wataficha zote hiyo, Wakenya wajinyonge wote. Sasa tunabakisha nani? Kama Mkenya mwenye ananisikia saisi, usiposikia venye tunaongea hapa kwa mtandao na venye tunaendelea kuchukia matendo yenye yanaendelea kuendelea Kenya yetu, tutasumbuka na tutasumbuka milele na milele. Mahindi imekuja 200, gorogoro moja 200. Mahindi ilikuwa 70, tukaanza kulia. Sasa imekuja 200. Sasa mnalia kwa nani? Okay, wacha basi tuchague Gachagua, mahindi ikuje 500, gorogoro moja. If you need Kenya to be saved, huyu mzee mwenye amepigania nchi, mwenye anaitwa Raila, ni yeye tulikuwa tunachagua apambane na hawa watu kabisa. Umewahi weka kwa kona, umeoka na kisuguni, ni kama unanyongwa. Awanyonge huko, walete pesa sionekane, sisaidie wananchi. Sasa hao watu wanajifanya ati Kenya kwanza, Kenya kwisha. Tafadhali na waomba wa Kenya, mahali ulipo, fikiria sana, fikiria tena ufikirie, sababu mahali tunaelekea sasa ni kwisha. Mahali tunaelekea Kenya tena kwisha kabisa, na tena hatuwezi saidiana. Hata wenye tuka hapa nje hatuwezi saidia. Utampigia mwenzako umuulize usaidizi, hawezi kukusaidia. Sabuni ni ngapi? Sukari ni ngapi? Hiyo ndio Raila anataka kuingia ndani na Azimio. Amekutana na wale sasa, kama Martha Karua akusikia ati uko na deni ya serikali, hawezi kukuacha, anakusukuma mpaka kwa kona, unazileta hizo pesa. Sasa uniambie tuache au hiyo serikali yenye nataka kuingia, tuanze kuangalia hii serikali yenye mnadanganywa ati UDA for what? UDA my food. So Kenyans, wake up, weka akili mbele. Chagua huyu mzee, ndio amepigania nchi, mweke mbele, awapiganie. Venye uchumi imepanda hivi, airekebishe na Kenya itakuwa sawa. Lakini kama mkikubali hiyo maneno ngine, mimi sauli zenu, kama uko Kenya ukinisikia, sijui kama utasema nini. We chague mwenye unachagua, mimi siyuko kwako, siyuko kwa mfuko wako. We chague mwenye unachagua, lakini jua mahali mwenye unachagua ni nani unachagua, sababu Kenya tayari imeisha. Uchumi imegharamika, kila mtu namwambia nini, imeisha.
Bana Joffrey, tamatisha tafadhali.
Tumechoka. Raila ndiye anaenda kuingia next president. Thank you, nimemaliza.
Okay, asante kwa mchango wako. Kenya haijakwisha, tuko hapa na hatuwezi kuiacha ishi. Lazima tuilinde kwa vizazi vijavyo. It is our responsibility. Hatuwezi kuwa irresponsible parents ati tulizaa tukalea alafu tukaacha nchi ikaenda na wakora, tukashindwa kuilinda kwa vizazi vijavyo. This is the purpose of that voters card you have in your house and in your pocket. Kama utaachilia nchi iende na wakora, wajukuu wako na vitukuu vyako vitakulaani hata ukiwa kabrini. Kwa nini ulifanya hivyo? So let us take these historical elections very seriously. We can either save Kenya or sell Kenya at this point in time by the kind of people we put in office. And this is not for the president only. From the MCA, if you elect dunderheads to go and surround the governor will eat with them and you will have nothing for yourself to eat. So kila mtu apigiwe msasa, tusichague wale watu ambao hawafai kwa uongozi. Kuna watu wanaangalia kiti ya MCA kwamba ni ya vijana, mara ni ya wale watu wajasoma. That is the least place where the resources of Kenya are shared. You need somebody who is able to understand budgeting, who is able to understand allocations of funds, who is able to understand which projects are viable for the community. So don't give it to somebody because he's popular, he's a makanga, he has a huge following. Does he have what it takes to do allocations of funds to priority projects that will enhance that particular ward? It is important that Kenyans wake up and begin to ask themselves right questions. Hatuwezi vumilia tena uongozi mbaya. Mahali tumefika, lazima we correct the wrong or we choose to live wrongly permanently. A very dire situation at this point in time, but we will come through. Let me play out these two videos, then we bring Wangira. Wangira has been here on and off. Inaonekana network yake iko na shida. Now, one thing we need to remember, this man, a powerful man of his blessed memory, request by
wa kisiasa na kwa wananchi alitambulika sana kutokana na wimbo wake maarufu wa bado mapambano. Lakini mbali na hayo, Seneta Gerald Otieno Kajwang atakumbukwa kwa mengi, hasa mchango wake mkubwa katika fani mbalimbali ikiwemo za kisiasa na hata kimaendeleo. Mwanahabari Hussein Mohamed anatupa tawasifu na kumbukumbu ya maisha yake.
Alikuwa mcheshi na mchangamfu Gerald Otieno Kajwang. Mvuto wake ulikuwa bayana katika ulingo wa kisiasa na hasa kwenye misafara ya kampeni ambapo anafahamika kunadi wimbo bado mapambano. Mfuasi mkubwa wa chama cha ODM na hata swahibu wa karibu wa aliyekuwa Raila aliacha ulingo wa siasa ukitetema kwa sehemu zake.
Ukienda pande hii, mbom. Ukienda pande hii, mbom. Ukienda pande hii. Ukienda pande hii, mbom kila pa. Nimetoka hapa Nyali Hotel. Baba, hakuna mzungu hata moja.
Semi alizozipata vyema na kuzitoa kwa njia inayodhihirisha kipawa cha usanii.
Uhuru aliweka kwa headline, akasema ati Raila, enda pole pole, cool down. Kwanza Uhuru ajue, we are not cooling down any soon. In fact, it might get hotter. Jikoni itakuwa hot of the kitchen.
69 wilayani Homa Bay, mkoa wa Nyanza kama ulivyoitwa hapo zamani. Alikuwa mweledi kimasomo hadi kusomea uanasheria baada ya kuhudumu alijiunga na siasa hadi mwaka jana alipowania useneta wa Homa Bay.
People died of kunywa chang'aa haram.
Seneta Kajwang atakumbukwa zaidi kama gwiji wa siasa katika eneo zima la Nyanza na nchini Kenya.
Na ukikataa tutakutana na tutakanyagana.
Hussein Mohamed, KTN leo.
Now the sibling rivalry in that alliance has taken a turn, with Gatundu South MP Moses Kuria and former Kiambu Governor William Kabogo pulling out their parties from the alliance's campaign caravans, citing what they termed blackmail and intimidation from Deputy President William Ruto's UDA party. Kabogo and Kuria, who kept off today's campaign rallies in Githunguri, Gatundu South and Gatundu North constituencies, said UDA, through its leadership, had held a series of rallies and distributed money to mobilize supporters to heckle them. According to the duo, the Service Party, its leader Mwangi Kiunjuri, had been subjected to similar treatment last week during Kenya Kwanza's campaign rallies in Nanyuki and Nyahururu, Laikipia County, in the presence of coalition presidential flag bearer William Ruto. According to Kabogo and Kuria, Ruto and his party had hatched a plan to frustrate political parties from the Mount Kenya region, yet was allowing parties from other regions, such as Musalia Mudavadi's ANC, Ford Kenya led by Moses Wetangula, Alfred Mutua's Maendeleo Chapchap, and Pamoja African Alliance, headed by Kilifi Governor Amason Kingi. While expressing their frustration at the turn of events in the Kenya Kwanza alliance, Kuria and Kabogo put the coalition principals on notice, citing abuse and harassment similar to what they had accused the Jubilee Party of before trooping out. To resolve the standoff, the two party leaders have asked for a meeting on what bullying by UDA party and disenfranchising of the Mount Kenya region politically ahead of the August 9th general election.
Ndugu zangu, mimi nimerudi hapa kwa sababu ninataka kuanzia safari mpya na sipendi kwenda bila kufika nyumbani. Mimi ni mtu ya hapa. Wamesema huko Kabete mkipeleka Kabakabogo pesa yote itapelekwa pande ya Thika. Niwaambie haki ya Mungu ni ukweli, pesa yote kwa kisha nimeona William Ruto na chama yake ya UDA wanataka kumeza vyama vyote, na mimi nimekataa kumezwa. Mimi nimekataa. Kwani ndio vile dalili kama hiyo nani? Vile walitufanya na Waititu ndio hivyo wanataka kujaribu saa hii. Ati kwa lazima tutachagua Wamatangi. Mimi nataka mnionyeshe kwa ishara ya mkono mmekataa hiyo maneno. Kesho huyo Rigathi Gachagua atakuja hapa. Na kabla ya kuchaguliwa Rigathi Gachagua na William Ruto ambaye mimi nilikuwa nimepinga, ndio maneno ya UDA na sisi imeanza kuzoroteka. Kwa sababu yule jamaa ni dictator. Yule jamaa ni dictator. Na makosa yangu ni kusema ukweli. Kwa sababu niliambia William Ruto utapoteza kura mingi sana kwa huyu jamaa. Unaelewana? Sasa wewe hebu piga hesabu. William Ruto ameshindwa na kazi ati Rigathi Gachagua akakuwa president. Katiba inasema rais akiwezwa kwa kifo au kuresign nao nini, naibu anachukua for the remainder of the term. Ndio ndio moyo nyume. Ndio ndio moja tata. Na ni drama ile ile wale waliona runinga. Tuliona. Mimi ndio de facto leader ya wakaaji wa Mlima Kenya. Ni mimi. Na hiyo inamuuma. Na nikamwambia hata kwenu Nyeri mimi ndio kiongozi.
Wangira, dakika moja tu. Wangira.
I come in?
Yeah, it's you. I want 1 second.
Yes, Kip. Yes, Kip. What is it?
Yeah, hey, why did you do that, bana? Kajwang was my favorite leader, bana. Sasa unatu... The only Luo man other than Raila and one of the tomboy family members that was allowed to carry a fly whisk that had some magical powers was that man, Kajwang. I wish he lived to see that. Huyo mtu alibabaisha watu kwa government. That man was a true... You know, when Jomo Kenyatta died, he sang a song to get away the evil spirits around Jomo Kenyatta. And the only person that his son did for was Kajwang. When Kajwang, Raila died, I mean cried. He cried for this man. So Mato ulifanya bad manners kutumania hiyo clip bana. That was a great man, and I wish he was still alive, because I think hii mambo ya Nyanza angesort hii shida yote ya Nyanza, because Kisses respected that man also. So Kajwang, yeah, we missed that man. Shame on you, Martin.
Well, keep watch a story. We are waking up the spirit of Mapambano at this point in time, so that even in the struggle, he can join us in ensuring that miti imekatwa vizuri, watu wale watakuja Nyeri, watatulia Sugoi, hakutakuwa na shida. Yes, na watu wa Nyeri hao watapewa tu mchele na kuku hawana shida hao. Si mchele iko Mwea na kuku ziko Sugoi. So ukisha combine hizo mbili mkampatia plate moja, huyu ametulia. Huyu hana shida kabisa. Alisema tu yeye ni mchele na nyama. That one we can afford. Hata tukiwa na deni la China, we can afford mchele na nyama. Hiyo isitusumbue.
George akiwa opposition
Bwana Wangira,
atazuia
dakika zako
bangi.
mbili ndio hizo.
Okay, thank you, Bernard. You know, Bernard, there's a story my mother used to tell me when I was a small boy. You know, when I was growing up, you know, storytelling was part of the in thing for us. Unlike the present generation, that includes my child here, who are used to playing PlayStations. You know, we didn't enjoy those privileges. Stories were the in thing during our time. And there's this one story my mother told me that, you know, there were two women, and, you know, they'd all given birth to newly born kids, you know. So one of these women told the other that let us kill these two children of ours. And, you know, the foolish woman went ahead to kill her child. And, you know, this clever one who had incited the other one to kill the child, you know, what she did was to hide the child somewhere. And after the other woman had killed her own, you know, this other woman now brought her child out, and, you know, and just imagine how regrettable it was on the part of the other woman. You know, I'm bringing up this story because of what is happening in Mount Kenya, and especially in regard to Moses Kuria. You know, if there is a person who was paid what I'll term as ultimate price in trying to safeguard William Samoei Ruto, is this gentleman called Moses Kuria. You know, Moses Kuria has even, you know, just because he believed in, for one reason or the other, he could have been misguided or otherwise, you know, he even went as far as, you know, cutting that bridge that Uhuru Kenyatta had built between him, that bridge that Uhuru Kenyatta has built, and that enabled him to become member of parliament for Gatundu South. And now imagine, after Moses Kuria has killed his kid, what is now coming out? What is coming out is what is now appearing in that letter that was read by the Citizen, the clip that you have played from the Citizen TV. You know, because what is coming out is that what is coming out clearly is that there were attempts by William Ruto to do what now Moses Kuria claims to be clear attempts to disenfranchise, marginalize, and castrate the Mount Kenya region. Eh, that just tells you, in the that applies in the analogy that I've given you of that stupid woman who ended up killing her own child just because she had been cheated around. William Ruto managed to cheat many people in Mount Kenya, and it's now coming out very late in the day that they were cheated, and this was just an attempt to disenfranchise them, to marginalize them, and even castrate them. And that's what now Moses Kuria is seeing it. And unfortunately, he's seeing it very late in the day. And my question would be, what will now Moses Kuria do? What will Kabogo do? Because as far as I'm concerned, they're already disenfranchised politically. As far as they are marginalized politically. What will they do as a people? Because do you now expect Moses Kuria to now run back to Azimio? Do you expect Kabogo to run back to Azimio? That's they are in a very awkward situation. That's the situation of that prodigal son. They're in that awkward situation of that prodigal son, where they are now being forced to eat with the pigs, because of their political misbehavior. I'll be very keen to try and watch what will be happening in the next very few days, because we are only 53 days to the general election. I want to see how the dynamics will play out. But the way things are, Moses Kuria and Kabogo are no longer comfortable in the Kenya Kwanza alliance. They have just discovered that they are played, and having been played, what do they do? What to do is what they are not very sure about. And that's why they even say that they did not move from an abusive Jubilee to enter into another abusive house called UDA. It's such a 22 catch situation for them. So I will be watching to see how they will balance it as days go by. Bernard. Finally, today when Martha KARUA was in MERU, I think MERU, she told those people who are running on Azimio la Umoja platform in Mount Kenya not to feel ashamed of, campaigning for Raila Odinga in Mount Kenya, because we know that many of them have been, after having been, the type of politics that played in Mount Kenya, many of them felt that stigma of not campaigning for Raila Odinga openly. And today she was telling them that you people, you should not fear. You come out openly and campaign for Raila Odinga. And given that now Raila Odinga is moving into Mount Kenya from tomorrow up to Sunday, tomorrow he'll be in Muranga. I'm not very sure where he will be on Saturday, and I know on Sunday he will be in Kiambu County. I hope that they will buy into this message by Martha KARUA, and they will now start campaigning for Raila Odinga as firmly as they are supposed to be doing. Because even a guy like Kiraitu Murungi, for a long time he has not been campaigning for Raila Odinga. And for the first time, I saw him in the podium saying that Martha KARUA was such a blessing from God. And if truly Martha KARUA is such a blessing of God from God, these guys running on Azimio la Umoja platform in Mount Kenya, they should come out now clearly and start campaigning for Raila Odinga, so that we can move together, you see. It shouldn't be as if they're just using this platform for the sake of them winning the elective positions at the expense of Raila Odinga's candidacy. Let me just leave it at that and I allow somebody else to come in. Asante. Bernard is not there.
He's here. How are you? Okay, naomba tuende kwa nani huyu? Kisoi kwanza ndio tuende kwa Kenya. Kisoi dakika mbili. You unmute. You are still on mute.
Okay, thank you. You can hear me now?
Yes, you're okay. Go ahead.
Yeah, thank you for this opportunity. First, I want to start from where my brother has just left, right? KARUA at MERU today. If you listen to KARUA today, she was so, she talked with a lot of wisdom, and I like her way of campaigning. I should sell Baba using the manifesto that we have as Azimio team. And at no point KARUA will use abusive language in his campaign. He'll do so smart thing. And I was so much happy when he said that we've had individuals who have some phobia of campaigning for Baba at Mount Kenya. And I think from what she said, we will now start seeing some different in the way the Mount Kenya candidates, Azimio candidates, will sell Baba at Mount Kenya. And I'm very much sure by so doing, we are going to conquer so many mountains, and at the end, we'll win Mount Kenya. The second one is the Gachagua. Actually, Gachagua is campaigning a lot for us, and we are very happy for Gachagua. We've had some kind of information that he had organized what happened for Kafoko, and that is quite good for us. Gachagua will give us more votes, and these two guys, that is the Courier and the Allies, the Courier and Allies, they don't know where they are. And they can't accept the fact that Ruto doesn't want them on his camp. They are not sure, and they are not even aware of that. But I think they are late, and we are happy for their confusion. The other thing is Muraibu wa Rais. Huyu Muraibu wa Rais anatuletea mambo mzuri sana. Nimesikia Ruto leo akisema mnaona kama Sakaja hajasoma. Sasa hata tukiulizwa kama mnaona kama Wajakoya amesoma, kati ya Wajakoya na Sakaja ni nani anakaa kusoma? Tutasema ni Sakaja. But Wajakoya has 16 degrees. So you can't put a question to the public that whether kama tunaona Sakaja hajasoma. Sakaja hajasoma and
moja. Si wamsendie moja tafadhali, apatie Sakaja. 16 is too much.
ya Wajakoya iende kwa Sakaja. So Sakaja is a very big letdown to us, majority of us youth, and watu wengi sana walikuwa na take huyu jamaa so serious, but unfortunately is such a failure, Sasa unakaaje mbunge miaka 4? Unajua you are going to run for governor, you can't even secure a degree. Even Songo is better. When going to run for governor in 2017, he had to go back to school, and the guy had a certificate, from certificate diploma, from diploma degree. Now Sakaja is just a letdown to us youth. So that is what I have today, Bwana Bernard, and we are very much grateful. The show is so good, and I'm following here to Kambani. Asante sana.
Okay, asante sana Bwana Evans, we appreciate it. Let's it's good for us to put everything in perspective. Sakaja is not a failure. He is a disappointment. A disappointment that we call it what? Youthful, okay? Youthfulness. He let there is what 1 Corinthians chapter, is it chapter 11? Talks about, it's chapter 13. Talks about, when I was a man, I thought like a man, I spoke like a, when I was a child, I thought like a child, I spoke like a child, but when I became a man, I put away childish things. So Sakaja forgot to put away childish things. They followed him in his old age, and now they are messing him up big time. Ilikuwa wakati alikuwa nominated member of parliament, angeanza kutengeneza closet yake, atoe skeleton zote, kwa sababu akona vision ya kuwa nani? Governor. Lakini yeye anaona tu governor ni kushindana na Margaret. So aliposhinda Margaret,
Bernard, I hope hujatupatia quote. Bernard, I hope hujatupatia quote zenye Ruto utupatia.
Well, I'm a Bible teacher. That's my job. So I don't give those kind of things. It is 1 Corinthians chapter 13, I think verse 11 there about. The one that talks about love, okay? If you speak like angels and you don't have charity, you are useless. So it is important that we all understand that when you are charged with responsibility.
Matthew 17:29.
Hiyo patia encouragement ya Sakaja, atafute encouragement. By the time he finds it, atakuwa amepata degree.
No, for those who cut trees in Sugoi, the abundant fruits of Kenya will be upon you. Matthew 17:29. William Ruto aliandika hiyo. Assistant Jesus.
By the way, you're making me miss Kasuti. Where is Kasuti? Naomba wewe Wangira umeongea sahihi. Mkono wa nini?
Bernard, it will be bad if I left this point to go, because it's also an important point. You know, we are taught that, you know, in the African tradition, that you should not bite the hand that feeds you. For example, some of us are told that you cannot talk bad about a man who was your best man in your wedding. Perhaps you can also not talk bad about a person who housed you the first time you came to Nairobi, a person who took you to school when you could not afford to pay school fees for your own self. So looking at the way Sakaja is trying to drag Uhuru Kenyatta's name in this degree fiasco, you know, it just tells me how bad-mannered the present generation of young people are, you know. These are people who don't even respect people, you know, who help them. Because for us who know, we know that it is Uhuru Kenyatta who has made Sakaja to be who he is today. And now, you know, he's disregarding that and he's talking so badly about Uhuru Kenyatta. That's the only point that I wanted to raise.
Wangira,
Hmm?
you and I
Mhm.
know that it is not Sakaja speaking. Sakaja is being used. The really person speaking here is his master, his current master, who has caused to settle with Uhuru. The only issue will be that Sakaja has accepted to be used. Because look at even the statements being written. Sakaja doesn't speak that way. That is not Sakaja'S language. And so he is being weaponized. What he doesn't realize is that he's finishing himself politically in the process of trying to display his loyalty to his outgoing, already finished term deputy president. It's not helpful. And I believe for me, Sakaja needed to put his foot on the ground and say, maswala yako na mkubwa, we ya sort. Usinitumie mimi, wacha mimi nifanye nini? Nijisort na maswala yangu. That would have worked out well. But now what he's doing is digging himself in a hole that is already in, and he may never be able to come out again. You don't threaten the powers that be in the pretext that somebody made a phone call. Alex, what?
I think Bernard unajaribu kutetea Sakaja hapo vibaya. I think what Wangira said does not need an explanation or a defense. It is bad manners to talk when there is food in your mouth. A dog does not bark when it has a bone on its mouth. Period. You can't defend that. You are muted.
Sorry. Alex, I am not defending Sakaja and his misbehavior. I'm saying he's being used and is foolishly following a wrong instruction, for that matter. He has every capacity to say no when he wants to be used. And equally true, that is uncalled for. Uncalled for in the sense that even if Uhuru Kenyatta did nothing, from the fact that Uhuru Kenyatta is a president and he is a leader in this country, you don't drag him into the madness that you created for yourself. You can't be a member of parliament for 10 years. You failed to go and clear your studies. You want to fake papers, and then you drag the president in that he made a phone call. There is no way your letters can be cleared the same day from 3 different offices. Hata kama wewe ndio uliandika hiyo barua ama wewe ndio president. Even the president does not work that way. The budget is not passed that way. Things don't work like that. So Sakaja is bad mannered, yes, but we should see the hand behind him in his bad manners. He was well behaved when he was in the right company. You are the one who preached yesterday. Wrong company corrupts good morals.
Yeah,
he
but
is in the wrong company.
Bernard. Ukishikwa kama mwishi anashikwa na wewe ulikuwa karibu na huyo mwishi, haiwezi semekana ati wewe uachiliwe kwa sababu Alex aliipa. Sakaja is not a kid. Hakuna kusema anakuwa wrong advice.
Hiyo example ni mbaya. Alex hajawahi iba, toa hiyo example. Weka hiyo example.
Hiyo ni wrong.
Hapana, hiyo example ni mbaya. Umesema Alex akiiba, hiyo example ni mbaya.
Alex, guilt by association, Alex. Guilt by association.
Kwa sababu Sakaja ndio amefanya kazi na Uhuru. Did Uhuru to know Sakaja si mtoto ya Uhuru wajue ulipita ama hukupita. Wenye walimfanyia qualification akakuwa secretary general ya TNA si Uhuru. Kama mimi ni rafiki ya Mother hawezi enda kunidefend. Kama ninaenda kwa ofisi ninaonyeshana sakafati zangu kwa wale watakuwa kwa ofisi. So Sakaja hawezi lete 30 linen yake ashikishe Uhuru. Ya pili, Ruto ameongea. Sakaja jana alisema hii shida yote ni Uhuru. So this man Sakaja si mtoto ya jana, is not a 13 years old boy, is not 22 years old boy. Ni msee amemea ndefu na amekuwa na watoto. So there is no misleading there. Yeye ni mbaya na anajaribu mahali ya kushikilia koti. That is it, Bernard. When it is wrong, it's wrong. We don't saidia.
Okay, thank you, Mama Selina. Naomba to make progress. Yes, Alex.
That, Bernard, in the history of Kenya, we have had people who had so much loyalty until we questioned them sometimes. There are people who just finished their political careers because they were loyal to the people that made them. And I think the art of loyalty is being lost in our culture. Money can buy friendship, but loyalty does not supersede anything. If we have to go back to biblical times, and that is why you find people like King Artaxerxes had Jewish boys to be their wine testers, because the Jewish were known to be more loyal than their own kinsmen. Daniels, Meshach, and Abednego, because they were so loyal to the king, that is how they ended up succeeding. Joseph, that is why they ended up being to the prime minister's position. So I think it's a lesson for young people to learn. When you're given an opportunity to grow, let not money, let not influence, let not other things like made somebody like this guy who wanted to kill Mordecai and the Jewish puff you, and you realize that now you are next to the prince or to the king. I think it's a lesson for us all to learn, not just to castigate Sakaja. I think to some point, maybe I have done it. Loyalty is the key. Remember when David at one time said, is there anybody left in Saul's house for the sake of my friend Jonathan? I think we must remember that. And Sakaja goes down to a person who is unthankful to the president, and many other, including Moses Kuria, who went to parliament unopposed without an election in a country that is so competitive. Bernard, do you know that in Katundu, how many people are rich who could have gone after Moses Kuria and won that seat? And the president allowed it to go unopposed. So, I mean, let us emphasize what has made these young men to be where they are. They are not loyal. Let us be loyal. Kama ni Mutembei, wacha tukue loyal to Mutembei. Thank you.
But Alex,
well put, Alex. I support it. We are strong values
Alex,
as a nation.
1 minute. Moses Kuria kuchaguliwa, Ruto aliambia Uhuru, Moses Kuria anachaguliwa kwenda kutusi Raila. So he was selected as a dog kwenda kutusi Raila. That was the reason. And that is what Ruto said. Lazima tuchukue Moses Kuria, ndiye anaweza tusi Raila.
It's okay. Thank you, Mama Selina. I don't want us to lose the point. Loyalty, faithfulness, fidelity, the words quoted from Otieno Kajwang, are very vital in life. The friends you had in high school are still your friends today. How many of the people you are at the university are still your friends today? Who is still in your life that has been there since childhood? We drop off friendship as if they mean nothing. That was not what life used to be in the past. There are people who took children to school simply because they went to the same school with their father, and their father passed away, and they take responsibility because they were friends. They were not even relatives. They were just friends. And on that friendship basis, you supported that family in honor of your friend. That's the loyalty we are talking about. That cannot happen to you if you are given to being bought. The Bible talks about beware of those who are given to change. That as soon as this person offers you more money, you betray all your friends. You betray all your childhood friends. That is a wrong approach, and that's what is eating up our society. That's what is messing up this generation. And so we all need to wake up to reality that we need to have people in our lives that know us. I'll give this example. There was a young man who came to Nairobi, and I ran into him. He was coming from our village. Then I ran into him in a particular meeting in Rongai. Then that week, he fell among thieves. They beat him up unconscious, and then he was taken to hospital by another missionary, and unfortunately, he died at the hospital. So the matter arises, who will identify him? Okay, who knows him to go and identify that he's the one at the hospital? The people in the village cannot come. So it took somebody that knows him, that they have grown together, okay, that he can go and pick that this is the one. There are some situations that will require you to have somebody that knows you well, okay? So we found one of his cousins. They went to the mortuary to pick him, and he says, I'll identify him because he had a birthmark, okay? He knew that he had a birthmark in a particular location on his body. That helped out into identifying the dead body. Now, who knows you well that he knows your birthmark? So ni maswala kama hayo. Tusikue good weather friends, good weather, distant, hi. We need to have bosom friends that knows us and are true to us, and we are true to them. That will help a great deal. The risk of sounding like a preacher that I am. Naomba Kenywa akuje mara moja tafadhali. Kenywa, karibu.
Asante sana, Mr. Bernard. Hi, everyone. I think Kip is trying to outshine the boss. Kip, tafadhali acha kuni outshine. Oh, your hood. Thank you, Mr. Bernard. I can see Alex. Ako hapo tu ametulia. Let me just go direct to what we are discussing today, because I know a lot of people are expecting us to tell them something. First and foremost, I would like to urge all Kenyans to compare the Mother KARUA speech and the campaign, that of Rigathi and also for William Ruto. And you see, they will manage to see who is the best leader. Where can we get the best leadership between those leaders? Because like today, Mother KARUA articulated the issues very well in Meru, and everybody understood. I tried to talk to some people here and there. I was thinking that I'm the only one who supports Baba publicly. There are some people who love Baba in Meru, but they don't talk. In Mount Kenya, Baba is loved, but people doesn't talk. They keep quiet. They do it as a secret. And do you know why Baba vote has been being messed up in Mount Kenya? Because of that tension of Baba apendwi Mount Kenya. So hata kura zake akichaguliwa hazina mtu wa kuzichunga vizuri. You understand? Because watu wanajua Baba hawezi chaguliwa Mount Kenya. But let me say this. Baba is loved in Mount Kenya. And the people of good, sound mind, they are behind Baba. Because I've checked on Mother KARUA effect and the way Mother KARUA campaigns. Mother KARUA hajawahi tusi mtu kwa kampeni yake hata siku moja hivi. What she does, anapea watu point. And the CV of the government we are expecting to have, the CV of Mother and Baba, their CV, she normally gives everywhere she goes. Our CV is this, and this is what we are planning to do for Kenyan. But if you go to the other end of Gachagua, the first thing is insult. They cannot go a single step without mentioning Raila. The same as Ruto. Even in the matter that Raila is not involved, they drag his name there. So we can try and differentiate the type of leaders we need in this country. And in terms of propaganda, I think that's a gone thing. In Mount Kenya, we don't buy propaganda anymore about Raila because we have come to realize that Baba is the best person we have been missing in the government. And if we have done that before, as we from Mount Kenya, we are business people and agriculture in our places, something else, tungekuwa mbali sana na pesa mingi sana. If those years back, we elected Baba as our president, this is the time now we are seeing the fruits of Baba, and we are going to enjoy it for a short period. And we had time to enjoy for 10 years with Baba, or 15, but now you see this is the time we want to get them. So in Mount Kenya, Mother, she's doing a great job, not even in Mount Kenya, everywhere in the country. Everybody is listening to this lady. She has points. And Mr. Bernard, I would just tell people to confirm about the 100 days of William Ruto in government and the 100 days of Baba in government. Their points, what they will do in those 100 days. If you are a wise Kenyan, you should run away from William Ruto very fast. You should run away very fast. So for that purpose, people should know. Let me just go to SIMBA ARATI. You know, in this issue of academics, the university, they are defending SIMBA ARATI. The other side, Sakaja, is defending the university. Now, you know, we can look at this, the formation here. Sakaja is trying to defend the university, but university defending SIMBA ARATI. Who is real? So, SIMBA ARATI is qualified to be the governor. Sakaja alikuwa anafikiria vile waliingia 2017. Walifikiria serikali ndio bado itakuwa 2022. 2013, 2017. So Sakaja alisahau that in 2022 we are having a new government. Sakaja in his mind was that the way they used to get power in 2013 and 2017 is the same thing will happen in 2022. Na hiyo ilimchanganya. Akusoma, angeenda shule, asome, akurify. Mike Sonko saizi akisimama isipokuwa hizi kesi zake za impeachment, angesimama tu, akona degree already. Na amesoma within a short time. Sakaja alienda akajidanganya ataingia na mlango ya nyuma, and things are turning. And there is one thing I want to say here categorically. Nairobi, the governorship will go. Either Sakaja is there or not. The governorship in Nairobi will be for Jubilee, and that is Igathe. Nairobi, we need someone who has done business. Hatutaki mtu mwana. Igathe hata ni kuitwa aliitwa actually, akaambiwa kuja. We need your management in the city. Because Igathe as the CV. Anywhere he goes, he makes sure the place works. So the same thing, this is the person we need in Nairobi. So for academics, let's leave that. About Gachagua and Kiambu, you know, this thing I saw it long time ago. And Mama Serena told us here, and she said very well, in Mount Kenya, they make their decision at the end. Mama Serena said that some months back. In Mount Kenya, they will just keep quiet. They take you round, they take you round, they take you round. At the end, wanakugeuka asubuhi, wanarudi kwao. And let me tell you one thing. This issue of Kabogo and Moses Kuria, there is no way 3 people who are in Kenya Kwanza to go for governorship in one place. This was a deal to finish something called UDA in Kiambu with one thing. You cannot come in Kiambu, where our president comes from, and Gatondo, and think things will be good for you. My friend, Kabogo is a friend to Uhuru Muigai Kenyatta. Achana na Moses Kuria ni mjamaa tu wa kupiga kelele. Kabogo is a friend. Kabogo hajawahi tusi Uhuru. Kabogo hajawahi simama kwa podium atusi Raila. Do people ask why? People doesn't ask why. Sisi wengine tukitusi Raila na Uhuru, Kabogo is just keep quiet. He doesn't say anything about Uhuru and Raila. He just keep quiet. He doesn't insult them. Sasa saizi ndio mambo inaenda kuwaka moto sasa. And let me tell you, Kabogo walishajitoa kwa rally za UDA na Kabogo alisema vizuri. One thing people should understand. Hiyo ndio point nataka watu wa drive nayo. Rigathi Gachagua is a dictator. Kabogo said that in Kiambu. Rigathi Gachagua is a dictator. What if the president is unable to do his duties? What do you expect to happen in this country? And people shouted, tunamjua huyo, tunamjua. Those people who said that, they are not from Western or Nyanza or Mombasa or Ukambani. They are from Mount Kenya. Who said that? From Kiambu. Who said that? From Nyeri. Who said that? So the things have started turning around, and Kabogo knows well the government will be in Azimio. And even if Kabogo doesn't get the governorship in Kiambu, Kabogo will get something in the government. He is sure of that. But for Moses Kuria, will get nothing in the government. That's one thing they should understand. So Kenya Kwanza, na bado we are expecting for another one will happen in Machakos. Very soon we are expecting another issue. So William Ruto and this UDA, na Kabogo alisema UDA inataka kumeza chama zote za Mount Kenya. There is nothing like Kenya Kwanza. The moment washaanza kurezi hiyo issue, UDA in Mount Kenya tunaenda kuizika. By end of this month tutaenda kuzika UDA in Mount Kenya. Aya, Ruto kazi yake tushamzoea kudefend anything that government says. Ruto is against it. Ruto is the first person to defend the corrupt people every time. So we expect Ruto to defend Sakaja too. Ruto will defend anything that is negative in our society. That's Ruto for you. Anything that government has done to Ruto highs, it's nothing. So for Ruto, we expect someone like that, and let's not expect someone like that to be our leader in this country. We need a good leadership, and the good leadership will come from Baba and Martha. And please, Kenyans, listen to Martha. Don't even listen to Baba right now. Listen to what Martha she is saying in his campaign rally. You will come to understand the meaning of the word leadership in this country. Thank you so much, Mr. Bernard.
Okay, asante sana Bwana Kenywa kwa mchango wako. Tunashukuru kwa maoni yako. Naomba tusonge mbele. Nashukuru watu wa comments. Tafadhali let us tulinde nidhamu, tuheshimiane. Hakikisha kwamba you keep the platform clean. Bad language or vulgar language is not allowed. Kama una point, huna point. Hata ukitukana haiwezi kubadilika ikakuwa point. Kwa hivyo jitahidi, tafuta point alafu kuja upeane. Kama huna, tulia, soma points za wengine, unaweza kujifunza one or two things even as we proceed. Tunamleta Martin mwenyewe. Kabla aje, wacha tusikilize hawa video moja tu alafu Matoa akuje. Okay.
Narudishwa nyuma na viongozi matapeli, watu ambao hawataki kusema ukweli.
We've heard, for example, that the government has lost 21 billion in Kimwarer and I don't know Aror Dam. The money in question is about 7 billion.
I am pleased to announce that 5 stadia will be complete by April. And four will be complete by June.
Shida ya Kenya kubwa sana ni viongozi watapeli, waongo, wakora ambao wanasema hii wakimaanisha hii. Mimi nataka mnisikize hapa Kakamega. Hii barabara tunajenga kutoka Ibokolo pale chini, ikuje hapo Idangalasi, ikuje hapa iende Malaa, iende Navakholo. Kutoka Navakholo tumejenga mpaka Kakamega, na kutoka Navakholo tumejenga mpaka Musikoma. Hiyo barabara imeisha.
The deputy president was in Shanda and is on record saying that the road is completed. My people almost fainted. People almost died out of shock. Because you see, when the number 2 of a country says the road is completed and people are planting bananas, we were in a shock. We didn't know which road he was talking about. It was amazing and horrifying.
Viongozi watapeli, waongo, wakora ambao wanasema hii wakimaanisha hii. Wanapanga ile wakipanga jamaa ingine. We want to be truthful.
Your Excellency, why did you lie to Kenyans on that podium?
The stadium in Chuka will be complete. In 3 months' time, the stadium in Moyale will be complete.
We are in 2020. Why did you lie to Kenyans about the stadiums?
Mimi si member wa chama ya UDA tukiongea saizi. Mimi ni deputy leader wa Jubilee. Deputy party leader wa Jubilee. Mimi William Ruto.
Alafu kwa mdomo mwingine.
In UDA, number 1, we have a track record. We have demonstrated that we built the railway, we built the roads, we connected electricity, we did TTI. We have a track record.
Now, I think you are just, anyway, let me not say that.
Welcome back, and let's revisit our top stories. A day after High Court Judge Jairus Ngaah suspended the revocation of Nairobi gubernatorial candidate Senator Johnson Sakaja'S university degree, a petitioner has moved to the same court questioning whether or not Justice Ngaah actually attended the Wednesday night hearing and issued the stay orders. Now, according to Dennis Wahome, who challenged Sakaja'S academic qualifications before the IEBC Disputes Tribunal, court records show that Justice Ngaah was supposed to be away from the 15th to the 18th this month on other official duties, and thus it was not possible for the judge to sit and issue the orders that led to the expulsion from the IEBC committee, the letter from Commission for University Education that had revoked recognition of Sakaja'S certificate from Teams University. And as David Muthoka reports, Wahome is seeking the High Court's confirmation that indeed such orders were made.
Nairobi Senator Johnson Sakaja'S City Hall bid could run into further headwinds after a petitioner on Thursday moved to the High Court questioning the validity of the temporary suspension of Senator Sakaja'S degree certificate revocation by the Commission for University Education. According to Dennis Wahome, who has also challenged Senator Sakaja'S academic qualifications before the IEBC Dispute Resolution Committee, it is not possible that a judge who, according to the court records, was supposed to be away on other official duties issued the stay orders that led to the expulsion of the letter from the Commission for University Education. In the latest case filed against Senator Sakaja, Wahome says that according to the High Court course list, Justice Jairus Ngaah, who granted Sakaja reprieve, albeit temporarily, on Wednesday, 15th June 2022, 9:03 p.m., would not be sitting between 15th and 18th June, as he would be engaged in other official duties. According to Wahome, the notice further states that all matters coming up during that period are to be rescheduled, saying it is not possible for the judge to be at two places at the same time. Wahome has now sought the High Court's confirmation as to whether Justice Ngaah actually sat and ruled that Sakaja'S degree revocation be suspended pending hearing and determination of a case in which Sakaja has challenged the revocation. In the ruling, Judge Nga further prohibited IEBC from striking Sakaja from its list of candidates cleared for the Nairobi gubernatorial race. The letter from Wahome's lawyers is stamped as received by the courts. David Mudhoka, KTN News, Nairobi.
Chief Inspector of Police
Interesting times. Mato.
Vipi Mr. Bernard? Mambo leo.
Yaani mnatoa jaji kwa likizo akuja awapatie orders. Ninyi peke yenu tu.
Si tunachezaga kama sisi bwana. Na UDA wamefanya kazi Kenya. Yaani walitujengea barabara. Ala?
Umeona barabara mmejengewa na UDA.
Track record. Walikuwa na budget mzuri, I guess. Tuliwapatia ushuru basi. Okay, sawa, tuendelee. Haya. Hii Kenya ina mambo. Uliona hata siku moja Uhuru alisimama akasema ile wazimu iko hapa Kenya. Anyway, wacha kwanza ni wakose nyui wote. Ni ukweli Sakaja alienda. Okay, first of all amenifeel, ni mtu nilikuwa napenda, mtu na debate. Lakini wacha ni wakose nyui wote. Ni ukweli Sakaja alienda Nairobi University. Shida alienda visiting. Sawa. Unajua ile visiting, you go to visit.
Alikuvisit, alikuletea kama harange. Unajua kama harange?
Kwenda Nairobi University na alienda. Wengi wetu hapa tumeenda, lakini visiting sawa tu. Aidhuru Sonko nasikia anatafutwa na Shimolatewa University apewe makaratasi zake, alitoka before graduation. Mko na shida? Anyway, in Kenya we really need something, and that is what is happening. We need to really get serious in what we do. Ludhuli ifungwe. Ludhuli kwanza ifungwe for initwaje renovation. Hii kitu ya mtu kwenda kununua tu kila kitu. Mimi kwanza by the way niambia Ruto, na maybe niko wrong. Ruto hii nini yake alipata ya doctorate, what is he a doctor of? Kama kuna mtu anajua niambie, cause mimi sijui, na sijui alienda when shule akiwa na nini yeye ni vice president, or maybe ni venye alisema alifukuzwa serikali, even though your time barabara zote zilikuwa zinafanywa kwa ofisi yake. Sasa sielewi, he must be a very hard working man. You know, I think we play a lot, and some of us are very serious in what we want our country, where our country needs to go. Now, Bana, thank you so much for playing that the clip that I sent you, and actually playing it after what Otieno Kajwang, like Kip said, that used to be one of my best politicians in the world. I loved that man with everything. But here's something I've been saying. The kitchen is getting hotter. That's what Otieno Kajwang said. And the kitchen will get hotter. As we are moving, as we are getting closer, the kitchen is going to be getting hotter and hotter. And now watu watajua how to react to that. There's a game that is being played here. The people that know me, there's a time I used to come here and castigate. But then I went back and listened, and I sat down and nikaachana nayo. Because this is the time where the cards are coming out. And this is when it's going to come out. When I saw Kabogo akiambiwa ndolo Kabogo anakuja, and if you listen to what Kabogo has been saying all along, you will realize he was out of place. That's not where Kabogo used to talk. This thing has been played inside and out. Yani by the time they are done with it, I'm going to mention 3 names. Kabogo, Mutua, Kingi. Watch those names very well. This thing has been played so well that the games are coming home now at the last stretch. And that's why you find these guys don't even know which one to react, because they're doing the politics of reactionary. and you cannot be in reaction. You cannot be on the defensive. You have to be on the offensive, but they don't know where to be on the offensive, because on one side this is happening, on the other side KARUA is there killing them, MERU. And then KARUA also has come with this thing of not even you kwa magari. She's doing this thing walking like they used to do when they were asking for the second liberation, the constitutional change of Moi, where she walks and people follow her and you see them walking hand in hand. She's come with a whole different kind of politics. Personally, I think, and I'm not going to talk so much, Bernard, I hope you're close because I'm about to close. Sitaongea sana for this one, because I think this is my introductory. Personally, I think this thing is about, this fight, it will be more of the opposition leader. That's the competition we have here. And by the way, you're playing with Wajakoya. I've been looking at his stats. Wajakoya might actually eventually beat Ruto, or very close, be very close, but though Ruto will get the MPs and everything, but in a personal level, that guy, it's a second level, Baba is done. Imeisha, my friend, that has you need to nenda kwa kitu. I was watching everything. And then I want to ask people like Ina Alex, where is Mudavadi and Wetangula? What has happened to these people? I mean, I don't see them they are not outrightly up there. What is happening to these guys? So for my introductory, for me to be, for the lack of, to not repeat myself, Mr. Bernard, nitakuachia. I guess nimetupa tu mishale huko, kama kuna mtu ataweza niuliza swali ama nijibu, and then I'm here listening. Tutaendelea tu, niko hapa.
Okay, asante Martin. Hakuna mkono imeinuliwa, kwa hivyo umepona. Naomba tumsikilize Eliza, alafu turudi kwa Bob. Bob, I hope you are still there. Bob seems to be raptured. Eliza, namna gani?
Mambo. Salama.
Salama.
Mama Selina, wewe umepotea. Habari ya nyinyi, mkoje?
Tuko salama, tunashukuru.
Okay, nashukuru kuona hao kina Mato. Unajua nilikuanga huko kwa comment nikiwaangalia muda mrefu na wajua nyinyi nyote. Nile sikuwa napata nafasi ya kuingia studio. Nilikuwa nikiona Mato alipotea wakati Kalonzo alikuwa anasumbua, pia yeye akapotea kwa studio. Lakini sasa Kalonzo amerudi, pia yeye amerudi. But it's good because Kalonzo amerudi akikuwa more fire. Fire. Okay. So mimi ninaongelea juu ya huyo mtu wangu wa Eldoret, Mr. Ruto. Haki kweli, kusema ukweli, sijui nani ndio mtapeli kushinda Ruto. Yeye ndio mtapeli kabisa. Because leo huwezi kuongea hii, kesho unaongea hii, leo unaongea, kesho kuto unasema hii. Mambo yake yote mimi nimekuwa nikiona anasema tumefanya. We have the record. We have this. Sijui nini. Aya, stadium tutajenga. Hizo vitu zote sasa akiulizwa hawezi kujibu. Ile barabara anasema tulijenga, hawezi. Yeye unajua ya kwamba yeye anafikiria watu watembei. Watu wanatembea na wanaangalia. Huko Kakamega mali anasema tumeshatembea huko, tumeona ni barabara gani imejengwa na gani haijajengwa. So stadium hata hii Eldoret yenyewe tumetembea, hatujaiona stadium yenye imejengwa. Sasa nashindwa ni kitu gani yenye amefanya. So sidhani kama akichukua hata uongozi anaweza saidia watu. Ni mdomo tu, hakuna kitu hapo. Sasa saa hizi maisha yao imekuwa sasa wameacha story ya Sakaja, wanaanza kuingia maneno ya Raila. Unajua wamenifanya leo mpaka nimeenda kutafuta Raila alikuwa anasoma shule gani. Nikaona alikuwa sijui huko Germany ama wapi. So nikashindwa. Wanataka kuingilia maisha ya Raila. Ati hajasoma, ati Wetangula anasema hajawahi sikia Raila alienda university gani, hajawahi sijui sikia Raila alienda shule gani. Kwani mtu anaweza amka tu na anaanza kufanya kazi ya kuchora, ya kufanya engineering kama hajaenda shule? Ama kuko namna gani Bernard? Hawa watu waje kutuletea, wause sera zao vizuri vizuri. Mbona kila siku wakipanda kwa magari ni kuenda kuongea juu ya hii, kesho kutwa hii? Hakuna siku anasema UDA tumefikia hapa ama Kenya Kwanza tuko namna hii. Kila siku ni kukosoa maisha ya watu, na huko wengine wanauza sera zao. Imagine watu wanauza sera yao, Azimio wameuza sera zao mpaka imefika watu wana defect kutoka kwa UDA wanaanza kuingia kwa Azimio. So ile supporters wenye coordinator wenye walikuwa wameweka wametoroka, wanaanza coordinate na Azimio. Azua Mount Kenya. Mount Kenya saa hizi kumbe watu wamekuja kufungua macho, wameoga macho na maji baridi, wameona kumbe UDA ilikuwa inawapoteza. Saa hizi wamefungua macho, wamejua kumbe mali tunaenda ni huku, ni blue ndio inaenda, watu wanaenda sasa. Niliona pia leo kuna mama ni Murang'a ama ilikuwa wapi ama ni wapi, anasema ako kwa chama ya Kiunjuri, lakini but anasupport nani? Azimio. Sasa hiyo mambo kina Kiunjuri wanaenda wapi? Not Kiunjuri ni speaker ama sijui nani, wanasupport nani? Azimio. Wameona maneno ya Kenya Kwanza hakuna mali inaenda. Kenya Kwanza imekuwa ni kukimbia, ni kama vile umbwa inaenda kwa kichaka inaamusha sungura, inakimbisha sungura, inakimbia, dakika ya mwisho inaenda inashikwa huko na inauliwa. So ndio UDA walienda mara ya kwanza, walikimbia. Yaani ulikuwa ukiona Mount Kenya watu wakikaa unaona kweli Ruto ameenda. But at this time Ruto hajaenda. So Azimio imetoka kazi, mama KARUA anafanya yake huko. Ukienda Kakamega kina Safula wanafanya yao huko, Barasa anafanya yake huko. So maisha ya UDA imekuwa ni ngumu. Saizi hawana maneno. Leo nimeona sijui ni Kisii, watu wenye wamekuwa huko wamekuwa watu wachache sana, kiwanja tu ilikuwa inaonekana, alafu wanasema they have numbers. They don't have numbers. No numbers, hakuna namba. Sisi wache tuendelee kuombea Azimio tarehe 9 masaa kama hii, tutakuwa tunaanza kuimba wimbo hapa kwa studio. Tutakuwa tumeanza kujua range ya Ruto ni ngapi na range ya Raila ni ngapi. Mimi nimekomea hapo, sina mengi.
Okay, thank you Eliza, we appreciate it. Msema kweli yuko njiani, kwa hivyo mbivu na mbiji itajulikana tu. Hizi Photoshop kuna mtu amenitumia video ya mkutano wa Kisii yesterday, na it had like 100 people or something, but Photoshop kwa Facebook inataka kutumaliza. Multitude upon multitudes filling up the meeting. At the end of the day, hauwezi kufanya Photoshop siku ya kupiga kura. You need to have really voters to go out there and vote for you. So these numbers are going to speak loud and clear. Let's have this before we go back to Alex.
Wakati deputy president anasimama ama anaketi kwa mkutano, Rigathi Gachagua anasimama, Alice anasimama, sijui nani anasimama, wanaongea kuhusu ubaya wa serikali. Deputy president anafikiriaga sisi ni wajinga. Hatuoni yeye ni yeye amewatuma. Baada ya kuwarudisha nyuma ya hema, alafu akikuja mbele ya hema na wananchi, anawaambia sijui majani, sijui kahawa.
Na kazi yetu ni mambo ya majani chai, mambo ya kahawa.
Tunataka kuongea mambo ya majani, bei ya maziwa.
Ukiongea mambo ya kahawa, ya maziwa, ya majani chai.
Kama deputy president na anasemaga yeye ni mtu wa uhuru wa mkono, yeye anafanya nini kuhusu hiyo?
Mimi ndio mtu yake ya mkono ya kuhakikisha kwamba kazi yote hii hakuna inalegea.
Hatujawahi ona akisimama akisema hiyo maneno Gachagua umeongea, hiyo maneno Alice umeongea ya kahawa ama majani. Mimi kama deputy president nitahakikisha. Yeye anasimama baada ya watu kupewa porojo na kuporomoshewa matope kuhusu uhuru, anasimama anasema sijui 2022 sijui mtu
ya kwamba anataka kushindana na mimi kule 2022.
Tunataka kusema zile salamu zilifanyika kati ya Uhuru na Raila, ndio salamu ilifanyika, ni kawaida, na ilikuwa salamu zenye zilifanyika kati ya Ruto na Uhuru, kwani anaona sisi ni wajinga na tunataka Kenya mpya.
Unprecedented number of women on the ballot and contesting major seats, including the deputy presidency, because, and you can't deny the Martha effect. Remember, there's been so much voter apathy in this country. The minute Martha was put on that ballot, people said, we will vote. We will wake up to vote. So there's been that effect. But let me say, I congratulate Kenya Kwanza for even coming up with a charter and making a display, let's call it a display of commitment, because until the rubber meets the road, it remains a display of commitment. But there are issues, definitely. One of the things that I have with the Kenya Kwanza charter is that it takes women back, because the promise of what is being called the women's an office within the office of the president, yes, that will now handle women's issues, you know, it's called the Women's Agency or something. You know,
I think it deals with
the
SGBV.
The SGBV,
yes.
But otherwise, we still have a ministry.
Okay, you know, because that is the thing that I had an issue with. But having a substantive ministry,
you know, the
FGM board.
Yeah, board.
But then the thing is,
like
if we have a substantive ministry, yes, you know, then all these things can be docketed. We don't need the deputy president, the president's office, you know, taking, you know, SGBV and everything. We have a substantive ministry. Let's run everything, you know, from a centralized place. Because remember, what women have fought for a substantive ministry. We don't need ex-official members sitting in cabinet, because ex-official members have no powers to make commitments, you know. So let's have the substantive ministry and all, and we wish them well, and see, you know, if should they make government, we will definitely hold them to it. Okay. But for me, I have my eye is more on you know, the people who have a track record, a proven track record, okay, of keeping their word, and right, so we look at Martha Karua, Azimio, 2/3, definitely we are counting on it. Okay. In less than the 90 days, Senator, we imagine that it will be our first thing.
Okay, thank you. Before Bob has resurrected, before Bob comes in, the people in the comments, please take it easy. We are sorting out that matter. I'm sorting out that matter. I did not block you. Just relax yourselves. We are sorting out that matter. It's not you go with my name. Everything that goes wrong is Bernard. I have not done anything. Leave me alone, okay? If there is an issue, you bring it up, we sort it out. Don't accuse me, okay, that I have blocked you, except you saw me blocking you.
Where are they accusing you? They can't even write it.
So much accusation, tafadhali, much accusation. That matter is being sorted. When it is ready, you will continue doing the comments as usual. There is no problem. Lakini kama kujiunga kama wanamtembei TV, it's something you need also to consider, so that you will not be disadvantaged when there is an attack. You get blocked. It's important that
Bernard, it's high time people know that Sadaka iko.
So you will come in and do that Sadaka issue. Wacha tumsikilize Bob kwanza. Bob, how are you?
Jambo, fine, thank you.
Habari ya nyinyi wote, Sally Chebu, Martin, Eliza, na Alex Media Group. I don't know since when did a human being become a media group, but it is allowed. Kizungu mingi. Thank you very much. Yeah, I just want to comment on.
Bob.
Yes, sir.
Yes, my friend. You
Yes,
know, I've
sir.
been accused here that I don't like SIMBA. And I wanted you for the record. I had a privilege of speaking with you. And in our discussion, I told you the blunders that were done in Kisii. And out of our discussion, because it was in-depth and informative, you decided to call one of your friends who is very close to you and close to Baba. We don't want to disclose his name. What did he tell you?
He told me that Baba is aware and that that matter will be addressed soon. So he told me he's not going to give me a lot of details, but they're in the know.
Thank you very much. And for the record, those people who think that some of us hate Simbarati, you know, you do that at your own peril. This is our son. We love him. But where he does mistake or where Wazee does mistake, we must speak. The future for our people depends on how these people carry themselves. We are supporting Simba Arati 100%. But what was done to him on Saturday was not good. No, a few days ago, he organized for Baba's rallies for 3 consecutive days, mobilized, did everything, paid, and after that, we only had 2 rallies, 1 constituency, and all of a sudden, they canceled everything without giving explanation to him and to the rest of the people who are able to, who are willing to receive Baba. So when we speak about that, some of you should not feel that tunaongea maneno ya Kisii all the time. It can be a swing vote, we swear to you, because politics has 3 parts. It's a game of numbers, it's a game of perception, and also it's a game of interest. And people think and forget about interest. Interest supersedes the 2. So we need somebody like Kalonzo who has agitated for his people. Until today, we are seeing Kalonzo has 30% of Azimio government. Who is there to speak for us? Thank you very much, Bob.
Karibu. Yeah, now I will address myself to the menu. The menu is very rich. Iko na main food, there is kachumbari, there is everything there. Now I'll start with the DP Ruto defending Sakaja. There is something that that offends me, and it offends me because the DP has become some kind of activist. And for a presidential candidate to lower himself to that level, it is quite embarrassing. And more so, not even defending Sakaja as such, but the DP, I don't think he has learned. The last time he was in Nyeri, he started, he talked about Congo in a not very friendly way. This time round, he's talking about Uganda, and he talks about State House. In essence, what he's trying to tell us is that Museveni has lowered himself to discussing Sakaja or trying to block Sakaja. These are some of the things that can strain. They might seem little to some people and like a joke, but these are some of the things that can strain countries' relationships. And it is not something that should come from the mouth of somebody who wants to lead this nation. It is high time it should have somebody who advises him, because I think probably the pressure that is undergoing because of how he's performing in his election is letting him down, and it's taking him over. So somebody should be advising him. There are things that you don't talk about, like that one. That is something which is very serious. If Uganda were to feel offended, it would escalate into some diplomatic spat, which is not necessary at all. Yeah, and then with regard to Gachagua and KK team in Kiambu, you know, all along, sometimes politicians can get greedy, and it is not. It's not that the people of Mount Kenya, the politicians who are purporting to be kingpins of Mount Kenya, do not know who William Ruto is, because they tried to fool their people that the William Ruto had the best interests, but now it is coming out that he really does not care. What he wants is power, and how does he get this power? To get this power, he has to divide them and rule them. When it is necessary, he can dump them. And now it has come a time where he feels so entitled that he has even assumed the title of a Mount Kenya kingpin. That he doesn't need. He doesn't need some of these leaders, because these leaders are the ones who created the conducive environment for him to gel with the people. Now that he has gelled with the people, he feels like they are not important, and he's not willing to treat them with some political decorum. But I think he's misguided, because like we have always said on this forum, the Mount Kenya vote, these are very shrewd characters when it comes to choosing their leaders, especially when it is something to do with their interests. And I wouldn't be surprised if they are to turn on him and bring down his imagination. So there is every possibility, and the writing is on the wall, that they will not be working hand in hand until the 9th of August. So unless he puts his house in order, I doubt that he will be smiling after the August 9th. But that is to our advantage. So I would prefer to have them quarrel, because it is to advantage. Tutapenya tu katikati hapo kwa mlima. And then another thing is this some of the qualities of that dynamic duo in Kenya Kwanza or UDA are now coming to light. The temperament of one Gachagua has been exposed, and you will not find those qualities in the title of a deputy president. We have seen different election or campaign teams, and so much mud has been thrown at them in different countries. You can even have a look at if you go through the Biden and Kamala. There are times when they had to face a lot of criticisms and from the people, but they have always kept themselves in check, so that they can endear to people, so that they can create confidence. But what Gachagua has just shown is that a little irritation, he will go out and bring back the memories of the DC himself in Molo and Limuru. So that is a man who, if Kenyans are listening, please forget about that kind of duo. That you would even if you don't like Baba that much, of which I don't believe, you can go for any other group other than that Gachagua and Ruto, because they don't fit the bill of even leading a small village. It is embarrassing that they have even been given an opportunity before to lead any kind of constituency. As for SIMBA ARATI, yeah, SIMBA ARATI is a popular young upcoming politician, but he's also facing challenges apart from his his credentials, of which now should be out of his mind. And we hope that the Azimio coalition will be able to sort out that matter so that we do not lose that critical vote. We don't want any of our Azimio members in whichever part of the country to feel disfranchised, not to feel as one of the Azimio brigades. So let us hope that whatever little friction that is there will be solved, and we move on. I'll leave it at that for the moment. Then I'll keep on commenting on as we contribute. Thank you very much. Back to you, Bernard. Lastly, before I go away, I'm extremely happy that Akina Mama, Eliza, now you have become now part and parcel of us. So I'm so happy to see you guys. And we want you more. I was still yet to see where is Mora. I've not seen her. And Jacqueline, I hope she'll come. Thank you very much for joining us. Thank you. Mama Sally. Asante. Bernard, back to you.
Okay, thank you, Bob. Kuna swali hapa linaulizwa and limeulizwa at the right time. Bwana Kusea amefika. Na nimeulizwa na Freddy Kotieno. Hao watu wa numbers ni kazi walishindwa nayo ama kuliendaje? So please mjibu hilo swali.
What I can say is that we can target to do something tomorrow because
lift your camera, please. Lift your camera so that we see the person who is telling us the truth in another way.
What's going on, eh?
Yes.
There's been quite a lot to tabulate and to analyze, but one of us has been indisposed. One of us had been indisposed, and normally we do some dry runs before we come over, and because of his engagement in the medical facilities, we have not been able to do that. That is why there are delays. But otherwise, we are ready with the figures for Central. We are to complete Nyanza, and even Northeastern is ready. So it's a matter of allocating time. But since I think the team had also been engaged with more pressing issues like maneno certificates, and we thought the pressure was the time was spent elsewhere. So that is it. But I'm going to make touch with the team, and we'll communicate to you so that you can allocate us some time tomorrow. We can do a crisis one so that we do Central and the remaining Nyanza numbers. Thank you.
Okay, Asante. I think there is this SN, your device. We can't add you to the studio when you are behind the curtain. You must have your camera on. Kuna Masolo. Herbert, your device is not well connected, so we cannot add you to the screen. Or get out, and then when you come in, allow StreamYard to configure for you the camera and the audio. That's the only time you will be able to get through. As at now, even if we add you, you will not be able to communicate. Thank you. All right. So, Jose, you need to make your submission now if you're ready.
Give me a few minutes.
Okay, you have a few minutes. And then there is Karis official on the comment section. I say, I don't have a problem with that, but how can I do it? There any number, kindly assist me. You go to Mtembei TV YouTube channel. You get the details on how to become a member of Mtembei TV. There is just a button you press, if you have your credit card or something like that, it will be able to deduct. I think it's $5 or something, or $2, whichever. So you go directly to Mtembei TV channel. There is a provision for you to join as a member of Mtembei TV. You click on that and then process the payments. Thank you. If there's another avenue, we'll let you know, but I think the only one available, because that is facilitated by YouTube. YouTube is supposed to award you for joining. So it's not something that we do physically. It is done by YouTube. After you make your maybe $5 payment, there is how YouTube awards you, either by giving you a different icon, or your name changes from black to green or something like that. So it's a process that is done within the YouTube whatever operations. Please apply yourself to that. If you need more clarity, you have my number. You can now talk nyuma ya curtain. Asante. Ezel, how are you?
I'm good. Long time.
Hey, how are you?
I'm good. I thank God.
Mawili matatu.
First of all, sijui nianze wapi, but I want to comment something small. It has been long. Tulikutana na yeye mara ya mwisho side ile ingine, unaweza kubuka. Lakini hiyo side hukuwa MC. Hiyo side ingine ulikuwa na comment tu. It's a long time. But I want to comment something small before I catch up with you. This point I raised a very long time ago about the UDA party and NASA and this party, this side of ODM and the side of UDA, and I said it is the matter of time, and the time ilikuja na ikapita. I said the one who choose the running mate wrongly will face the dance, and now the UDA have started facing the dance. It is choosing somebody who can just beat. I heard you speaking of Kiambu. Kila mtu aliona what happened. Now that is the cause. Inaanza kujitokeza. The man sat down. My leader sat down. Akaangalia vizuri kama mzee and come out with mama. We are talking of baba na mama. On the other side, you are talking of another thing. Let me start and now allow you to bring me to where you are so that we can walk together, Mr. Bernard. I think nimechelewa kidogo, but that is a highlight. Nilisema mwenye atachagua vibaya atakipata. Kuna mtu ameanza kukipata. Kuliko kavu yake iende juu, inaenda chini. Put that the bank. I know you know what I mean. Tuendelee Bernard. Sasa nilete kwa point ama nilete kwa agenda.
Okay, asante sana kwa hiyo update. Na agenda leo tunazungumza kuhusu DP is on record supporting Sakaja'S credentials. He says it's political witch hunt, and he says he compares whatever Sakaja to Raila Odinga, which in my opinion is uncalled for. Those are two different entities that are incomparable. Gachagua and Kenya Kwanza team are humiliated in Kiambu, having it rough. Then KARUA big entry in MERU, and of course SIMBA ARATI is off the hook. The university has defended him vehemently and secured him the clearance to run for governorship of Kisii. That's what we are looking at.
First of all, let me just comment about Ruto supporting Sakaja. It is in record that Ruto has been supporting what he wants to fix. We have been with Ruto supporting Waititu And at the end of it all, we can put on record what happened to Etito. Ruto always dies where he wants. You can't compare Raila Odinga and Johnson Sakaja. Sakaja is going for governorship in Nairobi. Raila Odinga is going for presidential in Kenya. So these are the things that you can't compare. If you want to compare Sakaja, go compare Sakaja with Polycarp Igathe. They are competing for the same seat. They are competing for the same role. Now, why do you have to bring Odinga and to your music with the Sakaja? If Sakaja does not meet the qualification, let Sakaja face the university team. Let him produce the evidence. If he qualifies, let him go and compete with Polycarp. I don't see any point where Raila Odinga is coming in. These are the kicks of dying horse. Simama kiwewe, compete with Raila. If you we Ruto ongea kuhusu Ruto na Raila, ajenda zako za Ruto, na Raila ongea ajenda zake. Hizi side shows zingine, I heard another man saying that Uhuru Kenyatta is behind all this. Ni Uhuru Kenyatta alipitisha sheria ya mtu akuwe na degree so that avae kiti ya governorship. Utuache side show. Tuache kulalia ati sijui nini tunaegemea ati sijui vijisababu. Mtu afis bahari inatakikana. Then Gachagua music in Kiambu and the Uda music. Come on, Mount Kenya, let me ask a question. And Ruto is running for presidential with which ticket? Uda ticket or Kenya Kwanza ticket? Unda is a single party. We had Ruto and the previous election bringing in Waitito to punish Kabogo. And that's true, Kabogo went home. The same thing, analogy is coming to bring Wamatangi to keep Kabogo off. And this is analogy that Ruto, and I said from the word go, Ruto is in record of supporting who he want to fix, where, and with a reason. I know he have his own reasons of fixing. So I don't think about I should discuss more about Uda. Uda is a dying horse. They are just wanarusha miguu tu, wanapumua hewa ya mwisho. That's what I can say for now, Mutebe.
Okay, asante Sen, we appreciate that. Let's move on. Turudi kwa Mama Selina. Sorry, one moment. Bob amenua mkono. Subiri kwanza. Bob iko nini? Na wewe Bob umejificha wapi?
No, I just wanted to add on what Essien was saying. You know, there is this habit of the deputy president, and I don't know why the people, not only the people of Mount Kenya, across the country, the deputy president has got a habit of recruiting politicians in certain particular areas or for certain positions by way of blackmail, because I am almost certain that there is something that he holds over Matangi, and that's why he wants them there. Not that he's a very good friend of his, because some of the areas that he's planting people, like for instance, why would he want to go for somebody like Kawanjiko and support him bitterly to the end? It is because that boy is illiterate. That boy cannot communicate anything. He is a voting machine in parliament. And it is not a surprise that we heard some of the MPs saying that as little as 5,000 shillings, you can pass a motion. So Kenyans, please wake up. Don't just choose an MP because he's from UDA. There is a reason why he's putting and supporting a certain person there. Wake up. Thank you, SN, for bringing that point. Thank you.
Yeah, can I say something about that?
Bob, let's. Sorry,
Yeah.
yes, Alex.
Yeah, it's not verified, but Matsanga said over and over and over that, and I have never verified. Maybe the people from Kiambu can tell us that Wamatangi is married to a relative or a cousin to one William Samoei Ruto. So I don't think it's verified yet from my side, but Matsanga has kept saying that thing over and over and over, because we questioned last time when Wamatangi, a defender of Uhuru Kenyatta, in the morning show for the last 9 years, suddenly decided to switch alliance to where? And Wamatangi is not a man of no means. Anybody who has been watching the morning show, Wamatangi sometimes boasts of the various companies and contracts he has, and the kind of shipping companies that he has from Singapore, Malaysia, and ABCD. So he's not a man of low means. So, and the other thing I wanted to say is Kabogo knows all these things that we are saying about the blackmail, ABCD. But again, you wonder what made him decide to support William Samoei Ruto. For the longest, anytime Kabogo had primetime interview in main TV from Jeff Koinange, K24, yeah, all major, if you go and listen to one-on-one interview, Kabogo was literally begging the president to become an anti-corruption sir. You remember that? He will even tell the president, give me this job, I'll tell you what to do. You know, and he will spell out the corruption from the side that he is right now. And if you listen to carefully, at some point, there is one particular interview that Kabogo had with Jeff Koinange after a very long time of freezing himself from the media, when actually people were talking Kavaka Vogo, and Waititu had issues. And if you don't go there, you will find a catalog of things that one Kabogo opines on how votes were starched, how the policemen were put in certain polling station. He knew everything, and how he complained on that fateful night that ticket was denied to him for Jubilee, and he became an independent. So we are not here to speak for Kabogo, but I tend to think that the money that passed from William Samoei Ruto to Kabogo was no little money, because Kabogo is not somebody you buy like Kose. I can buy you for a lunch or for a dinner. It doesn't mean I'm saying little money, like real dinner. I'm saying in as little as 2-3 million, I can be able to buy you per se, okay? Kose, you don't need 10 million for me to buy you, okay? But for somebody like Kabogo...
Please withdraw the example.
Oh, okay. I will withdraw it. I will put it on Deto now. Deto, I can... Deto will kill me. So what I'm only saying is that I wonder how much Kabogo was paid. This has really disturbed me. A man who has literally for 10 years begged to be anti-corruption, sir, who names every day the deals of Ruto in media, and all of a sudden you find him there. You know, you don't even know how to explain it, how to describe it, if it's a Trojan horse, how to believe it. You know, the case of Kabogo is sad. For Moses Kuria, you can even say, yes, Kabogo, Kuria can be bought. As one of you said, he was going to be a barking dog. But for Kabogo, I think it's unexplainable.
Alex, ni mimi.
Carry on, Selina. Mama Selina.
Okay, thank you so much. Thank you so much. Yeah, kabla sijaenda, let me say something a little. No, give me time, Teto. I will just be quick. Alex, wakati Kaboko alinyang'anywa kiti akasimama independent, he had group of members of parliament that they were independent na walitaka kufanya kazi na Uhuru. Let's go to Kasarani, they were ignored. Wakati Baba na Uhuru walianza mambo ya BPI, again Kaboko fight so hard kuingia kwa BPI, he was denied. Now, frustration ya Kaboko was nobody welcome him from this side of Baba. And then Kaboko is a proud person with money na pesa yake na kila kitu. Sasa, hii wakati ulisikia leo, nataka niwarutishe vile Martha Karua ameongea Meru. Ameambia Wakikuyu, Wakikuyu waliokopa. Kaboko was those people walifikiria people wameenda. Martha Karua today ameambia hawa, munaokopa kuweka posters because you thought watu wameenda. So people were so worried, Alex, that walifikiria watu yote wamefuata Ruto. Today Martha Karua proved them wrong that yes, nimekuja jana, ni vile tu hataki kusema, but how is the crown doing now? Kwa sababu anasema viongozi waliokopa wakasema Ruto amechukua Central. But Martha Karua told them today, watu pale chini raia walitaka kuonyeshwa njia. Na akasema, kama wewe unasimama Jubilee ama chama gani ile Azimio, na uwezi weka picha ya baba kwa posters yako, we are not with you. Because crowd tuko chini si wapaya. So Kaboko sasa ameshangaa, ndiye leo amerudi Thika. Munasikia vile amesema huko Thika, I have come back to start mahali nilitoka. Ya kwamba as we are talking today, Kaboko ni kama ametoka UDA kwa sababu amesema Gachagua ni dikteta. Anasema aliambia Ruto sahi wanaondoka. Na wameondoka kwa sababu wameona kumbe raia ya Central hawakukuwa wameenda kwa Ruto. Ni vile hawakukuwa na kiongozi strong. Hata Kaboko alikuwa na uoka. Nao Martha Karua amekuja kusimama na Central wamerudi. All of them wanaingia pale chini. Hiyo ndiye nataka kusema kutoka hapo. Otherwise, nimefurahia. Okay.
Yeah, Mama Selina, asante. Kabla huyu jamaa hajajibu, wacha niseme ili 30 seconds alafu aendelee kujibu kwa sababu sioni kama umenijibu nitosheke. Hawa kwa hii kikundi Kabogo, Kiunjuri na Moses Kuria ndio walikuja wakatuambia kuwa tumekaa chini na uongozi yetu hatutaki kuwe na vacuum. Tunamchagua Martha Karua kama spokesperson yetu. Na akasema mtu ambaye atatusaidia ni Martha Karua. Awe hii side, awe hii side. Martha Karua alishajakuliwa hii side too long ago. Mbona tena mtu kama Moses Kuria ambaye alisema she's the only de-risking factor. She's the safe pair of hands. Mbona tena tunawaona wako katika Mount Kenya na ndio sasa wanampiga Martha Karua kuliko mtu mwingine? Kwa sababu kama hivi inaweza kuwa ni ukweli, mama umetuambia hivyo, sielewi kwa nini tena wanaweza. Na ku add on top of that, mama umeshatuambia before, wakati Martha Karua alikuwa akitembea Central, watu ambao walikuwa wakimsaidia sana ni mtu kama Alice Wahome na wamama wengine ambao today tunaona wako Kenya Kwanza. Hawajafungua macho hadi sasa. Mtu kama Wahome ambaye alikuwa very close to Martha Karua wakati hakuna mtu ambaye alikuwa anasaidia Martha Karua Central. So tunataka kujua Kabogo ni kununuliwa, ni pesa alipewa, ni kuchanganyikiwa? Kwa sababu sisi wengine tulijua Kabogo hata akuwe independent, makosa Waititu wamefanya, is the next governor. Hata Nyoro hangemuweza because watu waliangalia kazi yake amefanya. Kabogo alikuwa mjinga aje kuingia kwa William Samoei Ruto.
Okay, sitaki naongea tu kulingana na vile najua. Kaboko, Alice Wahome na wengi tulikuwa na Kenya. Kaboko was selected in a Kenya ticket. Na Alice Wahome alikuwa secretary general, alikuwa deputy ya Mungatana. Lakini wakati Martha alisimama, Alice Wahome wakatuacha wakaenda kwa Uhuru. Alice Waome, Chen Kiara, kuna viongozi wengi sana. Huyu mtu anaitwa Tuku ya Nyeri, I can count them. But wakati walifuata Uhuru, kwanza Chen Kiara na Alice Waome, ukisikia walikuwa namuita muuaji. You cannot even imagine today hawa ndio wanaimba nyimbo ya Ruto. Lakini I can talk about Kaboko. Kwa sababu Kaboko yeye alikuwa frustrated makosa yenye amefanya. Na ndio unaona leo amerudi chini tu, wameona Central imechange. Kuna watu Penat, wacha vile unajua Kisii, umeongea about Kisii na tunafuata in 1 week what you are saying is true. Watu ya Central ni wale watu wanataka wako na uoga, ndio Karua aliwaambia mulisema watu wameenda, mulikuwa panic kufikiria mtu amekuja akachukua watu yetu. Kaboko is those people. Hata akirukia Ruto alikuwa nafikiria sasa watu ya Central awaruti nyuma. Saa hii tena wameona mambo imebadilika, unaona wameruti reverse. Ya pili, Ruto amesimama na UDA. Alafu wamekataa chama ya Kiunjuri, chama ya Moses Kuria, chama ya Kaboko kufanya campaign na watu ya UDA because Kaboko akifanya kazi na UDA Wamatangi hawezi chakuliwa. So Gachagua kwenda huko ni Ruto anamtuma, si ati Ruto ni mchinga, ataki ionekane yeye anakuja kukawanya. So anatuma huyu mtu yake anajua ya mkono, deputy yake aende aharibu maneno because Ruto cannot stand kuambia Kaboko usiattend mkutano yangu. So ametuma mtu ya mkono kwenda kufukusa hiyo watu, ndiye mtu yake wa Matangi. And then umesema ameoa. Yes, that is the second wife. Bibi yake ya kwanza sijui kumefanyika nini. So ako na new catch. Na sasa hiyo new catch huwezi jua nani alipanga. So well, na wewe naye mahali umetoa bibi yako, unaweza kataa kusikia mambo ya shemeji. So he knows what he can get from Wamatangi. Nyinyi jioni mama anasema kama uwezi fuata ndugu yangu ama familia yangu, I'm not with you. And you know a lot of you guys mko kali nje, lakini mkifika jioni mama ndiye ako na say kwa nyumba. Sitaki kuongea mingi.
Hey, Marcelina, you have started. Mute it there. Martin, what is it?
You know, the funny thing is that most of us, I know they're senior politicians. There are people who've been here following politics since Kitambo Sana. And I wonder how people, I mean, I know now politics imeanza kuchange, ikaanza kuwa more genuine na vitu kama hizo, but people are forgetting also something that used to happen a long time ago, and which is the reason we call it politics. You remember Kitambo, people used to defect the last week. You defect the last week, all that time ulikuwa umekuwa kule kwingine, so that you defect the last week, you come with the last numbers after everything has been done. This politics still exists even today. Did you really believe Kaboko was in UDA even the day alitokea huko? Alex, you just said it. When you see him on what he used to talk about, you know, corruption and all that, did you really believe that guy was going to last there? Is this politics? And there's more to come. These last days, especially the last month, the last weeks there, is when you used to see defection. Mimi nimetoka huko, nimerudi huko, because you've been on the other side to go spoil, and then now you bring that last card back. It's what made me actually nyamaza kidogo, because I realized, okay, there's so many games being played here that utaweza jiumiza sana ukijaribu kuisoma in a genuine way. Politics, that's where they say politics one day is a big day, you know. So basically most of the people, and so many changes are going to come. I mean, we'll be here until the day you will start seeing things, and then you start understanding, okay, so this was the game that was being played here. This is what it was. But I think there are people who have perfected this thing. People like Raila perfected it so much that he has so many cards everywhere, and that's when you find one card just being played a day by itself. There's so many things that is going to happen. The earthquake that Nani Mudavadi says is going to happen this last month. Remember those politics, ulikuwa unapata mtu usijui ati nimedefect 2 days before election anakuja na hizo numbers. Why? Because they're out there just to play the game, and then that's the last card that comes and finishes and brings maybe the Kisi side or the Kale side, or brings all that. Nimeama huko, nimeona siku zuri. So let's be patient with that. I think there's so many games as we close down on 9th of August. Things are going to happen. Uliona wa UDA hata kina chap wametoka, unaona tu kuna defection. There's so many things that if you try to follow them na roho and try to look at them genuinely, itakuja kuumiza watu. But anyways, I also had a question, and this is a very genuine question actually. Genuine. Can please somebody tell me where's the headquarters of KKA or UDA? Please, kama kuna mtu anajua. I need to know that. That's a genuine, out of ignorance, I don't know. Please, somebody help me with that. Thank you, sir.
Karen, Ruto ndiye UDA, Ruto ndiye kila kitu, so it is Karen. And then mwisho, nikikusupport what you have said. Unajua Kaboko, wakati watu walishout Martha Karua, Kaboko alisema nini? Mlifalisha watu uniform kwenda kutusi Karua. And then, Karua the first day alikuwa na baba Kirinyaka. The crown was hostile. Martha akaruti the second time. What happened the third time? Vile amesema Meru ya kwamba uwingi wetu, nina support what you are saying. Uwingi wetu tunataka kuwa in one side. So this what ya Martha Karua wanaanza kukunywa chai na yeye, those are the people wanaenda kusanya watu yote yao ya Central and they go one side.
Okay, asante Mama Selina. Martin, I think you are answered. If you need further information, contact Itumbi. You may have the direct means to the headquarters. But the truth is there's no Kenya Kwanza. It is UDA, and UDA is Kenya Kwanza. The rest are flower girls, including Davadi, Weta, and the other people who went there, Mutua and Kingi. They are of no significance. They are not even in the board of decisions being made for the party. So whatever they were complaining about Azimio, they can't get even a better deal than what they had in Azimio. So it's a finished matter.
Na kwa nini Martin anasahau Karen ndiye mahali watu wanachapwa kofi na watu ndiye wanafukuzwa, si huko ndiye headquarters na room 315
350 Weston.
Lakini Bernard, kuna watu umetaja huko hawako huko, ngoja uone wako hii pande nyingine. Wako huko tu kunini, kama ulisikiza Mtito Andei, kuna watu, in fact, let me tell you, chap they don't have nini UDA colors. Na watu walisema sisi tuko Kenya Kwanza, Kenya Kwanza, tuko Azimio. Listen, those guys are not there. Watch.
Of course, they can't go there legally, so they must sit on the fence or drum up for Azimio. They have no choice on the matter. Now, I want, Martin, I want to give you the chairmanship kidogo too, as I transfer a file on the other end. Patia, Ezen ameinua mkono. Ezen iko nini?
Okay, nataka kuongea kidogo about this issue of Kabogo and party hopping and moving up and down. Kabogo the first time alisema amechagua mother to kuwa middle person wa negotiation. So I think that this is my thinking. Kabogo was thinking mother will be mediating for him to be an animate of Raila Amolo Odinga. That the big interest of Kabogo was to become an animate. So Kabogo thought that mother will be a middle person to negotiate, to chair or to follow the negotiation. Then at the end of it all, it never worked for his side, for his favor. Akaona, let me try to the UDA side. And Kabogo, since that all time, Kabogo what he said that he have the say in Mount Kenya, and it is true, Kabogo have his people who can follow him. Akiambia watu ni hii side, akona wale watamfuata. That's true. We can't ignore him. And he thought that he would add more weight in UDA side. At the end of it all, he was rejected. He was never given even a DP. At the end of it all, you remember when Rigathi was given a DP, and he repeated today, he said that, I said this person will deduct votes from Ruto's side. I said this person is a dictator. Amerudia mpaka leo. And then that means that he was not happy with the Rigathi being a DP. At the same side, he was not comfortable with the share he was given in Azimio side. Now Kabogo was confused. Do I have to go for the governorship, or do I have to take the shares that I was given to Azimio, or do I try another share to Kenya Kwanza? Then amekosa all side. At the end of it all, he decided to go for gubernatorial. Frustrations have started. Now Kabogo is lost. And ndio maana leo amesema nimeenda nyumbani kuanza pahali hapa ni nyumbani nianze tena. No, Kabogo is trying to kujileta tena, kujijenga tena, aone where to start. And now the fight might be Kabogo plus this another person from Gatondo South, Moses Kuria, fighting one person, fighting Wamatangi. Now it is be a fight of because of personality, but not a fight because of the coalition. Remember, I said Ruto is running for presidency with a UDA ticket, not Kenya Kwanza ticket. So other people, as Bernard has said, they are flower girls. And flower girls, kwa harusi flower girls, nyinyi mnaenda kukula mchele na wale wengine mnaenda kwenu. Harusi yenu. Harusi ni ya msichana yule anaitwaje? Bwana harusi na bi harusi. Hao wengine plus wenye walikuja wote wanaenda kukula mchele wakienda nyumbani. So at the end of it all, this music is for UDA. That is where Kabogo is coming more confused. And this is where that any other party, even now wakina Musalia, wagoje tu. Because at the end of it all, they are promised, and they might seem comfortable with the promises that they were given. Either they were bought or they were promised. Then let me say about
harakisha ndio tupatie watu wenye waja submit.
Yeah, let me add by saying, at the end of it all, there is this analogy of Mount Kenya was moved to UDA. It was too early. Mount Kenya was frustrated by the leadership of Uhuru, but that this was brought by the MPs who are supporting Uhuru. Wakakuja wakaonyesha Mount Kenya venye mumeangushwa na mtu wenu venye now Mount Kenya wamekaa chini wame and moja na moja imekuwa mbili, sasa wamejichagulia and they are back mother. This is where all the frustrations will go to UDA. Don't be overwhelmed with the move of Kabogo. Ngoja wengine wote watatoka, UDA itabaki ule tu akona tiketi ya UDA. Thank you.
Okay, Alex ulikuwa umesubmit wewe?
Sema
ulikuwa umesubmit. Had you made your submission?
Yeah, I can make my quick submission, no?
Okay, let's go. Alex, I think, and then Jose, and then no, Jose, you had not made your submission, right? You just commented, and then Bob, So Ivo, Alex, Jose.
Jose Jose is my senior, and there is a title before Jose. It's called Daktari. So Daktari anda mbele yangu. Hii wiki tunaheshimu masomo.
Alex. Well, I think you are cleverer than you look. I congratulate you for that.
Are you trying to say that I'm more eloquent than I have a degree like Sakaja or what? That is a very dangerous
No,
statement.
until you listen to you, you don't know. People don't know what is under the skin.
Jose, don't relegate yourself. Jose, don't relegate yourself to thinking like Murkomen. Murkomen was telling us that the looks of Sakaja can make him a good governor. Now you are telling us about Alex and his looks.
No, I wanted to draw your attention to realize something. Maybe if you just look at him, you will not be aware of. Anyway, let me proceed. This Ruto defends Sakaja, and some more than a year ago, the KK side has always been defending their people whenever they are in trouble, and they want to claim that their people are in trouble because they are friends of the DP. I think that is very common. Most of us are aware of that. Now, just yesterday I was saying that if some of whatever is happening around Sakaja is quite a surprise to many of us. Now, I'm just wondering if the DP is not bothered at all, unless he was in the know, isn't it? Unless he was in the know, the tangent he has taken is leaves a lot to be desired. And all along throughout his history, as I said earlier, he's one of the people who keep saying that at Marahu, or this time round, it is the record that will speak, which will determine who should be elected and who should even be the president. And there's a time I tried to list down what Ruto, what the DP is known for. And I could fill a whole page with things which are all negative. And if you have more than 12 items which are all negative about you, by the time you present yourself as a candidate, because it involves persuading Kenyans to see the good in you so that they can elect you. Now, I would say that he has a very false start to begin with, a very false start. And if he thinks that kind of a false start record can make Kenyans elect him, I'm still at a loss. Now, that brings me to this Sakaja issue. Now, even the way he's choosing to defend Sakaja itself, it's just propaganda. You see, I wish he could pick a few facts here and there, which he can then use to support his case about supporting Sakaja. Now, if that is the person who wants to be our president, and he can support a case which I think on a vote of 199% against, just ordinary Kenyans will tell you that if whatever is against Sakaja is true, you wonder why somebody who wants to be president would support it. Where will he be leading the country? He will be supporting all these fake degrees all around. Well, besides that, he chose to defend Sakaja by invoking some propaganda issues about Baba, about his education record and the like. Now, something else I wanted to point out here. I saw Bernard is not there, but I think Azimio team, I do not know where they are, but I think the team sometimes these so-called alternative facts. The Azimio needs some alternative facts team which can counter this propaganda. In any case,
Jose,
yes.
Jose,
Yes.
just to stop you, I think we have a guest here. on Alex's side. If she can hear us, she can say hi.
Oh,
Hi,
how are you?
you're good.
How nice to see you. Well, welcome to the to the home.
Nobody know.
Well,
Jose, continue.
Say a word or two, or say a word or two, please. Like, you can ask me what's my name. Anyway, nice to see you. Now, as I was saying, you see, since this so-called campaign started, even before it was officially opened, there have been a lot of propaganda being peddled around by the KK side. Now, interestingly, you realize that most of the campaign issues that Azimio team bring forward are like facts. They are not alternative facts. And they can, according to me, they can be used to strongly counter the propaganda that is coming from the other side. But why are they not being used to counter? You see, like when the Sakaja'S try to draw in the president into his obvious issue, which are purely his own personal issues. Well, I'm wondering why on the side of Azimio, people don't use it even to defend that kind of propaganda. Now we have facts which should be used to really attack and demonstrate to the country that these propagandas should not be allowed to stay, especially at the DP's level. Now, Sakaja should be cleared because he also has questions about Baba's education. You see, well, I think Azimio needs a strong team to counter this propaganda. Plain on facts, the way they come. Some of the irregularities, the inconsistencies, like yesterday when you were saying that Sakaja knows very well he requires a degree certificate to go to the to be cleared. And since apparently this is learning in Uganda was 2016, way back, why did it not occur to him, if he's a sensible person, as he has misled all of us to believe in the past through his utterances, why did he not carry the certificate for clearance? Why? I saw, if you see the papers that he had used to, you know, when he was asked that, how come you don't have a degree? He said that he used the same papers he had used in 2017 to be cleared. Now, if you have the benefit of going over what he had there, the so-called documents, one of them, he talks about him being the youngest. I think that he had served as the youngest chairman in 2013 as TNA, for the TNA party, and that he did a good job. And they got many seats, I think, in parliament or something like that. He's giving that kind of a narrative that his past record in terms of political performance and in the Senate and the like, that he should use that to be cleared. Now, a certificate is, I think, the number one thing required if somebody is contesting for gubernatorial contest. Why he did not carry it? And that should not, Kenyans are not even asking. These people who are supporting him, where did he hide the certificate when it was most required by Chepugat? Only to try and resuscitate it in less than 3 hours when it was required from a foreign country. Well, the DP goes on record saying that calls were made to State House, Uganda. It's the same DP who the other day told us that about 1 million of his supporters were transferred from his strongholds. Now, those conflicting, inconsistent statements, surely the Azimio side should be on record and put him to task so that he can answer. He can answer. When voters are moving from this county to the other, who said that there is voters? We don't know. They are Kenyan voters. We don't know. Then think about the issues of this diplomatic embarrassment that he has caused the country all over. You remember the other day when he visited the US and his White House visit, which really embarrassed the country and other Kenyans who are even staying there. Now, those kind of misstatements and loose talk, the Azimio team need to counter them. You cannot keep getting away with the propaganda, and I think the Azimio team are doing very little to counter it. He goes to the US, starts talking about how in a government where he is, they are budgeting 100 billion a year, 100 billion a year for unaccountable bodies and opaque, no accountability. He gets away with it, and it just goes back to in Kenya. You remember the way he handled these interviews, again, especially even on corruption in the US and in Chatham House in UK. Now,
okay, Jose, let me throw it back to Bernard. I think Bernard next. I think it's Bob or Alex, both of them. One of them, I think, either Alex or Nani. Wacha nikurushie back since you're back. You take over.
Yeah, yes. Now, there is something which KK team has kept talking about. You see, you all heard about this molasses plant in Kisumu and how the Odingas acquired it. Now, for those who care to check, this thing was in auction. It was being auctioned, and the way the Odingas acquired it, they like appealed to the interested people, their supporters who are willing, and I think people are like contributing, I think a shilling, just a shilling. Those who are interested, who are willing to support, were contributing a shilling. And that is how they managed to raise money. They topped it up and managed to purchase the plant. And it was in a public auction. So a number of times, teams have been coming here trying to indicate that how did they get the molasses plant. Now, that is the truth about it. Now, if I'm back again on the DP issue, you all remember the diplomatic embarrassment it cost Kenya and the DRC regarding this cow thing and what have you. Now, that is the sort of person who now applies to want to be the president. He starts those fires and he lets other people trying to put them off to restore relations. It is not right. It is just not right. Now, I do not want to go over the corruption issues around him and what have you, but I thought that he should be even the last person. He should be praying that the Sakaja issue should be as soon as it is forgotten, the better. Because if UDA themselves can't find it as an embarrassing situation for their party, well, I do not know where they are headed. I think for now I'm going to end up there. I'll come back with my other set of comments.
Okay, thank you, Jose. Bob.
Yeah, let me comment on Martha Karua and Meru. Martha Karua is becoming more than an asset to Azimio, and we should not take her for granted. In fact, we should ensure that she's facilitated, well facilitated, because she's reaching out to more than just a constituency. And her style of luring voters and supporters is quite special. It is not dramatic. It does not have a lot of chaos. It is smooth and it gels with the people. I really appreciate what she has done in the last 3 days, and it is high time we the Azimio team try to assign especially the coast, the southern part of the coast, because she'll become more of an asset where we have a little challenge. And I want to believe that Kwale is one place that we as Azimio have a challenge. We have not given Kwale the attention it deserves, and that is one of the places where UDA is has managed to make inroads. Not that they are fully there, but they have made inroads, which they shouldn't ideally, because that has been Baba's bedroom. So I don't see why we should just give it a deal with it with kid gloves. We need to ensure that that works for us. Another thing I wanted to mention, I don't want to mention about Sakaja, because I think Sakaja has wasted the country's time. So many people are talking about Sakaja, and this is something that we shouldn't even be discussing. Education is not is something to be taken seriously. The way health and is taken seriously. So discussing Sakaja, this is just a small stupid boy who is irritating and needs some kind of discipline so that anaweza kusimama vizuri. Now, the Dismas, there's one gentleman called Dismas. I want to agree with Jose, because I am one person who has been advocating for a wing, an Azimio wing that counters propaganda from UDA, and that is lacking. And we can all agree that politics is about perception. Yes, we might want to play clean politics, but it comes a time when you have to put on gumboots, gloves, and dip yourself in the mud. Not that you should behave like them, but sometimes you need to have a team that deals with the likes of Dismas and Murkomen, people who talk. You think they went to school, but they talk like primary school kids playing in the playing field. Because for Dismas to come and say that a vote for Azimio presidential candidate will be a vote for the excesses of the police, that is extremely wrong. Because I don't know whether he's using reverse psychology, because these excesses are well known with the Gachagua and not Raila. So some of these things should be, and you realize that some of these messages which are trying to inflame the society are being delivered at night. They're never delivered in the open. They are delivered huko kwa vijiji, huko ndani wamejificha, where the even mainstream media hawako. But somehow, thank God to the technology, we get to know their kind of behavior in the villages. So I will try my best to reach out to people who are capable of organizing a wing. We don't want the KANU youth wing, but we need an Azimio wing to deal with this kind of people and deconstruct them, whether it is online, whether it is on the ground. We all know of the Azimio. There's a young team of people who are in Nairobi moving around and spreading the word of Azimio. We need this team to be in the different, attached to the different presidential campaign teams, so that some of these people do not, spread fear. Because we look at history. one of the methods that were used to campaign against Raila, especially in the central Kenya in the past, has been selling fear, and when it gets deep rooted, then it is very hard to erase. So that part of Bungoma, something needs to be done, because that gentleman is misbehaving. Last, yes, Jose, you had something to say?
I just wanted to add on what you are saying before it disappears. You know, just today, this fellow, I think the Ichungwa, is it Ichungwa? I think the day before, either today or the day before, he was in one of those rallies in Kiambu, I think, and he was trying to imply that in fact, I think they refer to Baba as a project, and the project is saying that they are going to reduce the prices of food stuff, isn't it?
Yes.
Then he was questioning the crowd that how can he do that when they are the cause for the hard life? You know, You know that is a propaganda which, if only the MERU team were awake. You see, the truth of the matter is that it is the other side which has brought Kenyans. You remember those days when UNET used to ask, who has brought us down where you want to go up? You remember?
I remember.
Now, the truth of that is that it was the corruption which these people have inflicted the country all over that has contributed to the hard life. Now, you see, now this fellow now turns around and wants to twist this matter that you look. In fact, he was trying to imply that these are the dynasties who are rich because Kenyans, now the poor people are poor because they are some rich fellows who are through the handshake at the frustrated programs, and now the country is suffering. Now you need call it this alternative facts teams who are alert, and you don't even let the matter rest. By now they should have rebutted all this falsehood that they are spreading.
Yes, I know of there is an online team. In fact, today they were empowered by I don't want to mention. I think you have seen in the media. I don't know whether you have seen it.
Let me ask you. Are you aware when the DP was talking about Baba's credentials, degree or have you? I don't know whether you are aware how the DP himself got his doctorate. Do you know the
Yes, I'm aware.
If you are aware, then you will realize it had so many questions around it.
Yeah, but I don't think
the team should have told him point blank on his face how he acquired that doctorate.
Yes, but I don't think
it is in the public domain.
Okay, order, please, order. Let the conversation be coherent and understandable. Not the exchange between one word and two words between the two of you. Let one person prosecute what they are saying, and then the other one can respond. Thank you.
Yeah, I'm aware of the online. There's an online team that was empowered today. I don't want to mention by who, but I think it has been on the social media. It's a big team of about 40 people, and they will be doing it. They'll be going in hard on UDA or KK. But more so, what I'm saying is that there need to be a campaign team of young politicians who can be able to counter some of these lies, especially even if it is a roadshow thing, because this UDA has perfected the art of mudslinging. That is one. They have also perfected the art of lies and the art of selling fear. And if left unchecked, it is only less than 2 months to the election. With the rising of living standards, it is people are getting frustrated. And anything that is anti-government for them, they feel like it is the best dish served, while it is not true. It just like, for instance, the other day when they were saying that the increase of the price of fuel, that it is money that is being used to campaign. I mean, to raise funds for the Azimio team to campaign. So these are some of the lies that need to be stopped. Let me not. Let me give. I can see two gentlemen have come in. Let me give it back to Bernard so that I can give them a chance. For Danny Darius, I can see he's even moving the way Alex is moving. So let me give them a chance. Thank you. Back to you, Bernard.
Thank you, Bob. And for both of you, Bob and Jose, there is how to deal with propaganda. One of it is that if you chase it too much, you will get lost in the forest. So there are things that should be responded to, others should be left the way they are. Spoon-feeding Kenyans may be counterproductive to some degree if you respond to little people. At times, being left for them to eat up their own lies helps a great deal. So as much as there should be a proper response, let it be done properly. To stop people from being deceived is also a very hard a responsibility to undertake. So like when the judgment is between Team Kenya Kwanza and Team Azimio, there is the broader way of looking at it that will give more votes to Azimio than Kenya Kwanza without those nitty-gritty of details of responding to Ditmas and these other people who are mature but behaving like children. So like Mudavadi on the campaign trail saying that Uhuru anaongeza bei ya chakula, Raila anaongeza bei ya mafuta. How does that take place? Kenyans hawana habari kwamba kuna energy regulatory board that usually gives the prices ya mafuta kila mara. Is Uhuru Kenyatta the chairman? Is Uhuru Kenyatta the head of Ministry of Energy and things like that? So kuna maswala ambayo that need to be fought, yes. Others ziachwe hivyo. Remaining focused on the cause at hand and pursuing it conclusively like what Mother is doing, it will help a great deal than stopping to throw stones at every barking dog along the way. We may end up missing the main goal. And like you see right now, Kenya Kwanza has a trailing, okay? They are trailing in terms of setting the agenda for the day and setting the agenda for the conversation. What they are trying so hard to do is to derail us so that we join them into their conversation, other than pursuing the conversation that is on the lips of Kenyans. Now, when we stop and follow them, we give them an advantage. But if we keep moving, they keep trailing us, it becomes very difficult for them. And that's why they are making those kind of blunders. In my opinion, the empowerment for the you say 40 people, it's good. It's good for the 36 bloggers that have been on the payroll for the past 4 years with the Kenya Kwanza, I mean UDA team, the ones that were dismissed by Uhuru Kenyatta from State House. Those ones have been on payroll. But kuna maswala ya kuspin, mengine yaachwe tu, in my opinion. Now, Oza, I'll give you half a minute if you have any matter to say. Half a minute strictly.
I agree with you that some of the issues you need to respond based on who is saying them, because otherwise you might fall so low to their level. But personally, I'm just concerned about the ones which are coming from the Mudavadis and the DP himself. Now, you see, take for example the maize issue, which they keep bringing around, and you know how Rift Valley is so sensitive with the maize issue. And then also take this Ugandan visit where they were trying to assist somebody to start up, establish an investment in Uganda. Now, those are things which really affect the country, basically from an economic overall top perspective. But then, you see, the electorate, there are people, the people I believe, Bernard, you are referring to, are the middle class. These people understand very well and they can see through the propaganda. Unfortunately, the masses do not see it that way. And if they keep repeating, the DP keep repeating, some people tend to think, right, could it be the case? Now, that is why we are saying that we just need an organized alternative facts team, we armed with the facts. Like when he goes growing large-scale farming and imports maize to Kenya from Congo, Kenyans should be a concern here. Why not grow it here?
Ozzy, you're underrating Kenyans. Kenyans are very sharp when it comes to
Those
matters.
are middle class.
No, God, the middle class. Which one? I told you what my mother told me. She's an 80-something old woman in the village, but she knew when Mudavadi talked about earthquake. She told me point blank, going to join Ruto, is that what Mudavadi is calling earthquake? That was before the Sunday of the earthquake. So there are people who can see through, and like the politics, it's not easy to deceive Kenyans. And one thing that, in fact, is affecting the Jubilee, whatever the UDA campaign, is the multitude of lies. It's now becoming difficult to live through the lies because they have pegged their campaign on lie after lie, lie after lie. So it is very easy for Kenyans to brand them as liars, and they cannot deny it. And so, in my opinion, looking for what UDA has said and then countering it will make you get lost in terms of being focused on the main thing. In my take will be respond to what is necessary. What is not necessary, leave it the way it is. Kenyans are smart enough to see through some of those things that are being said. The aspect that we must concern ourselves most is the aspect of buying voters and trying to bribe them so that they vote a certain way. That may affect the voting pattern. Note the lies being spoken on the top of vehicles. They are not as much impactful as they are perceived to. There is this video I want you to listen to and tell me whether Kenyans are not up to their task. Just one moment. I want to find it. Yeah, listen to this old mama and tell me whether
siananga wanatusia. Unajua vile nimetusiwa juu ya Raila. Ui, kutusiwa nimetusia mpaka nikasikia. Mtu anakuja na setani.
Nasi pia sio na watusi.
Oh.
Wewe.
Na wangalia hivi nikasema wewe wasa tarehe.
Lakini saa zingine tuongee sio hapo. Sometimes sina watusi.
Lakini sasa situsianagi. Nikwambie kwa nini? Situsianagi kwa sababu Raila ataongoza. Wewe unakuja kunitusi. Wasa tugojee kama hiyo matusi yako itafaulu tarehe 9. Tarehe 10 si utakuwa ukisikia asemi.
Na tutashangaa.
Raila atamuongoza. Raila atamuongoza. Asemi kuona kaa. Kwani usena akili sina kujania wapi? Akili siko sawa, body dio imezeeka. Sasa hawa kijana juu hao si wase wamefanya nini? Na mtu asitaje vile serikali imefanya, ataje vile amefanya yeye. Juu hata yeye alikuwa kwa serikali.
Lakini si pia alifanya kazi.
Onani?
Yeye alifanya kazi.
Gani?
Huyu alifanya kazi na rais.
Gani? Oh.
Si walikuwa na yeye?
Nani? Na kwa nini alikuwa akimwambia pole? Kwani alikuwa mgonjwa ndio aende akamwambie pole?
Na sasa alafu nasikia hii serikali yenu ya kuzimia. Unasikia inataka kumaliza mtuba.
Ai, waseni kusema maneno na opposite, anti-clockwise. Opposite. Walisema watapanua vigada zote. Ile itatengenezwa itakuwa na bei ya rahisi. Kama ile unauzaga mtuba, ndio utanunua utaenda ununue kwa kigada kinini ukuje uguse. Kwa nini mnageuza mambo?
Si ndivyo watu
wanageuza mambo.
Hakuna sosho. Tumeambiwa mtuba itaisha. Sosho?
Mnataka mfanywe nini?
Na sosho acha nikwambie, unajua sasa hii azimio ni kuzimia inazimia. Na unajua pia sosho ni kuzimia unazimia.
Nazimia nikienda wapi?
Si uko karibu kwenda biguni. Si uliniambia uogope.
Unajua hata wewe saa hii. Hii ni mwili unajiwana nayo huku duniani.
Lakini sosho unazimia.
Moyo wako uko juu.
Lakini sosho unazimia.
Mungu atasema.
So, Ozzy, I want you to tell me, is that middle class?
Well, I agree with you. In any case, what I said was not that it was with a finality. I was just trying to say that certain people, especially in the masses, are especially the ones who have been following Ruto for 4 years. They are vulnerable to be misled. You see, this Dani is a very good example of, I would say, very patriotic and people who know at least where Kenya has come from and where Kenya is heading. Chances are that she's one of the few who actually appreciates that what Baba has done over the years. Now, we may not be having very many of them, but nevertheless, I agree with you. It wasn't across the board that all are misled. No, it's just that some of the propaganda, like the one which pained me most, which made me to talk about what I said today, is when Gachagua, I think on top of a car, started saying that development in Central has been taken to Nyanza because of Raila and Uhuru. That Uhuru has denied the Central development and he has taken it to Nyanza. What that is serious propaganda, and unless we are you need some level of
that even sells him wrongly, because there's no crime Nyanza developing.
No, I'm not saying that. I'm just saying it is some propaganda which you need people who are very well placed to counter.
Exactly what I'm saying. Such things need to be left there, okay? Because they will be prosecuted by the people on the ground. Look at the roads infrastructure in Central. Look at the roads infrastructure in Nyanza. Look at the development records. If you follow Gachagua, you'll be lost. Wachana na hiyo maneno. Naomba tuende kwa Darius afanye submission yake tukisonga mbele tafadhali. Bwana Darius, karibu. You unmute. The mic is beside your name on the screen. Unmute first.
Okay. Now you can hear me.
Yes, carry on.
Okay, I just wanted today to come in so that you can see my face. I've been on comments all the time, all through, and it's like, who is this guy? Is he a priest or somebody? I am. So I've been following you guys, and I like the way you reason and the way you analyze issues. And even when some don't want to listen, at least you calm them down. Going to what you have today here about Gachagua being humiliated in Kiambu. You see, Gachagua is not a person to be respected. That's from my perspective, because he has not presented himself as a person to earn respect. Respect is not given, it is earned. Somebody has to live to the standards to earn respect. are some who have earned our respect without us wanting to respect them. We find ourselves respecting them for who they are to us, for who they are to the society. About Kabogo and the courier, I have no feeling for them because they chose their bed and let them lie on it. But if they want a safer side, if they want to survive politically in the near future, they choose wisely. For Kabogo, Kabogo can negotiate to be part of the government. Kionjuri is almost there, but is dragging his feet. I hope he comes quickly before things get closed for him, and the doors are closing soon. For this guy and saying things are going to Luo Nyanza for development, that's rubbish. We don't need to talk about it. I love that show you played. You can see the reasonability of that old lady as you compare that with a young man who is trying to convince her otherwise. When he's out of points, he says, Shosho unazimia. What is that? That's a person who is fearing to think. And the Shosho says, don't turn things around. Listen to what Raila said. He did not want to close Mitumba market. He said, we shall have factories and they have cheap material, cheap clothes, and then they continue selling. It's not stopping anything. And the young man does not want to listen. And I agree with you that we don't need to respond to each and everything the other side talks about. And if you argue with a fool, you become part of it. It's like playing with a pig in that. The pig is comfortable, and you want to join the pig with your white clothes in there? It can't work like that. Before I finish, I want to ask Alex 2-3 questions. Alex, what's the problem with Ongeri, Ongwae, and Chris Obure? Number 2, what do you think is going to be the outcome in Nyamira between Bosire and Benson? Because I see a danger there. How can we go about it? Because I was born in Kisii, and I don't like when I come to Kisii and see the state in which it is. Last time I came, I found people pushing mkokoteni with water. And it's like the local government has been there for a long time, for 10 years now, and Ongwae has been in power. And I see people seeking for water. What has he been doing? Can he be held accountable? I see him around Baba all the time. He does not even know how to speak. He's not eloquent enough. What is this that makes him so endearing to Baba instead of having somebody energetic who is innovative and innovative to lead Kisii? I like SIMBA for myself, though I grew up in Embu, but I like coming to Kisii. And I would like maybe Selena, if she has some land in the Rift Valley, I can come and buy a piece of it and then have some animals there. Because I have some land in Embu for my friends and my brothers, so I need one in Rift Valley. So, Alex, please, if you can answer those questions, I'll be very happy. And Jakendu Bey, I like your wisdom. Kuseo, I guess you are a doctor, if I'm not wrong. Be good. And for Fred Kasuti, the other day, you made me very happy. I like the way you make things look simple but factual. And that's a good thing. That's a good way to go. Huyu Azimio nitamngoja jioni wakiongea na Julia, nitawapatia baraka. Thank you very much. God bless you. I'm going out for mass, so that I just wanted to stop and say hello and wish you the best and all my blessings.
Amen. Thank you. Thank you.
But
Alex,
I'm waiting.
if you could respond quickly, please.
Father, habari yako na asante sana. Tulipata mchango wako through Makiadi last time na tunashukuru sana kwa support yako ambao umeendelea kutupea.
Asante, karibu.
Ya, unajua siasa ya Kisii iko complicated na ambapo tunajaribu hata sisi ambao ni wadogo kwa umri kuielewa inakuwa ngumu sana. Lakini tunajua kitu kimoja ambacho it's a fact by now. Ongwae is trying to fight for himself and cover for what he has done for the last 10 years. Ongwae has stolen a lot. apart from the 3 governors that I think have stolen, who is Kingi, Mutua, the next one is Ongwae. He's trying to cover up everything that he has ever done. Na sasa imefika wakati, he is trying to divide Kisii through clans. Now, somehow in the middle, it's working because he had a long short game. Now, where it didn't matter in 2013, 2017, now in 2022, it's mattering. Where are you from? 2013, we didn't even care where he comes from. We cared where party is. 2017, he was not even performing. You know very well. If we were to go by merit, Ongwae could not have been a governor. You know that very well. Now, because he's leaving, and the tough talking of SIMBA ARATI and bringing sanity. Remember, Father, we have almost 5,000 ghost workers in the county itself. You know that. 5,000 ghost workers that are in a payroll, but we can't even understand what is going on. Now, it has reached a point now with the last week whereby Baba could not stand up and atete SIMBA ARATI. I think we are as mad as hell. So Ongwae is fighting for his survival, and he has successfully put a few people in his company, which is Obure and Ongeri. And you know, these people are loaded, they're moneyed, they've been in the civil servant. Somebody like Obure has been a member of parliament from 1969. Before even SIMBA ARATI and his mother met. The mother of SIMBA ARATI and the father of SIMBA ARATI, when they were in high school, Obure was an MP. You know, somebody like Ongeri, yeah, we like him, we love him, he has done a lot. But, my friend, these are people who are self-interest. And Baba anaheshimu wazee na hataki kuonyesha wazee kuwa hawasikizi. So Baba has tried his best to tell them that nimekuja Kisii several times. It looks like the baton from the people and from the leadership around that we are seeing is for SIMBA ARATI. Wazee wamekaa chini wanamdanganya. When Baba came last week, walimtoa na nguvu wakampeleka matanga ya Asanyo. It was not in the program. Kutoka matanga ya Asanyo, I mean, things changed. So you can almost see that they have hijacked Baba. So Baba, I think he made a good decision, he made a bad decision, but I think leaving it, coming back was also a good thing, because I think where it had gotten to, and you saw that rally both in Etago and Nyamarambe, you saw that people were pissed off, they had reached the brim, they didn't want to hear nothing from anybody. It was either SIMBA or nobody. And I think in that situation, I think Baba had to absolve himself. But what is happening and people are refusing to hear is simple. It is hurting us. We cannot lie that it is having any merit on us, because Ongwae is on the record in 2017, almost defecting to Jubilee. We know that. It was just a night before he defected, because his deputy was already in Jubilee. So Ongwae has never been on Baba's side. So what we are saying is that Ongwae is simply bankrolling Machogu, and even Duke knows that. So what Baba needs to do is to do what he did in Kitui, to stand up and say, you know what, Obure, stop doing this. Ongeri, endelea debe mpaka mwisho, because if Ongeri gets out, it's going to be a danger on us, because the votes for Ongeri are not going to come to us. They are going to go to Machogu. That is the matrix. So Ongeri has to go to the end. And that has precipitated that problem to Nyamira. You know, last time we said, and remember, to Nyamira, SIMBA ARATI went Nyamira for 2 days, and it helped. But now the fights became too much. Simba Arati stopped going to Nyamira. He came back to fight for himself. So if Simba Arati will be left to be the main person for Azimio as Baba had organized, him, Mbadi, and who was that? There were three people, wasimamia Azimio within Nyanza for campaigns and everything. He will have easily helped Timothy Bosire, who is struggling in Nyamira. ODM is really struggling in Nyamira. There is no question about that. But if Simba Arati and Bosire can come together and make a formidable team, it will be working. But as of now, as we are talking, even Ben Momanyi cannot defeat Walter Nyambati in Nyamira. Let truth be said. You know, you can't go to the hospital and tell the doctor you have a headache, but umwambie ulivunjika mguu. Atakupea panado, utarudi nyumbani, kichwa itaendelea kukuuma kwa sababu hujatibiwa mguu. Shida ambayo iko kule ni kuwa we need to go to the root of the problem. Ongwae is the problem. So unless we solve Ongwae's problem, you can't solve the problem ya huko. Now I think the more we speak about it, the more it makes us more mad. And you know, the problem is that once you destabilize the seat of the governor, you have destabilized the members of parliament, your campaign team, the ward representatives, the MCS, and now you will see a change again of wave. And we are fearing this. We don't want the wave to go. So if Simba Arati goes and Onyonka wins and Simba Arati, obviously Donya Toto will win. And that will allow ODM to win 4 to 5 seats in Kisii County, which is guaranteed. As we are talking now, because of these wars, there is no even one seat we are guaranteed in Nyamira. That is the truth. But if we resolve this seat, if we resolve this trauma that Kisii is going through, because Nyamira is basically a sub-county of Kisii. The governor sleeps in Kisii, the MCAs live in Kisii, everything is in Kisii. Once you solve this, by extension, you solve everything. So we need to wake up, because the tour of DP was not pre-organized. It came because we failed to resolve our problem, and DP was taking advantage. He came today to Kisii because he realizes there is a hole. But the truth is that jioni leo tumepata tama texts inasema Baba is coming and he has already found a solution and we are happy about it. Sasa hatujui ni solution gani, but hopefully atakuja ambie wao wengine kuwa wachana na huyu kijana is the one who is going to do my campaign. Hopefully that is what will happen.
Okay, thank you. I hope that is satisfactory. And politics is progression. Nothing is solved with one stroke of a pen. Some things we should allow them to have their true natures. There are people, when you stop them, they think it is your stopping that finished them. Others need to be left so that they reach their optimum. Wakianza kuhema, wataitisha msaada. Ukiwanasua mapema, wataanza kujidai kwamba walikuwa na nguvu. Hiyo nguvu yao ndio iliwasaidia wakafika mahali wamefika. So Baba ni mzee, anaelewa hii mambo. Anajua wale wana flex muscle, then nguvu zikiisha basi akikuja mambo yatanyoka. I trust that an amicable solution will be found. And the other aspect is punishing Baba will not help the locals. Like from the hesabu zile tulifanya, Kisii did not have a parliamentary a member of parliament elected. They had somebody who was cooked by another person. Allowing this cloud to rest on Kisii will easily give the manipulator that opportunity again to manipulate the polls. So let's not contribute to the smoke. Let's contribute to the clearing of the smoke so that everybody can see clearly make informed decision. Jakindu Bay, sema.
Nataka kumwambia Alex, asante sana. Nataka kumwambia Alex kwamba mimi nashangaa sana kuona kwamba nimesikia watu wa Nyanza wakisema president anatoka Nyanza. Na hii nashangaa kuona ninyi sasa Nyanza mnaanza kuzozana wenyewe kwa wenyewe, badala ya kuangalia kwamba nyumba yetu tuweke yani muweke nyumba yenu vizuri. Sasa mnazozana ninyi wenyewe kwa wenyewe, na sehemu zingine zimejipanga vizuri. Kwa nini hamwezi kuchukua jukumu la kumsaidia hata ninyi vijana kusaidia mzee? Kwa sababu hiyo ndio uongozi. Hamwezi kuacha uongozi, huwa inaonekana kwa mtu tangu ukiwa kijana, kwa sababu ingelifaa wale ambao wako kama tuseme Kisii wakae chini, wasingoje tu kila kitu tu wanangojea ati baba ndio aje. Lazima hata ninyi mkae chini mseme sisi tunataka hii kitu ikae hivi. Sasa baba akija anakuwa na kazi rahisi kusikia sauti ya wengi, munasema sisi tunataka namna hii. Sasa kama kuna mtu mmoja ambaye hasikii, basi baba anaweza kumkalisha chini, lakini kama wote mko na fujo anasema huyu, inatakiwa hata sisi wale wako kule kama Kisii wawe watulivu, wajue wanataka nini, wajue kwamba wakileta fujo hiyo nyumba itasambaratika, na kwa hiyo kile ambacho wanataka hawatapata. Asante sana.
Okay. Also, is it a question?
Yes, niko na comment and question. I just wanted to hear what Alex would say about it. Because the picture some of us are getting is like Ongwae is untouchable. It is not. And then, secondly, something else I want Alex to talk about. Personally, I think the solution is with Ongeri. As much as Alex is saying that if Ongeri does not go to the end, there will be a problem. I think if Ongeri himself makes out of his own volition, without pressure, he makes the decision. Personally, I think Ongeri knows who the majority of the county masses, the one they would get. And he doesn't need to be told that. If he arrives by himself, it will be the best thing. It will be the best thing.
How do you want him to arrive at it by himself without him being being guided?
You see, Ongeri is a senior, is a very senior politician.
Tumekuambia kwamba Wajakoya anasaidia katika hii election kutufanyia mtu akwe number 3. So kama Ongeri anapaswa kucheza hiyo kadi ya Wajakoya, acheze tu vizuri tena, afanye mtu number 3. Hiyo mambo tumalize. Hakuna haja ya kusumbuana kwa masuala ambayo yako wazi. Bwana Alex, I want you to combine your response plus your submission plus your responsibility. Sisi tungatuke na masa yangu ndio hayo. Mwanze kunitafutia Makadi na Temba na nane mwingine Njiru amefunga hiyo station nyingine?
Bado hajafunga.
Okay, sawa. Thank you.
Quickly on the Kisii issue, and we put it to rest, because I think hata hao wamekuwa exhausted and depleted. That's why Baba didn't arrest. It's not like he has not tried to resolve this issue. If you remember, prior for Baba coming, there were 2 groups. SIMBA brought his group and said Baba is coming for 2-3 days, ABCD. And Bernard played it here. He spoke very good Swahili, and I remember many people commended him and said, oh, SIMBA is so fluent in Swahili. No, he's an orator when it comes to Swahili. And then a few days later, you saw again Mbadi parading Ongwae and say the other group, huyo mtu mwingine, sijui anafanya nini. That's what he said. And in that meeting again, when they went to the funeral, you saw how mashavu ya Ongwae ilikuwa imefura. So we don't understand. Hata sisi tumeshangaa the nature of this man called Ongwae, because I think we had elevated him to a national level. We didn't expect, hata sasa wengine tunashangaa, tuko in shock that he can go to that point whereby he's fighting for himself. But let me tell you, Mr. Kose, iko watu kama Simba Arati akasirike today, amesema anaenda independent ama anaenda UDA, ataenda na watu. But iko mtu hata kama anaitwa Ongeri today asimame aseme ninapeana kura zangu kwa huyu ama huyu. Walikuwa wanakupea wewe tu, lakini you can't sway them. You get what I'm saying? Kura zako ni wewe tu watapigia, but they can't influence you to vote for another person. You understand? For instance, kuna watu wanapigia Machogu. No, watu wengi Kisii wanapigia Machogu. It's not Machogu they are voting for. They are voting for William. They believe in us, the nation. You understand? Hata ulete paka uweke huko Iran for UDA, watapigia hiyo paka kwa sababu their allegiance is to who? Sasa in Kisii there is a group, and I'm one of the people who belong to that group. Sisi tunapigia mtu wa ODM na mtu wa nini? Wa baba. So this thing imetukasirisha sana. Unaelewa? So Ongeri hata leo aende chini aseme haulizi. He can only get his votes, but those votes can't be transferred to another person. And the matrix and the problem is because of the clan politics that is going on. Ongwae ruled in a divide and rule for 10 years. He left the clan of Ongeri and Machogu out of the equation. And these people want to be part. And that's why the man called Simba Arati took his deputy called Monda from that clan. So now that goes again back to clanism, which I don't want to speak about. So, but anyway, that problem will be resolved probably before the end of the week or probably early next week, because I think everybody is mad about it, because the people themselves in Kisii, hata nyinyi mulijionea, wanapenda baba. There is no question about that. Nyinyi wenyewe mlijionea. Kila wakati baba akienda kule, you don't need to ask. Dukas wadanganye hapa hata kidogo. The love for baba in Kisii is organic. Our leaders are tearing us apart. Naona Duke hata Duke anapenda baba. Ni ile tu anachukia baba alisalimia Uhuru. When I ask Duke ananiambia alisalimia Uhuru. Sipendi Uhuru. He doesn't. Duke has never spoken bad about baba. Watch him, listen to him. He reveres baba. But ukimwambia Uhuru, ukitouch Uhuru, sasa Duke anapata arsenal anaweka kwa bunduki yake. Hiyo ndio risasi yao. Sisi bunduki yetu na risasi ni kura na kipande. Bunduki yao na risasi ni kuweka Uhuru kwa Raila. Sasa hiyo inakuwa bunduki na risasi. Hiyo ndio shida yao. Sasa wacha nikuje. Today was the final day of our Senate. Oh boy, I watched that Senate. That was one of the best. Let me congratulate the second Senate of Kenya. That was a superb Senate. I swear to you, I'm going to miss Mutula Kilonzo. I'm going to miss Lusaka as our speaker. That you could watch that Senate. And Mutula Kilonzo, I never liked these boys when they were out here making politics, but when they were in that house, they made me happy. Sakaja, Malala, all these. I don't like them politically when they are in UDA. But whenever they sat in that house and argued, they made us proud. That was a Senate that was an upper house for real. Put politics aside and put it as a Kenyan Senate. You put it as a Kenyan Senate, you compare it to UK upper house of Commons, you compare it to South Africa, this AFF, nothing. You compare, I watch Nigerian politics too, you compare it to Nigerian Senate. Our Senate was a house of reason. And they debated well, except that politics infiltrated a little bit. But in terms of debate, in terms of rules, standing orders, in terms of respect for each other, in terms of how they pinned each other, but in the end, they came out above the level of themselves. I want to congratulate the Senate because it finished out by one of the best bill, which was the implementation bill, that whatever they have discussed in the Senate must be followed up. You can't go to another bill, just keep passing bills without implementing and coming into fruition. For example, Mutula Kilonzo today said something that I didn't know. And I think, Bernard, I've sent you that clip so that you can play for us. He said, in the history of Kenya, in the history of Africa, in the history of the world, Mutua Alfred has the highest arrest warrants, amounting to 400. I didn't know that. I had to go check. Alfred Mutua has almost 400 arrest warrants. That is why that guy went on the other side. I didn't know that. But you know, that's a house of records too. So I want also to urge the coming Senate that they should even go beyond there. When we will see people like Sifuna or Kongo Mogeni, now Mutula Kilonzo will be out of it. You'll see the usual people that we loved there, they will be out of that Senate, but still there will be new members. Wako spoke for the first time for a long time, and Wako needs to speak more. If he doesn't need to speak more, Wako needs to get out of there, because as the most senior counsel, he speaks too less, and sometimes we need some interpretation in that house. So, and he's an ODM member of Senate. I don't know what he does there. Bernard, I don't know what that guy does there, because he rarely speaks. So I want to commend that Senate, Bernard, on what it has done. Wanasema Mugala muue lakini mpe haki yake, and that is the truth. Kenya, we have been blessed to have a Senate that could debate, hata kama it's through fluency, ama through manipulation, ama through nini, but you could see that our Senate in its second session, in the second parliament of the session, we are catching up with the world. So congratulations to our Senate. I wonder how Onyonka is going to be a good senator. He never talked even one day in parliament for a very long time, and he wants to be a senator. I think we want to vote him in. I don't know, Bernard. Sometimes hawa watu wanakuja wanajificha kwa Simba ARATI nyuma, tutawapigia kura na watatu disappoint, because hiyo ni house of debate. It is sad for us to have somebody like Onyonka hide behind Simba ARATI, and he didn't even, I mean, no bill has come out of this man called Onyonka in parliament, and is one of the most senior most, apart from Angwenyi, is one of the most senior most member of parliament from Kisii. We expected him to have passed 2 good bills. But anyway, let's give him a benefit of doubt that probably that was a lower house than him. He's going to use his aptitude and intelligence on the upper house, because I think that's where he fits. So maybe that's the excuse we can give. Lastly, maneno ya Kiambu, I don't think mimi nitaifurahia sana bila award. You know, one thing I don't want, the Kikuyus are our bigger brother. We should not celebrate when such kind of things are happening, because itoke kule, iende Western, to ikue Kisii. You know, we are going to have a campaign that is not ideologically based. I love what Mother has brought. I don't want any propaganda in our campaign, because Mother has only one message, and she has been able to sanitize the podium of Kenya in less than 1 month. So Kuso Ose Daktari, we don't need people to rebut these people. They have come to the end of their intelligence. Mother has only one message, and she has sanitized. I'm telling you, anybody imaneno ya tialala imeisha kabisa. I'm telling you, nobody is happy about tialala anymore. You are hearing how Mama is saying, alipokuwa katika serikali ya Kibaki, hizi mabarabara zote, you hear that every day, and it's getting to us to a point that that woman you just saw in the clip, who is not an elitist, who is not an upper class or middle class, cannot be lied to because of the simplicity and the consistency of the message of Martha Karua. If we can keep it simple, clear, consistent for the next 1 month, Katitimas will do nothing. So don't get worried, because that phobia is the one that itatuangusha. Martha is doing the best thing she can do. And Sabina Chege is doing the same thing. And now we are seeing people follow through. And if we can continue on that base, we can win Central based on that more than any other thing. Tialala Tibim never won. Nothing again will win Central. I think the message of Martha Karua has resonated and nobody can pin it down. Even Sanity in Kiunjuri has come, Kabogo, and the rest. So I think what we should do is that we can ask, can we recruit more Martha Karua? I think that's what we should be asking. Thank you very much.
Asante. Kasuti iko nini? Ngoja kwanza Kasuti, ngoja wewe ni mzee. Ngoja. Bob, mkono wako ilikuwa juu kwanza.
Mimi nataka kumwelezea Jakendube ya kwamba kule, just briefly, I will not stay long. Kule Kisii, Jakendube, unajua ukiona vijana wakipiga kelele ni kwa sababu wanajua ile madhara ya Ongwae. Na Ongwae, I will not lie to you because I have some information. He was an administrator. There was one time he was also, I think, head of TSC, walimu. And Ongwae is angling himself to become ile position kama ile ya Kinywa. Inaitwa nini? Ni chief secretary, chief of staff or something. And the reason why we don't want that man close to Baba is because of his record. The guy's record is bad. And the message needs to, Baba might be huko juu ana deal na mambo mengi, lakini hajui ile nyoka iko karibu na yeye. Lazima tumuelezee ya kwamba huyo mtu sio mzuri na atutaki awe kwa, in case Baba is to get to State House, atutaki mtu kama huyo. Manake huyo ataendelesha ufisadi. Asante.
Okay, thank you. Kasuti.
Asante sana. Bwana Alex. Mbona unaonea sana Richard Onyonga? Richard Onyonga, this inaitwa aje? Is it 12th parliament or what? Mambo mingi inafanywa kwa committees. And if I'm not wrong, I stand to be corrected. Richard Onyonga is doing very well when it comes to committees in the other side, because he's one of the members in one of the very important committee in parliament. So this parliament, as I know, as far as things are concerned, I think mambo mingi inafanywa in committees, committee after committee. So you might wait that person because he's a member of a certain committee. You might wait him to present a motion or to table a motion in parliament, and you not see him doing that. Why? The reason being because he sits in a certain committee. So you'll be unfair. You'll just being unfair by saying that you have never seen Richard Onyonga contributing in parliament. Me, I have seen him asking questions, defending some.
Kasuti,
Yes.
Onyonka is our son. We know Onyonka more than you. So, sometimes, you're commenting something which is beyond your pay grade. We know what our MPs and the bills they have passed. We know his capabilities. And we are saying we are not going to vote for him. We don't hate him. Your problem is simple. Leaders don't live beyond criticism. And we must, by all means, criticize our leaders so that they can up their game. Onyonka, for the record, you can go to any newspaper, has not spoken like Kasuti. Oh, Sudi, not Kasuti. Sudi in parliament. Okay? In this session. So with his education, he can't be put in the same list like Sudi. You get that? So what we are saying is that, yes, we are voting for you. However, we don't need to see you in the list of those who never opened their mouth and spoke in parliament. Do you get what we are trying to say? Because it's in that list. And that list is in every newspaper. So a senator who's speaking now, not for a constituency, for a whole county now, must now start learning that his debates are crucial. You know, Kasuti, lastly, we are not having now a confront here. In the future, when Sifuna will get into the Senate, the reason why Mutula Kilonzo, the reason why even Sakaja'S has been prompted to become a governor, the reason why other senators became governors is because they made an indelible mark in the Senate. You get it? Once you go to the Senate, you are going for another higher office. And we must also look yonder. We are not looking at a mirage whereby 10 years comes back, then this person becomes the same thing. No, you must look beyond and grow. So we are asking senators to contribute and become better. Mutula Kilonzo will receive what he's receiving because of merits and his contribution. Sakaja almost doesn't count, but almost became because of his in fact, many ulisikia hata Murkomen anakuambia this guy is intelligent, si mnamuona? Of course, yes, but he doesn't fit the qualifications. That's the only thing. And that's what we are saying. Mzee, ukienda kule, do what you're supposed to do. Thank you.
So, one Alex, you seem to be volunteering to do the orientation for the Senate after they are sworn in. And you feel the beat, so you can make applications so that you be considered to go and help them go through the standing orders and be able to articulate what it is that they are required to do. Hiyo story ya kushout jina yangu inakufutilia mbali, inaenda kinyume na standing orders hapa. Kwa hivyo mtafanya nikuwe deafen, okay? I will begin to deafen my ear from your shouting because that is against our standing orders. Na vile tunaanza kukosoa wabunge hivi, tuanze na kujikosoa kwanza ili our obedience be fulfilled, and then we shall be armed to punish every disobedience. It is important. Thank you very much. Now, I'm going to play one video. What is it, Bob?
Mimi nataka kumwambia Kasuti, I have posted a link hapo kwa private chat. Mimi nataka uende hapo kama kuna mbunge ama senator unataka kujua kitu alicontribute kwenye hiyo bunge ambaye meisha juzi. Ingia hapo utafute jina ya Onyonka, hutapata hata contribution moja.
Yani nyi watu mko hatari sana. But Onyonka sounds very very eloquent on TV shows.
Same to Sakaja.
Hivyo ndio Sakaja.
Same to Sakaja. Same to Titimas.
Mimi.
Same to Titimas.
Sawa, wacha Titimas doesn't say anything serious. Let's do this order.
Bernard.
Now, let me exercise my powers as my time begins to elapse. Kama uinui mkono, wezi kuchaguliwa kwa hii chama. Hii chama unainua mkono. Hiyo story ya kushout jina yangu imeanza kuharibu show. Naomba tusikilize hii nini, alafu tumlete mzee Jakindube afanye submission yake, twende kwa Duke, twende kwa Geoffrey na inawezekana. Tafadhali tupatie wengine muda nao pia wafanye contribution, tusiwe tu tuna exchange among ourselves. Okay. Let's get this done. Let's play this one for Alex before we bring the other one.
Finally, but I can see Mutula Kilonzo Jr. You have not pressed. Okay.
I've pressed.
Yes, Mutula Jr. Okay.
Yes,
okay.
Speaker, only to echo my sentiments of my colleagues that portion where the committee should have conducted public participation of these senators was not done. The areas mentioned by Senator Sakaja are important. I would have loved, Mr. Speaker, to, and Senator Sakaja has mentioned, Solidum and others, I would have loved to see an amendment to the procedure of impeachment of governors during plenary. There's a camera session that doesn't make sense. That should have either been amended or removed. But the implementation committee was important because for the effectiveness of this House, Mr. Speaker, we've had problems. I would have loved to see a better way of working with the Parliamentary Budget Office in this one. And therefore, Mr. Speaker, those being the concerns, we support, but hope that next time, Mr. Speaker, and I don't know when that will be, because we will not be here, but there should have been an element of consultation amongst ourselves with the relative experience of being here for 10 years with Senator Orengo and others. One or two comments would have been useful. The Committee of Finance, just to explain this point, has prepared a report, an exit report of the committee on the challenges we have had as a finance committee, so that it can inform the next Senate. Therefore, the amendment of the standing orders should also inform the Senate of the challenges as first and second Senate have had, so that the next senators, who are not going to be Orengo, Sakaja, myself, and others, are going to face, and Wako, and many others, are going to face. And the third Senate is going to face many, many challenges. If you recall the statute miscellaneous amendment that was passed to remove the mandate of the Senate in interrogating commissions under Article 153, there is a push by people who don't like devolution to make sure that the Senate becomes weaker and weaker. We must claim jurisdiction. Look for it, even if it's not there, and put it there so that the law can consequently be amended so that the senators can be effective, Mr. Speaker, on audit on other matters, which, Mr. Speaker, have gone unhandled. The Senate Governor of Machakos has the most arrest warrants since the invention of arrest warrants, and nothing has happened, Mr. Speaker, since. And therefore, Mr. Speaker, it is those weaknesses that should have been addressed in these standing orders. Mr. Speaker, thank you.
Finally, Senator Masija.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Bernard, are you there? Looks like Bernard is not there. Who was going to speak next?
It was me who had a comment.
I'm here. One moment, please.
Okay.
I'm getting a video to play.
Okay.
Just hold on.
When I grow up, I want to be an engineer just like you.
And I would like to be a lawyer just like mother. But can we have water at home to drink, cook and clean so I can have more time to study?
How can we offer a better healthcare system?
Na kuniwezesha mimi kama mlemavu.
Mimi kama jua kali, wata recognize skill yangu aje?
Mimi mfanyi biashara, naweza pata financial support, niongeze stock.
In whose hands are our businesses safe?
Dear Baba.
Yo, Baba,
Wakenya wameongeza barua zingine, wanasema wanataka password.
Barua tumesisoma.
Wakenya, tumesikia maoni yenu. Hii ndiyo password.
Inawezekana.
Yes, Jakindube.
Asante sana Bernard, na wasalimia wote. Nimefurahi kuwaona wote. Na nimefurahi na hilo mwito wa Azimio ambayo tumeona hii ya mwisho kabisa ni mwito maridadi kabisa. Huo ndio moto wa Azimio. Leo sikuwa natarajia kuingia kwa mjadala, lakini kuna mtu kuna wachangiaji wengine hapa walijaribu kusema kwamba inafaa Azimio ifuate yale mambo ambayo watu wa UDA wanafanya. Mimi nataka kuambia hatuwezi kuanza kusema uongo, kuanza kusema porojo kama hao, kwa sababu nchi haiongozwi na porojo. Porojo ni ya kuharibu. Hatuwezi kuanza kujaribu kuzungumza porojo kama hao. Sema ukweli, na nataka kuwathibitishia kwamba niliwaambia, ukiangalia hao wanasiasa wale watu wanaitwa wanasiasa au viongozi, wengi wamepatikana wakisema uongo. Na ukiuliza mtu niambie jambo moja ambayo Raila amesema ya uongo, utakosa. Ukitafuta Martha Karua jambo gani amesema ya uongo, utakosa. Saa hii unaona campaign kama Martha Karua alipoenda Mount Kenya, kulikuwa na watu walianza kuleta fujo, kumbu. Alifanya nini? Hakufuata vile walikuwa wanataka. Alisema na style yake, alisimama na ukweli, akawaambia pana, yule mtu anataka kunibuu aje hapa achukue microphone aniambie point yake, na amesimama na ukweli. Tusijaribu kujiweka katika mstari wa wale jamaa wa kusema porojo, ya kusema uongo. Nataka kuhakikishia kwamba katika ulimwengu mzima, ulimwengu wote, nchi yoyote, hata hizi nchi ambazo mnasema ati zimeendelea, zinapigana na vitu vitatu: ujinga, umasikini na ugonjwa. Hizi vitu vitatu ndio vinakabili binadamu hapa duniani. Hapa duniani watu wote wanakabiliwa na hizi vitu vitatu. Na wakati Bwana Raila anawaambia Wakenya sijui ni watu tuko namna gani. Wakenya bado hatuelewi kwamba hizi vitu vitatu ndio vita inatukabili hapa ulimwenguni. Hapa ulimwengu tuko na hizi vitu vitatu tu ndio zinatusumbua: magonjwa, umasikini na ujinga. Hata kwa Biblia nasema kwamba sema ukweli, information, yani ukweli, na utaokoka. Ukweli. So lazima tuangalie hizi vitu ni vitu vya muhimu kwa maisha yetu. Nasema hivyo kwamba hatuwezi kufuata porojo na kutojua, kwa sababu mkutano wa Bwana DP kule Kisii, unaona kabisa hao wale walikuwa pale mkutanoni, wengi ni wajinga. Kwa sababu mnawezaje kupiga makofi kwa mtu ambaye anawadanganya kwa macho yenu? Anawaambia porojo, saa hiyo anawaambia porojo. anasema uongo, mkisikia na mnapiga makofi kwa sababu ya uongo ambaye anasema. Sakaja kama hana certificate, hana. Kama hakusoma. Mimi nakumbuka kuna wakati Governor Joho walikuwa nasumbuliwa na mambo ya sijui degree, sijui nini, certificate. Sikumsikia Raila akizungumza juu ya hiyo, kwa sababu hiyo ilikuwa ni jambo ambalo nani alikuwa anatakiwa kutatua yeye mwenyewe na faculty zile alienda, shule ile alisoma. Haiwezi kwamba Raila asende kusema wacheni na Joho. Hakusema hivyo, mimi sikumbuki. Labda mimi labda kama kuna mtu alisikia akisema Joho, lakini nashangaa kuona bwana Ruto tayari anasema hiyo tayari ni political, ati sijui deep state, sijui nini. Hiyo ni porojo, kwa sababu yeye ndiye alisema hakuna kitu inaitwa deep state, hakuna. Saa hii anaenda kuwadanganya watu, na juzi tu amesema hakuna kitu kama hiyo, na saa hii anawadanganya, anawaambia kwa macho yao eti kuna deep state, eti ndio inashughulikia mambo ya Sakaja. Jamani, mjue hiyo mambo ya ujinga watu waache. Alafu kuna jambo lingine nataka kugusia. Mimi nataka kusema hivi, ubaguzi. Ukianza ubaguzi hauishi popote. Ndio maana unakuta Alex anasema kule Kisii kuna ubaguzi wa milango. Lazima hizo vitu, mtu hawezi kutoka nje kuja kusuluhisha hizo vitu. Lazima ninyi wenyewe mkae chini msuluhishe hizo vitu. Tuache hii mambo ya kuzozana. Wakati mwingi tunapoteza wakati wa kufanya kazi kuzozania nani na ubaguzi. Ubaguzi ni jambo ambalo halifai, na hiyo ndio inatoka kwa ukabila, inakuja kwa mlango, inakuja kwa ukoo. Hiyo ni ubaguzi, haifai hata kidogo. Ubaguzi lazima tuusimamishe, tujue ubaguzi ni kitu hakifai. Tuone mtu kama Martha Karua. Kuna mtu mwingine alisema kwamba inafaa tutafute watu fulani kuzima zile porojo. Watu wanasema hata sisi, kila mtu anahusika na hiyo. Sisi vile vile hapa ni lazima tuseme hizo vitu ambazo wanasema ni porojo, na hatuwezi kwenda na porojo. Mimi nimwambia inchi huwezi kuongoza na porojo, na uongo huwa ina expire. Hiyo kitu mjue, uongo ina expire, lakini ukweli uishi milele. Na hiyo mnajua inaishi milele. Hata mnaona Biblia inaishi milele. Hizi vitabu vingine watu wanasoma wanazisahau, wanaziweka, lakini Biblia huwa isahauliki, inasomwa kila siku, kwa sababu imejaa ukweli na hekima ndani. So ni lazima hizo vitu tuzingatie. Kusema mimi nachukia sana watu ambao husema ati sema tu hiyo ni siasa. Hapana, siasa ni lazima iwe ukweli, kwa sababu siasa ndio inachukua sehemu yote ya maisha yetu. Kama ni barabara ni siasa, kama ni hospitali ni siasa, kama ni elimu ni siasa, kama ni vyakula ni siasa. Kila kitu inatengenezwa na siasa, na kwa hiyo ni lazima hiyo kusema siasa tuseme ukweli, kwa sababu huwezi kusema porojo na hali ya matibabu ya watu. Huwezi kusema porojo na hali ya elimu ya watu. So hawa watu ambao wanasema porojo hawafai. Hiyo mimi ninawaambia haifai, hawafai kidogo, hata kidogo. Haufai kusimama kwa mbele ya watu alafu unasema uongo, alafu unasema ni siasa. Hapana, ukisema kitu ni lazima uhakikishe kwamba ni jukumu lako kuhakikisha kwamba hilo jambo umefanya limetendeka. Kama ilitendeki, unasema kwa nini haijatendeka. Hiyo nilimona Shifuna akihojiwa akisema, alisema neno ambalo mimi napenda. Alisema kwamba siasa, yeye hachukulii siasa kama ni kusema uongo, anataka chochote ambacho wamesema iwe ni ukweli. Na nikasema huyu ndiye anasema anajua maana ya siasa ni nini, kwa sababu maana ya uongozi, kwa sababu uongozi ni lazima ukiwaambia watu kitu fulani ujue hiyo kitendo unaweza kuifanya. Kama huwezi kufanya, hakuna haja ya kusema hiyo. So mimi nashukuru na furahi sana vile Martha Karua anafanya siasa zake, vile anazungumza, vile anaonyesha uongozi bora, na hata baba anaonyesha uongozi bora, uongozi ambao inasema ukweli na make sure kwamba watu waamini yale vitu ambavyo wanasema. Kwa sababu ukiangalia Raila, ukimwangalia na uongozi, wakati wowote amekuwa na uongozi, wakati wote unaweza kuona vitendo, ile ambayo unaweza hata kushika na mkono, au kile ambacho kiko, unaona nyayo zake zipo, unaona alama yake ipo mahali amepita, unaona alama yake kwamba amefanya kitu fulani. Hawa wengine ni porojo, hawana alama yoyote, hawana chochote. Kwa hiyo ni lazima sisi wa Kenya wenyewe lazima tujue uongozi sio kusema uongo. Asante sana. Asante Bernard.
Okay, thank you, Jakindube. Let's listen now to Duke.
Good evening, good morning, wherever you are. Today I want to submit on 3 key issues. I don't know, let me start from the Kisii politics. As the topic says here that SIMBA ARATI I think SIMBA ARATI is off the hook. I want to disagree with that. First of all, when you talk about the Kisii politics, that is Nyamira and the Kisii counties, to a large extent, party affiliation does not guarantee you a win. Like some areas, maybe in rural Nyanza and other parts of Kenya, where if you get a nomination of a particular party, then you will win. This is true if you scrutinize the outcome of 2017. In 2017, Raila Odinga won in Kisii and Nyamira, but there was no single member of parliament from Kisii constituencies or even Nyamira. And that is the problem which is bedefiling the Kisii politics today. I can trace the issue to nominations. The ODM nominations are not fair. We are aware that Ongeri is the senator of Nyamira, and he was an ODM member. Nyamira. Kisii, sorry, thanks for the clarification. So the reason why we have too many contestants affiliated to ASMIO from different parties, because all of them were in ODM, but they felt that the nomination process would not be fair. That's why they looked for alternative parties which were supporting Raila, that is under the ASMIO coalition party, to fire. So if the nomination process was to be fair, and then we expected like Ongeri and SIMBA ARATI were to compete, then we will be having one person from the ASMIO. However, because we have several aspirants from the Asmio party, so it means the Asmio votes are going to be divided. However, not to a large extent, because of most voters in Kisii or Nyamira, to a large extent, they scrutinize the person, not the party. So that can favor Asmio because it's not that all those who are supporting Ruto will support for Gachagua, but they will scrutinize who is going to be the governor. Number two, the old voters in Kisii feel that SIMBA ARATI is not reserved politicians. They feel that he is not mature enough and is not reserved to some extent. So if you interrogate the old people, they disagree. They say that he's not yet mature to be the governor. So that's their opinion. So SIMBA ARATI will get more votes from the youths. However, again, that will be a disadvantage to him because it's the old people in Kisii who are supporting Asmio, but the younger people to a large extent are affiliated to UDA. So therefore, what I can say is this: SIMBA ARATI is likely to win, but if other aspirants within Asmio feel that they are not fairly treated, as the rallies have indicated, that may affect SIMBA ARATI in a way, because most of you are saying that UDA is not being fair to other small parties, but we are saying the same. If the aspirants are all for Asmio and they were given an opportunity to fight, let them be given an equal platform to campaign. In Kiambu, this is what I can say. Despite the fact that we have several aspirants within the same coalition, we should not forget that the aspirants are competitors. So in Kisii, Ifongeri, and SIMBA ARATI are on Asmio coalition, but they are also competing to competitors. So competition is not friendly to a large extent. So because I'm speaking this regarding to the speech, the statement from Kabogo, what I can say is this: Gachagua is an UDA member, and Kabogo has his own party. So the problem is Kabogo expects UDA to support him, despite the fact there are two different parties, and both the parties have an aspirant. So that the battle is there. So I think Kabogo should actually campaign in a decent way, the way Moses Kuria is doing. Moses Kuria is part of Kenya Kwanza, but he's not trying to confront UDA. He knows they are competitors. So all I can talk about is that's competition. Lastly, I want to comment about the Sakaja'S issue. I would agree with the statement of the Deputy President to some extent, because if you scrutinize the unfolding of events, you must question the process or the way the events are unfolding. For instance, first of all, Sakaja'S was cleared. Then some Kenyans disputed the clearance, which is their right. They said he does not have academic credentials to run as a governor. And among the issues they were citing is that they were talking about the date of graduation, when he graduated. Also others were talking about the institution where he graduated from was not offering that course. Those were some of the questions that those who disputed the clearance was pointing. Then I think the IPC did the right thing. They have a dispute resolution committee which started to scrutinize the issue. And we know that we are always warned not to comment or to make some argument when we have cases in court or being investigated by a tribunal. But despite that, before the tribunal has made a decision, then the commission revokes documents which are in question, which are being scrutinized by the tribunal. That's like an interference of a judicial process, you see? And also, the revoking is coming from the chairman. Those who know how organization work, the person who's mandated with the communication, the decision-making of an organization, the CEO. So it's like the chairman is trying to insubordinate the CEO. So also that raises another question. And if, for instance, if you scrutinize also the revocation, actually the courts have disputed that revocation, because if, for instance, I say penalty, that's not enough. I have to say he's active because of A, B, C, D. And I have to explain to him if I'm the one who's mandated to scrutinize him. So actually, the commission actually just gave a statement. It did not actually explain it to Sakaja, and those are the grounds which have been used by the court to dismiss that revocation. So considering all those, you can question that there is individuals who are trying to use institutions and other individuals to derive a given agenda, or even to taint somebody politically, as it has been when it comes to corruption cases, where you find individuals are mentioned that individuals are corrupt, but there is no prosecutions, there is no evidence in court. So it's like it's aimed at having a political taint, and that can disadvantage individuals who are seeking political office. That's my submission for today.
One moment. Before Duke goes, there is a video I want you to watch on the same development on the court.
Another story from the Kenya Kwanza Alliance. Now, the sibling rivalry in that alliance has taken a turn, with Gatundu South MP Moses Kuria and former Kiambu Governor William Kabogo pulling out their parties from the...
Back and let's revisit our top stories. A day after High Court Judge Jairus Ngaah suspended the revocation of Nairobi gubernatorial candidate Senator Johnson Sakaja'S university degree, a petitioner has moved to the same court, questioning whether or not Justice Ngaah actually attended the Wednesday night hearing and issued the stay orders. Now, according to Dennis Wahome, who challenged Sakaja'S academic qualifications before the IEBC Disputes Tribunal, court records show that Justice Ngaah was supposed to be away from the 15th to the 18th of this month on other official duties, and thus it was not possible for the judge to sit and issue the orders that led to the expulsion from the IEBC committee, the letter from Commission for University Education that had revoked recognition of Sakaja'S certificate from Teams University. And as David Muthoka reports, Wahome is seeking the High Court's confirmation that indeed such orders were made.
Nairobi Senator Johnson Sakaja'S City Hall bid could run into further headwinds after a petitioner on Thursday moved to the High Court questioning the validity of the temporary suspension of Senator Sakaja'S degree certificate revocation by the Commission for University Education. According to Dennis Wahome, who has also challenged Senator Sakaja'S academic qualifications before the IEBC Dispute Resolution Committee, it is not possible that a judge who, according to the court records, was supposed to be away on other official duties issued the stay orders that led to the expulsion of the letter from the Commission for University Education. In the latest case filed against Senator Sakaja, Wahome says that according to the High Court course list, Justice Jairus Nga, who granted Sakaja reprieve, albeit temporarily, on Wednesday, 15th June 2022, 9:03 p.m., would not be sitting between 15th and 18th June, as he would be engaged in other official duties. According to Wahome, the notice further states that all matters coming up during that period are to be rescheduled, saying it is not possible for the judge to be at two places at the same time. Wahome has now sought the High Court's confirmation as to whether Justice Nga actually sat and ruled that Sakaja'S degree revocation be suspended pending hearing and determination of a case in which Sakaja has challenged the revocation. In the ruling, Judge Nga further prohibited IEBC from striking Sakaja from its list of candidates cleared for the Nairobi gubernatorial race. The letter from Wahome's lawyers is stamped as received by the courts. David Mudoka, KTN News, Nairobi.
Chief Inspector of Police Maxwell Otieno has told a court in Nairobi that Joseph Irungu alias Joey and
Okay, Duke, can you respond to that in a minute or so?
What I can say, that's actually, you can say that's a fake or propaganda. Because if you know how the
Sorry?
I can say it's not, those are like false allegations, because the way the high courts or the judiciary functions, if, for instance, you file a case in the high court, there is actually what we call the principal judge of the high court. Is the one who assigns specific individuals to sit and listen to specific cases. You don't just file a case and somebody comes like that. That person has to be assigned. So if a person is saying that that person was not assigned, then that is like we want to hear that from the principal judge of the high court or the management of the courts, not anybody. Actually, how did that person know that that judge was not there? Is it the one who's writing the timetable of those within the court? So there are a lot of questions to ask.
But Duke, it's like you didn't follow. It says according to the timetable of the judges, the judge who is purported to have issued stay orders was to be off between the 15th and the 18th to attend on other official matters. So the question the petitioner is asking is, how can the judge be in two different places at the same time? He's away attending on official matters, yet he's in court issuing staying orders.
That's a claim. Maybe, what if the timetable changed? Is he the one who makes timetables? So that must be
okay.
We want to get the statement from the
until if the timetable is changed. If the timetable is changed, we'll have a memo to that effect or a following up towards that. So the new timetable will say, although we had given Judge so and so to go in Mombasa or wherever, he's back or he will be on duty, the other judge will go. Until that communication is made, we can't refute this and say it is just claims. This is a petition that has been placed. It's not a street political statement. A petition has been filed to that effect by the same court. I mean, into the same court. So until the court says otherwise, the matter remains that way. Yes, Jackie Ndube.
Kusema kwamba hiyo inaonyesha weakest link, koti zetu zio ni weakest link, kwa sababu utakuta kesi zingine zimeshakaa hapo miaka 5, miaka 7, na kesi ya BBI wanaifanya 24 hours wanaimaliza, lakini kesi ambazo zinatakiwa za wale watu ambao ni waporaji hawafanyi, wanazipostpone. So weakest link ni hiyo, kwa sababu huyo jaji hawezi kuwa yuko safarini na at the same time yuko hapo anajaji, haiwezekani.
Okay, Bwana Godfrey, I think take it please.
Okay, na salimia nyote. I think I'll just talk on the issue ya Sakaja, the guy who is good in English. Okay, I'm just waiting to see what IBC will do, because nimeona IBC imeclear Malala, the guy who don't know even the day he joined the class. He don't know the year alimaliza shule. The only thing he remembers ni vile he was able to gather the whole family to celebrate ile wakati alikuwa anapata nini, anamaliza shule. This is the guy that IBC has cleared. Look at somebody like Gachagua, with all of things that he zinamfuata, he was also cleared. So I'm just waiting to see what will happen to Sakaja, the guy ambaye I'm very sure he doesn't have that degree. There's a issue that imefanya nikakuja hapa, what Osea was talking about, the issue on propaganda. He talked about that propaganda that has been trailing in central Kenya. But Bernard, you say that kuna some propaganda zikiongelewa, we are not supposed to talk about them. Tunaachana tu nazo tu kwa sababu hazifai kuongelewa. But I think every propaganda that is mentioned, we need to deal with it. Because this is the same propaganda ambayo imetumika in central Kenya, and a lot of people buy into it. Some mtu tumuuliza kwa nini mnakataa Raila, he'll never give you any good reason why, but atakwambia kwa this guy is not the right person to read, you see. So what I was saying, let us talk on every issue. Mtu akiongea propaganda tukatae tu, tumwambie no, the propaganda is wrong, the right thing ni hivi ambayo inafaa inahitajika. Look at what Jose was talking about, the issue about the deputy president of UDA. Alikuwa anaongea kuwa wamechukua pesa yote wamepeleka Kisumu for development. Those are the things that we need to refuse. Tuache history ambayo kinaduka na tuambia sijui nini hapa, mambo ya sijui deputy president ana support Sakaja. Those are things that we should not talk about it. Sakaja ni mtu ambaye hana degree. Remember there's a time he was on JKL akiwa anasema kwa ako na degree kutoka Moi University, but sahi tumejua kweli hana any degree. How comes the deputy president of Kenya anakuja mbele ya watu ana support mtu kama huyu, na surely anajua kabisa huyu mtu hana hiyo degree? Ameenda kwa degree ya Uganda ambayo hata pia haeleweki kama ni kweli iko kama haiko, and they supporting him. Those are things that we should not talk about. Let us talk about issue kama propaganda ambayo inakuwa sell in central Kenya, ambayo ima affect a lot of people. People, they don't know the truth about what is going on. Vitu ambao watu wanafuata ni the propaganda tu ambazo zinakuwa shared na watu wa UDA. Every time wakiongea ni propaganda. Let's talk about this issue. Tuambie watu ukweli. Just the same way Martha KARUA is doing. Martha KARUA is doing a good job, but we need to help him. And that's why, like Bernard, I think it is just a request, a channel on this Mutembei channel. Let us do it 24/7. Mchana na usiku. You know, like right now, hapa Kenya, in Mombasa, ni usiku sahi. Most of people in Kenya wanalala. So kuna wale watu ambao wanapenda siasa, watu kama sisi tunapenda siasa, obviously tutaamuka. Sisi wengine tuko kazini, tutaamuka tusikie. But a lot of people sahi wamelala, who they need to listen to what people are talking here, because it is very educative. Mtu akisikiza vitu ambavyo tunaongea hapa. Na hivi vitu tunafaa tuongee mchana wakati kila mtu anasikia. Tuambie ukweli, the propaganda ambayo inakuwa sell out with the UDA guys. Because these people, and I don't know how, wana reason vipi. Because mtu kama Duke is a learned guy. Alafu nasikia Alex anasema Duke amekataa tu Raila kwa sababu amesalimia Uhuru. Which kind of reasoning is that? Kusalimia Uhuru imeleta peace in Kenya. How comes unakuja unasema tindi inafanywa unachukia mtu? That's hata na shangaa how comes unaweza reason kitu kama hiyo. You see, wacha tuongee ukweli. Just the same way Kindube amesema, let's talk ukweli, tuache propaganda. Kitu ambao ni mbaya ni mbaya. Like right now, uchaguzi is just about light and darkness. Anything that Ruto talks is just about darkness. Hakuna kitu yote ambayo iko ya ukweli. Ask him anything amesimama nayo hapa Kenya. Anything amesaidia Kenya ambao watu watamkumbuka as a deputy president alifanya. I don't see anything. But look at somebody kama Mudi Awori. Ask any person ambaye alikuwa hiyo wakati atakwambia Mudi Awori kuna kitu alifanya. What about our deputy president? There's nothing he has done. Ni tu kupatiana tu my promises 50 billion, CG 100 billion, things that will never come to pass. I think ni hayo tu nitaongea kwa sasa.
Okay, thank you. Ose?
Yes, good evening, everyone, once again. Now, Bernard, what I can say is that this issue about the last issue, especially around these issues around the DP and the lies. You remember what Jakindube was saying that the only thing people should be talking about ukweli. That is correct. Now, propaganda is a mixture of all manner of issues, allegations, false or true, half-truths, and all manner of alternative facts. You see, it is hardening. I'll go back to what I was saying that, okay, I think Bob had said that there is a team which has been formed to deal with some of these issues as far as at least rebutting the open propagandas and lies are concerned. Now, that be so. Now, I think Jakindube was having a different narrative. He was saying that you don't need to reply to these lies. You know, the electorate, the people who are electing these people are of all manner of education levels. A number of them, you have the land fellows, then you have the middle class, then you have majority of the masses who are also, you have even illiterate people there. Now, some of those people, they take what they hear from the rallies as the truth. As much as they are lies and you feel ashamed to reply to certain lies, if they create the wrong perception, Azimio must deal with them. One of the wrong perceptions which has been created, and it was being spoken in the rallies where the DP was, with the masses. This idea that, look, now the fuel has gone up, I don't know by how much. And somebody comes on the podium in the rallies. It is a total lie that they are getting the money has gone up so that your livelihood, okay, your ability to buy food is also becoming unbearable. Why? Because the fuel has to go up so that it can finance Azimio rallies. And that is why the president has done that. And they're saying the president has done that to finance the Azimio rallies. Those are the sort of propagandas I'm saying. Azimio must have people who can explain to the masses how do fuel prices go up. You know, those people, the people in the middle class, I know they understand that is a total lie and is a propaganda. But unfortunately, the bulk of the electorate are the low masses. Most of them are not even do not even have an idea how the fuel goes up. All they know is that bus fare, matatu fare will go up. Their life will become unbearable. Now somebody stands on a podium and portrays the fact that this has been done so that you can finance the Azimio rallies. Well, as much as their lies, I disagree with Jakindube. They need to be rebutted. You can keep on saying ukweli, but you also need to do something about the lies from the other parties. Otherwise, the wrong perception will be created. You will lose votes where you should never have lost votes. There are so many people who are in the borderline, they have not decided, the so-called undecided fellows. And if they are not so learned, they might take they have to
say my question is,
yes.
If the fuel, high cost of fuel is financing the Azimio rallies, who is financing the Kenya Kwanza rallies?
Well, Bernard, that's why I was saying that it depends on who you are addressing. You see the masses down there, They will not. I'm
No,
not,
no, no,
I'm
no.
not,
I told you you are underrating Kenyans. You are underrating Kenyans, and that is not valid. Because between, for example, okay, there has been a claim that Azimio is state sponsored. Okay, so between the state and William Ruto, who has more money to sponsor their rallies?
no, Bernard, that's not the point. The point is the people being addressed, the people getting the perception. You see, for us, people who are in the middle class, we know exactly what you are saying. We know where the truth lies. Unfortunately, the bulk of the people can easily get moved or inclined to a certain direction when otherwise they would not. That's why I was saying, imagine addressing the literal people in the rallies there. What they know is that their bus fare has gone up because last week.
Wewe ni daktari, okay? Mimi ni mhubiri. Katika kuhubiri huwa tunasema hivi. Mine is to speak, okay? But I leave the interpretation to you. Whatever you make of what I speak, it's all solely on you. What you are doing is to speak and understand for the people at the same time. That is a very huge mistake in terms of letting people decide on which side they will be based on the information available to them. No right-thinking Kenyan will buy into the idea that the reason why the fuel is high is because the campaigns that Raila needs to be sponsored. Raila is running for the 5th time. Who has been sponsoring him? Which fuel was used to sponsor him when he was in the opposition? The cost of living has been high all along before the campaign came into being. So the propaganda will be on, but like I have said, the lies will catch up with the liars eventually. We can't have everybody thinking the same way. It's it's almost impossible. But at the end of the day, the truth will come through. Kenyans will get the truth and they will drop the lies. Bob, yuko nini?
Yes.
Dakika kwanza.
Mimi nataka kusema hivi bwana Bernard. Unajua nyinyi hamtuelewi mimi na for once at least naweza sema I have been on the same side na Jose. Nyinyi hamtuelewi. Unaona kama sasa I'll give you an example. What we are saying is a team to deconstruct the lies, not to now get into the pigsty and start behaving like the pigs. Now, a good example is this. You saw what Joe did to enlighten the Costarians deep in the village. Forget about the middle class we are talking about, who have a TV, who have the internet. Joe played clips of what the DP was saying then and now. Most of, I'll tell you for sure, the reason why you are seeing even some opinion polls saying that cost is shifting is because of these lies. People in the villages there, when they are visited by the chief hustler, he preys on people's problems. And once your hands are greased and you are hungry, you stop thinking. But when you are enlightened by some of these cheap lies, especially like something like the port that was very dear to the Costarians, and the people even in the villages, I'll tell you, I've lived in Coast for so long that most of the people even in the villages at least have got a relative or somebody related that is working in the port, because the port provides employment to so many people from different angles. So what we are saying is that there must be a team of brilliant young activists, Azimio activists, who must deconstruct these lies, even if it means running those road shows and educating people. it will go a long way in cleaning up the uchafu ile hao watu wanatupaka. Sijasema tuingie kwa matope, lakini lazima to deconstruct hii vitu because we have different audiences. Thank you.
For example, Bernard, I wanted to give one example. For example,
one more example.
Yeah, just one. You see, for example,
my time is up and there is a matter I need to leave you with.
You see, this fuel increase. All you need is somebody to connect with people the way Martha Karua does for purposes of civic education. Because you see, people are seeing fare has gone up. Why? The government has increased fuel to how many times? Now, if somebody is trying to say that the fuel is increased to finance Azimio, somebody should be able to explain exactly how does the fuel go up and for what reason. That will be sufficient. You don't have to lie the way they are lying. No, just put the facts straight so that the masses are well informed.
Okay, thank you. Sawa sawa, asante sana. And since you are next to Bob, Bob seems to be aware of the empowering of the team. So you should also facilitate our empowerment, because we are doing more deconstruction than they are doing on the campaign trail.
Agreed.
All the same. Now, kuna inawezekana came here and left. He left us a question on the private chat, which I want to read through and leave you people to debate. Okay. He said, I just joined to ask you guys to comment about Nyanza politics. Anyone who understands what's happening there should enlighten us. Kidero is taking over. There might be low turnout if Baba isn't careful in his backyard. Now, I don't know how to make what to make out of that, but I think we have sufficient people who can give us up to speed. Kidero is taking over from Baba or is taking over from Gladys Wanga. I would want to interrogate that, and then so inawezekana mwenyewe hayuko, so sijui mtaventilate on that, then come up with the way forward. Makiadi.
Yes, bana, jambo.
Jambo, vipi?
Salama sana, habari ya jana na leo. Jana sijui kama tulionana.
Saa hii ni asubuhi, asante, ni salama. Now, ningependa kung'atuka. Henry peke yake ndio hajafanya submission.
Henry, kabla utoke, sijui kama umetuchezea video ya classmate wa Sakaja.
No, umenitumia?
Hapana, sijakutumia, nilikuwa nafikiria umeiona. Kuna ile video nasema ni ya classmate wa Sakaja'S. Sijui kama ni mchezo, lakini nadhani ni mchezo tu. But it is it's a funny video. I would have loved people to see it here.
If you have it forward, let me look at it.
Can you play from YouTube? Because I think I can find it on YouTube. Let me. Yeah. It's I think it was posted by Mutembei.
Mm.
Oh, okay, I found it. Let me forward it to you. I thought you had it. Let me forward it to your not your email, your WhatsApp. But I think it will take time before. I think Henry can go on. Henry can give us his submission there. Henry, unatusikia?
Henry Stanley, you can take it. Where are you? Ni kama amehang.
Aya, nimekutumia Bernard kwa WhatsApp.
Okay. So Bwana Uma should respond to that Kidero stuff.
Osea alikuwa anasema kuna kitu ya kusema juu ya hiyo maneno. Hebu Osea ingia hapo 1 minute tuambie.
You see what's happening is that Kidero, it is based on the main issues on the different approaches taken by the candidates for campaigning. And the second thing is to do with finances. Now, one of the candidates, I wouldn't say who, is funding a lot of Azimio activities and ODM, including even offering to help with some of the errands, the tasks for Baba. Now, that really complicates the issues at the grassroots level. And I think that is what Zekana was trying to bring forth, and that's why he's saying that the fellow is taking over. He has the resources, and like the KK side, they think that once you have money can do anything. That all you need is have money, and then you will be able to reach wherever you want to go. That is the attitude there, and that imbalance in terms of resources is what is causing things and really causing a lot of table turning from the people I've heard from the ground there. If you can, for example, if you can afford to put your agents on payroll weekly, you can imagine that is quite impactful in a place where majority of the people are poor. That is what's happening.
So what do you mean by putting your agents on payroll, Osea?
You see, when you have support from the grassroots, some people support you because they love you, some people they like your policies, others because of what you give them.
Traditionally, in my opinion, Kidero lost the elections in Homa Bay in 2014. When Otieno Kajwang died, and he campaigned against the current Kajwang.
But then I've been to Vichenjanga.
You don't change that in the Luo tradition. You don't do that. So the loyalty question comes up. When he went against Baba and campaigned for the opponent against the bereaved family, that cannot be erased by money, cannot be erased by good campaign. It will still go back there until further notice. So without Baba's blessing, Kidero can spend the entirety of his earnings. Sioni akichukua hiyo kiti. Aulize Orengo. Aulize anaitwa nani, Professor Anyang' Nyong'o. All those people ran against Baba one time or the other. What did they become?
Are you concerned that every other time they clash at rallies, the two candidates?
The
2-3 times a week, their supporters.
It's normal. It's normal. How are you going to have a competition without clashing? But the Baba factor cannot be wished away in Homa Bay, especially. The Baba factor is going to be the determinant factor of which direction that election goes. When the final morning for voting arrives, is when those things are going to come in play. Are you going to give to this and go against Baba?
Ask Geoffrey whether he has anything to.
Can I add on something? I want to add on something.
Go ahead.
Okay,
You know,
then.
Yeah, just for a few seconds. You know, Baba played this game very well in Homa Bay. I don't see why people are getting worried. And you know, there's one thing about Baba. When he's confident about a certain county, he does not go back there. Baba anointed Wanga. And after anointing Wanga, he subsequently met Kidero. Kidero actually visited him in his office and said that he was seeking blessings of going it independent. And Baba told him, yeah, fine, you go and try your luck. You see, he would have tried to implore Kidero to step down, but he's confident that Kidero's influence will not shake Wanga. And secondly, the reason why Baba would have wanted probably wanted Kidero to get the seat. But you see, Kidero has got a tainted past, which Baba wants to go into government with less baggage. Kidero has got cases, and if he was going to keep on quoting Kidero, his image is going to be tainted. Baba has nothing to lose. He wants a clean record in terms of legacy. That is why he is willing to sacrifice some of the people who have been funding or financing ODM. If you have a bad past, sometimes you just need to drop the ball. Thank you.
Okay, a quick one before I play the video. In 2022 elections, the woman factor is not something to play around with in some regions. It's going to be a very serious issue. And that was going to affect majority of the people running against a woman. The men who are running against a woman in 2022, it's not going to be an easy. It's not going to be easy as it has always been. The women constituency in these particular elections is something that everybody must be careful with. And the worst part of it is that traditionally, it is wrong for a man to fight a woman. So the moment you come fiercely fighting a woman, the woman is going to collect both the women vote plus the sympathy vote from other men and the other men who are out to insult you for trying to fight a woman. So at the end of the day, you lose badly running against a woman if you are going to fight her fiercely. That, I believe, is going to contribute to Kidero's fall in Homa Bay. Makiadi, your video is ready. Let me look at it. It looks to me like comedy, but let's just.
Women, thank you for bringing your turn up here today. Your turn up was given the honor of. Yes, ladies and women, thank you for bringing your turn up here today. Your turn up was given the honor of our function, a respect. My name is Omukebete, son of Mama Muke. Today my happiness is very excited. I want to thank the appreciation of God because I have graduated my bachelor's of a diploma in community circumcision and animal ecology. I want to thank the appreciation of God because the poverty of my parents is very broke, and that is a very difficult problem. One day I wanted to say things have refused, but God said to me, my children, you keep reading your studies because there is a tunnel at the end of the light. Another day, the death of my younger father, Pastor Chawa, said, let me also kill my suicide. But I said, let me forgive myself. And then things refused. But the wisdom I want to give to the younger children who are still in reading their studies Please don't go on piercing girls. Those girls you pierce, they will smear you with the pests and diseases, because their diseases are suffering from sickness. So if you cannot wait, if it is still on, it is not off and the game is on. So if you cannot wait for them at least to marry your wedding. They can marry your wedding, not these things of the bat has knocked the window of Kaundo Kako Dirisa. So everyone who has come here around, rest in peace. Thank you very much.
Huyo sasa ndio jamaa wenye anasema walikuwa wanasoma na Sakaja. So at least wameconfirm ya kwamba Sakaja.
The Bachelor of Circumcision and what? And community development.
That's not Sakaja'S course.
No, he was his classmate. Which course did Sakaja study?
It was business. I can check it quickly. It is business something. Business.
No, but he has not produced the certificate that you're saying.
No, this fellow was in a different
the one
class.
That you're saying, the one that you're saying, the one that you're saying Sakaja studied. Hajatoa certificate ya hiyo nini?
No, that the video is just comedy.
That is true, but this circumcision class, Sakaja was never in a circumcision class.
No, it's okay. You're not getting the irony. Jose, you're not getting the irony. Just leave it there and then.
Jose, life is never too serious, bana. What you are saying is, if Sakaja is not able to produce his degree ya business and external studies, that's a classmate wake ametangaza ile kitu walisomea. So we are waiting labda atakuja na hiyo diploma hiyo yenye huyo classmate yake amesema.
It's a joke. I've gotten it. They managed to fool me, eh?
Now, you guys, I'll see you later on in the day. Please keep it here. Thank you.
Bernard, thank you. Tutaonana kesho majaliwa. Now, Duke, before I give Henry and Fred Momanyi an opportunity to talk, yesterday I had an opportunity.
Henry's back.
Yeah, Henry, you will be going next. I think you are the first one. So I'll give you an opportunity. Let me just make a few remarks before you come in. Duke, yesterday I think I had a statement that you make, a very alarming statement that Kenya is a failed state. You made me go back to the dictionary and try to find the definition of a failed state. Failed state is one whose political economic system has become so weak that the government is no longer in control. And I listened to Mama Selina here saying that echoing the sentiments of the president that Kenya loses about 2 billion. So on a lighter note, I don't want to confirm you are wrong or you're right, but there's a statement that says we are all mad, but the degree of madness is what differs. So I'll leave that there. But there's also another issue that is important to highlight here. You are very upset by the revocation of Sakaja'S degree, and I think it's important to mention that if you look at the letter from the CUE down there, if you read the letter down there, there's a disclaimer. I think this one has been mentioned to you several times, but I think it is important that we emphasize. The commission says here that the commission is not accountable for the authenticity of the certificate or the identity of the certificate holder presented for recognition and or requisition. Number two, the commission retains the right to revoke. That's a disclaimer. The commission retains a right to revoke recognition of the award in the event that if it establishes any reason that makes the award in question ineligible for recognition and or requisition. So people lose, for a commission that is doing their job and they revoked Sakaja'S degree, I don't think you would say that this commission is not doing its job, because people lose their citizenship. You cannot, if you go to Kenya and you get a work permit and you do something that is contrary to the stipulated laws, then the government can use its own judgment to revoke your work permit. People lose their citizenship because of things they do that are illegal. People lose their title deeds. Title deeds are revoked. People lose a lot of things because they go against the stipulated laws. So I don't think it would be fair for you to say that the CUE is not doing its job and therefore it's supposed to be disbanded. I think it was important that the CUE realized that they had made a mistake, and therefore they used that disclaimer that they put on the letter there to actually revoke the certificate. If I speak about the Sakaja issue, I think Sakaja is wasting a lot of our time. And I've come to agree for the first time with the deputy president that although he keeps on blowing hot and cold, I believe that there's no deep state. I now believe that there's no deep state. I think deep state is an imaginary creature that those people who feel that they are aggrieved can point to. For Sakaja to say that the deep state is fighting him, I don't think the deep state told Sakaja not to go back to school if he was thinking he was in the plan. He was planning that he will run for governor in 2022. So for him to come out and say that the government, including Uhuru Kenyatta, are trying to fight him and trying to dim his light in the political scene, I think it's unfair to Uhuru Kenyatta. All these issues, we are being told that people are making calls to Uganda and the High Commissioner of Kenya to Uganda. These are just rumors. No one has actually brought any hard evidence to show us that there's a government official from Kenya who made calls to Uganda to try and find out that Sakaja went to school and has authentic certificates. The other issue also I realized that people are using just to fake the deep state issue is the one for Keroche. The lady for Keroche claims that the government, and William Ruto was very categorically stating that the government is anti-business and is trying to kill the businesses of local entrepreneurs. Why should the Keroche lady fail to pay her taxes? And they had an agreement with the tax collector early this year, and they had some kind of down payment and breakdown on how she's going to pay back the taxes. Then she fails to honor her pledge, and now her company is shut down, and she starts blaming the deep state and politics. I think it's unfair. It's unfair for people to try and politicize everything, because when you do something wrong and you go against the law and then the law catches up with you, you cannot come back and start stating that here you are being prosecuted because of your affiliation, your political affiliation. I think people should start respecting the laws that are being set down in a country, so that moving forward, we can look at things in a realistic manner and avoid these shenanigans that always come up when people are found to be, going against the law. Now, about the fight in KKA, especially what I saw yesterday in Kiambu and the heckling that I've seen today, I think we are in a political season and such issues are bound to happen. Unfortunately, what I saw yesterday between Wamatangi and Kabogo was a bit over the board. I have been following Wamatangi for a long time, and I think he's a level-headed guy. I've watched him debate. I think he lost his cool yesterday, but we cannot say that we are happy because they fought, because we have also had incidences on our side, like the one we had in Ukambani when supporters of Wavinya Ndeti and then Waita actually got into an altercation on stage when Baba was speaking. So I think politics should be just politics. The politics of violence should not be tolerated on either side. And so I hope moving forward we'll have tolerance and do politics of selling ideas and manifestos. So I'll leave that there. I want to bring in Henry. Henry, karibu.
Asante sana. Thank you very much for the time, and I appreciate the contributions from all the participants, those who are watching. I think, as I always say, we are doing a good job supporting me as me. That's what I can say. But I want to highlight on some few areas which I think you and other people who have good minds about our country should be thinking about if we could have had time and space to express ourselves to the whole country, and then that could have been a good thing. But let me say something about our, not our, but I mean the UDA or Udaku, the way they call it, vice president to be. I mean, these photos he was addressing, and when he say bring Azimio for the, Azimio is addressing whoever is a Kenyan, whether you are supporting UDA, Azimio, you are whichever party you are supporting, doesn't matter. And that's why, and this I appreciate and I support that Gachagua to be given microphone all the time so that we see the kind of deputy president who is coming from Kenya Kwisha. Let me call it Kenya Kwisha, because this is very shameful. Number two, the deputy president to be the president, you cannot fight everything which comes across. Hata ukiona nchi ikipita unasema kwa nini imepita hapa kwa chakula? You know what? He cannot be fighting like he was the principal, he was Sakaja, he was everything for Sakaja. Sakaja has come as an individual, fighting for as a governor. You cannot say wanampiga sababu hako nini. Sakaja kama hakuenda shule. Like all of us who are in this podium, on this forum, you ask me that the year I went to class 1, where I repeated which teacher was my class teacher, when I was in class 7 or 8, when I was in Form 4, when I was in college, I will be able to tell you everything. My certificate number, I can even tell you my certificate number. Why are you going to court? Why are you defending this guy? That yes, his papers are genuine, he's doing the right thing. Is that the kind of president we want to vote in? Are you serious? Seriously, is that the bottom up thing you are telling us? Is that the agenda that you now you are a bottom up, whatever you can call it? Asola? Is that asoling? Now nimesikia, okay, let me go in a kind of sequence. This is embarrassing and it's annoying. Unasikia ile roho inavunjika when somebody is in the public anasema nataka kuwa rais, but ile kitu inachangia kuumiza uchumi wa nchi, anakuwa namba moja kutetea. There's nothing you are supporting that can improve the economy of the country, but you are the first one to oppose it, and the people wanapiga makofi hapo. Na huyo ni Mkenya mwenye anaumia, bado anaendelea kumia, lakini anapiga makofi hapo. It is saddening. Everything which people are saying that is not good for our country, Ruto is on that side. Ana support hiyo ndio mzuri. And we don't know the kind of leadership or scenarios or whatever you may think of inapatikana kwa wachache ambao wako kwa UDA. Hata inga, okay, I don't say I cannot rule out that kuna watu ambao wako kwa Azimio, pengine hawana certificate, pengine whatever with their circumstances, but I'm saying you are somebody who has been in government. Na unasema ile government ilipi. Sasa wewe government huko ni gani? When you are telling us that ile government imefail, imefanya hii. Wewe huko wapi? Si uambie watu mimi niko hapa, siko kwa hiyo serikali. So I'm here now with different ideologies. Ile naweza kufanya nchi yetu endelee mbele. Ile naweza kufanya upate pesa kwa mfuko vile anasema. But it is surprising. Kila kitu ambayo sio kizuri kwa nchi yetu. Okay, if kama si kwenda shule, usianze kunitetea sababu I'm supporting you. Doesn't make sense. This is what we want to do off with. Kama watu waliingia, that's why our presidential aspirant anasema we want to do all bad things which have been happening during the election time. And I always ask this question. Why? Most instances are happening in Rift Valley. Watoto kuuawa ni Rift Valley. Vita vya ukabila ni Rift Valley. Kila kitu mambo maovu ni Rift Valley. Are you supporting? Why this happen? Nimeona mwanamke ameuawa. Kuna wengine wanasema tulipatiwa bunduki kunyang'anya. I do understand that. So where are we going? Can we do something which will uplift our standard of living at the same time our country? Because okay, let me see what I saw from the rallies in Kisii. I'm from Kisii, but let me see. Let me say what happened. And I start with Osoro. You know, if this forum, I know there are Kisiis. I see them, even the names, and sometimes they can bear witness with me. Osoro alikuwa anasema hivi. You know what? I'm here because there's money. So after the rallies, I give you money. And you know that. And I'm asking Zekir Machogu. After this, you know, you are seated with the boss. Akona pesa mingi. So tukimaliza, wewe patiwa pesa, upatie. After this, Machogu, you come after the meeting, uwapatie kitu kidogo. 200. And that's what he said. And he was talking in mother tongue. Na akakuja baadaye. You know, I don't know who are electing this Osoro to be MP. We don't want these handouts. And he's advocating for that. And we know our deputy president, who is aspiring with the president, that's what he does. We don't have the money for hospitals. We don't have money for roads. So I heard somebody say, not somebody, Martha KARUA said, I've been appointed as a running mate with my aspiring president. Aseme what he has done. Hiyo anasema records yake. Hiyo records what he has done before becoming vice president in this regime, and before he came to be vice president, and while he was vice president, what he did is specify. Asema tulifanya na baadaye anasema hakuna kitu imefanyika kwa hii serikali. So this iliniuma sana. Nikisikia Osoro akisema ati sasa sisi, and he has been repeating this in all rallies they go in Kisii in mother tongue. Anawaambia sisi kuna hapa kuna chakula, lakini nilisikia but after Matiang'i kumwambia wewe kijana hata siruali uchi kuvaa vizuri. Mimi ndio nakwambia uvaa vizuri. So leo amesema mimi niko hapa. Tukifaulu sisi wa Kisii tutafaidika. Wale wengine wakifaulu wa Kisii tuko pamoja. So he was double dealing. Anaongea Kisii ndio maana deputy president asisikie. I know there are so many things which are undergoing. Hata kama ni Azimio, hata kama kuna shida kidogo, lakini yao ni kubwa. And as I said, I'm advocating for Gachagua to be given the microphone all the time. Now I said, while Gachagua is not going to other areas, Western, is not going to Nyanza, is not going to Coast, Northeastern, apatiwe microphone. Oh, that's all we need. Apatiwe tu microphone. So Mcheru said, Roger Gachagua apatiwe microphone. You know, these Kenyans, wale ambao wanasikiza hii channel ya Mtembe, please, kura yako ni moja, yangu ni moja, na mwingine. But let us think about our country. Tusifikiria juu ya 500, 200. Please, we in this forum, please talk to your people, tell them the truth, and the truth will set us free. Wapende, the truth will come out after the election. And you have seen Kenya, we all of us, we are raised or we are born in Kenya and then come out of the Kenya, our motherland. Let us not play around with our country We have best resources in the world. We could have been the leading in production. So let us not individualize. Sasa ukiona umepatiwa pesa, these leaders, most of them, wanafuata pesa because niliona some analysis in a certain channel wanasema, I think it was Citizen, this was hii ni kitu ilikuwa imepandwa na Moi Y292 and so many things that we should have to be careful. So I can leave it right there. We have had a few stuff, but think about it when you talk about our country, or you analyze whether it is Raila, whether it's Martha Karua, whether it's Gachagua, or whether it's Ruto. Let us be point blank. Tell the people the truth, because Ruto hawezi kuongea leo nguo Raila amesema nguo ni ya maiti, akienda Turkana anawaambia sisi tunataka kutengeneza viwanda itengeneza nguo nini viatu. Then what are you talking about? Na sijui what audience wala ambao wanasikiza akiongea this time after 5 minutes anaongea something else. Is that the kind of president we want? Is that the kind of president? If you are thinking maturely, I'm not cursing nobody, but I'm saying the truth. If kama hiyo ndio rais tunataka, then Kenya itakuwa worse than the way they are crying now. It will be worse na itakuwa hiyo pesa. Nilisikia akisema Raila is complaining, nimetoa milioni 2 ama milioni 2 ama milioni 1 na bado. Why are you getting the money? Can you tell the people the kind of business you are doing? Spending 10, 20, 30 million a day, and in 1 year, that money could do wonders in our country. Where are you getting the money? And these people following you, what have you done to them? Thank you very much.
Asante sana Henry. Sijui kama Godfrey uko na swali kwa Henry.
It's just a concern about Sakaja, because I remember way back when he was on the bench with JKL, he had the same confidence that he has the degree from the University of Nairobi. So my concern is, how comes right now with everything that is surrounding him? Unajua ukweli sasa ni kuwa hana degree kutoka Kenya. He opted to go for that one for Uganda, but he still has the confidence. Anaambia watu kuwa mimi najua nitakuwa kwa ballot. So my concern is, can it be Deputy President still have influence on this issue, the whole issue? Kwa sababu look at the judge who has ruled on the issue of Sakaja. How comes the judge comes from nowhere and then rule on that issue? Yet kila kitu monekana kuwa the guy hana degree. It was just that concern.
Okay, thank you, Bob Papa. Yeah, Bob Papa.
Just off the cuff, I just want to mention this, and what I wanted to inform Jose yesterday, but I forgot because of a comment that came in about Sakaja. I want to ask, just ask our panelists here, if there is any one of you who has visited a place called Trattoria in Nairobi. If there is, Trattoria is a place where you will find people in very good suits like Sakaja, and you will buy anything, you will trade in anything, and come out very successful. It's like a college that is an imaginary college. That hotel has got all
It's on Webera Street, is it? Is it Webera?
Yes. Yes, and you'll find very eloquent people like Sakaja. So this Sakaja and his presentation, the way he's so smart, I want to believe that he might have passed through this kind of college and not the real college we're talking about. Thank you.
Thank you for your remarks, Godfrey. I think your concern is a big concern to many of us, and you know, politicians will do something and deny the next minute. Politicians will lie about one thing today and forget about it, and tomorrow say the opposite of the same thing. But looking at the deputy president's remarks, I don't think I listened to the deputy president's remarks while he was campaigning in the larger Kisii region. I did not hear the deputy president say that Sakaja has a degree, unless I stand to be corrected. The deputy president was very categorical. He said Sakaja has the required credentials. He did not mention a degree. So perhaps he knows. Perhaps he knows very well, and because he doesn't want to be held accountable by his words, he was very careful. He specifically said Sakaja has the required credentials, but never mentioned a degree. And you know, most of us have been saying here that Sakaja is simply wasting our time and the time of IEBC and other Kenyans. What he needs to produce is just a degree. IEBC. That's the simple thing that he's supposed to be doing. These shenanigans za kusema hata Raila ekele degree yake. Raila is not running for Nairobi governor. Raila has run for president more than 4 times. So, and he has been cleared. The degree requirement for Sakaja is a necessity, and he must provide that degree. Duke, nimeona unainua mkono.
Now, why can you say that he has not provided the degree? Because when he submitted the document to the IPC, I presume that must be one of the documents. So do you want him to bring it to you? Because actually the institution which is to blame is the Commission for University Education. It should not take like several days, or it is very simple. It has to say whether the document is fake or original. It's something they can do it in 1 hour, but they even them, they don't know. It's like they are trying us. So I think, as far as I'm concerned, he submitted that document to IPC. So the institution should just be swift in saying it's fake or original, and then the issue would be settled. So the person who's dragging us is the institutions, not Sakaja.
Duke, hold on, guys. Mute your mics because there's an echo. Just mute your mic. I'll give you a minute. Duke, you know, the institution that revoked the degree the second time is the same institution you're blaming that is dragging its feet. The institution, the CUE, actually did a swift job when they realized that they've been duped by the person we call a Sonko in a suit. They went ahead and revoked the degree. And so he had to run to court. What we are saying is, if the institution has any iota of evidence or doubt that Sakaja'S degree is questionable, they have the right to revoke it, and they revoked it. Now, what Sakaja should be doing is not running to court, although it is his right. He is still within his constitutional right to go to court to seek the court's intervention. But this thing is very easy. This thing will go through the tribunal, and that's why we are not even supposed to be talking about this issue, because it will go through the tribunal. If the tribunal finds it in its own judgment that the degree is okay, then they will clear Sakaja. But as far as we are concerned right now, the degree that Sakaja presented there, whatever, I don't know what university, I keep forgetting the university's name. The degree that Sakaja presented to the university is still questionable, and it will still go through the processes. On the issue of the judge, this issue, I looked at the time. I don't know if Kenyan constitution, Kenyan courts nowadays work 24 hours. I don't know. Maybe Duke will tell us, because I was looking at the time that the judgment was written. I think it was 9:30 p.m. and the document shows that the judge Jairus was not supposed even to be in office. But I'll not be surprised, because I also remember there was a time when our current CJ Martha Koome with two other judges gave an injunction. They gave a decision that would overrule a judge that had said that the IEBC process of procurement, I can't remember the story, but it came in at about six something, very, very late in the evening. So I don't know how these judges are, find themselves in such circumstances, but I'm still really curious how a judgment was passed at 9:30 p.m. Yes, Bob.
You know, in court, we have something called a duty judge. And that duty judge is like a judge on standby. And when you go under certificate of urgency, even after 5, as long as you filed it in the registry and they can find and they slot in the matter, the duty judge can hear you. Because take for instance, your client has been arrested after hours, and you need to secure bail for him, and probably your client has an ailment; he cannot sleep in the cells. So there is that provision. The duty judge, there's a duty judge anyway who deals with matters after hours. And I also wanted to give Duke a small example about Sakaja, so that he forgets about Sakaja. I'll give you a different scenario, Duke. In 2020, I took my kids to Form 1. They are twins. And when I took them there, one of the requirements was the result slip. And when I presented that result slip, they asked for, what do you call it, like a transcript of what the kids had done throughout their primary school. I had not picked it up. I had to go and pick it up. Because you can print even a degree, you can print a certificate in River Road and present it and get admission of your kid to a certain school. So what is so hard about Sakaja presenting transcripts? You know, Duke, let us be serious. It is very simple. We can print it in River Road, but we need transcripts. Even you, I'm sure you have your transcripts. Mimi niko nayo hata paka ile ya primary. I have a very big file like this that can, as a detail of my history. Yesterday, Sakaja was interviewing people along the street. The other day, he was telling us he's 33. Yesterday, he was telling people that he's 37. You see the kind of the mystery and that is shrouded around this man. It is so bad that this man creates doubt in every step he makes. He goes to the toilet, you can't even trust that he has gone to the toilet. So let us put this matter of Sakaja to rest. Duke, please, this man has given us hell. I beg you.
Okay, Duke, I would want to give you a minute. Ndemba's just come in. Ndemba, hatuna line sahi. I'll give it to you right now. So, Duke, just 1 minute, then we give it to Ndemba.
You know, I'm not saying that Sakaja should not provide transcripts, but the tribunal should demand him to produce that. So as the tribunal said that it has asked Sakaja to provide transcripts and he has refused. It's not another individual who can demand document. You cannot say that let him bring document to us. It is the mandated institutions. Also, regarding the revocation of actually why the courts revoked the revocation of the Commission for University Education is this. Actually, if we have, we take issues to court when the issues have happened. For instance, when individuals went to court that Sakaja has fake credentials, fake academic credentials, the issue was within the tribunal. Now, when the commission again revokes a document which it has already submitted to the IPC and being scrutinized within the tribunal, it means you are trying to come up with different evidence. So it's like coming up with different evidence of what already has been submitted to the tribunal, to the court. So those are the valid claims why the revocation was disputed.
Okay, thank you. Let's do this. Olara was here before Ndemba, but I'd like to give Ndemba like a few minutes to make a remark or rebut what Duka said, and then Olara, you'll give your submission, and then Ndemba, it all be yours. You can take over after that.
Yeah, I just want to make a comment on what Bob is saying, that there's a judge on duty. I don't know if Bob, you have taken time to check the duty rota. On Wednesday of 15th June 2022, this was the notice. Take notice that Honorable Mr. Justice J. Nga will not be sitting between 15th and 18th June 2022, as he will be engaged in other official duties. All matters coming up today, Wednesday, 15th June 2022, are scheduled to 13th July 2022. Any inconveniences caused are highly regretted. 13th July. Now, you want to tell me, because of Sakaja'S issue, this judge came back. And this is the matter in court. Now the letter that is going to be submitted is that these things were already there. This letter was already there, that Justice Nga was not supposed to be in office. So they are questioning who wrote that ruling. Was he indeed the one that even after posting that he will not be available on Wednesday, he still went ahead at 9:30 at night to give an order, right? So those are the questions that are arising, right? And yesterday, Bob, you can remember, I tried to insinuate what actually has gone to court today. If you can remember, I asked that letter, what time was it written, and who was the judge at that time. You know, I insinuated, and probably, possibly, that is what now is in court. It's a matter in court now, because there's the guy who had taken the complaint has gone to try and understand if indeed is a judge. And one thing I can tell you, Bob, as much as you're saying, oh, a judge can sit on duty and stuff like that, this issue of Sakaja, all of us see that by the time it ends, it will be a web of people who will be caught in that web. Ni kama the web ambayo inashika spider, you know?
Okay, my issue, just a minute. My issue of bringing in the duty judge was because Makiadi had asked for the time, but not because I was not aware of the guy being off duty.
Okay, Bob, mute your mic a little bit. Let Ndemba finish. But I had mentioned to you the same thing. But Ndemba endelea.
Yeah, one thing that besides that, by the time this issue of Sakaja comes to an end, the web itakuwa imeshika watu wengi sana, because even the timelines of the certification of Sakaja'S document, within a day, he wrote to his Commission of University Education on 6th. Even today, Sakaja repeated the same thing, that on 6th, all my documents were done what? You know, he's foolish enough to repeat that. And that is the question people are asking. How efficient can institutions get? That on the same day, 3 institutions in different countries communicate and actually send a letter. You know, that efficiency is so astronomical. I mean, we need such efficiency. If there's anything positive to pick from this saga, is that Sakaja has made Team University popular. He has marketed it, because nobody knew where Team University, if it even existed. But right now, it is a popular university across East Africa, at least Kenya and Uganda. And probably they will get more students because of Sakaja. Probably they need to pay him for marketing for free. But at the end of this thing, I can tell you for sure, Bob, many people are going to be caught in the web, because the person who signed, who actually wrote to Team, and it went to Commission of Uganda, whatever, National Commission of Higher Education, then it went to Team. Who was that who was contacted in Team? And who is that who wrote that letter so immediate to Commission for Higher Education in Uganda? And how fast could it have gotten back to Kenya? I mean, with such kind of speed, we need those people. And then again, these orders that were being sought, even before it could be confirmed that that letter is subject of the decision that is being made. You know, and that happens at night. So there's a lot of question marks. What Duke, a normal Kenyan, or a fairly someone who has fairly gone to school, you don't need to go to court to confirm that you have papers. You don't need to. You don't have to keep going round and round. Produce evidence that you are, even you tearing Sakaja, I don't know if you're not feeling embarrassed that you are trying to make Sakaja look like he's a very clean guy instead of saving you the drama. I mean, that for me is, I'm now not so much concerned about Sakaja. I'm concerned about those people who are defending. That is what I wanted to say, Makiadi, so that at least Olara can give his submission.
Yeah, Bob, I need to give this chance to Olara. He's been here for a while now. We will still have time to talk about this. Olara, karibu. Unmute.
Asante sana Mr. Ricky, and I just wish to applaud your chairmanship here. Umeshikilia kiti vizuri sana, hata kama pastor hayuko, umeshikilia vizuri na conversation imeenda vizuri sana. And since all the contributors are insisting on talking about Sakaja, and that subject, in my opinion, is diminutive, but it's indicative in the same time. Kama Sakaja has a gut to include judiciary, then claim that presidency has hands on what happened, then it's a telltale of a sad story, which is Kenya today. Kenya today, Matiang'i came up and actually, and okay, this is not my original submission, but I want to just comment on that because this is something which my intellectual capacity, Matiang'i spoke about it. Matiang'i, in his report, which is a government report, which is intelligence supported with every other agencies of this country, including presidency and judiciary, they came up and say that if the trend is going to be the same, this next government, next parliament and Senate will be half wash, half legitimate. And if a wash get into the system, and then we expect that system to be clean, regardless if we elect Martha and Baba, we have a problem here. And perhaps if when Sakaya says the president is after him, maybe actually president knows about it. We need to cut that cartel down. Because if you remember the TNA and the thing, they come up and those vifaranga, ile baba anaongeaga vifaranga hiyo. Hizi vifaranga lazima zipasuke. And 5 years later, there's no egg which lasts more than 21 days. I think ostrich only lasts longer, but the rest last less than 21 days. If they are still lasting up to 5 years later into the system, in fact, it's about time that hiyo vifaranga zipasuke na zinuke. Nikinukia kwa jina Sakaja inuke, ikinukia kwa jina ya Sonko inuke, ikinukia kwa jina ya hata deputy president inuke. This country is not for them. Sakaja is a son of a system. You cannot be a TNA chairman at 33 and you expect you are being smart. If somebody put you there, you come there with Jaguars, you come there with Sonkos, you come there with all of those thoughts, and system started to kick you out. If you have a kifaranga and system kicked you out, maybe it's about time. We all know that why you are kicked out. As I start my submission now, I hope my point was clear. Mr. Chairman, hapo Richie, hiyo kitu iko clear? Richie, iko clear?
Yeah, proceed, Lara.
Okay. Tutaenda hapo. Sasa kuhusu Gachagua. Gachagua has a lot of a burden, and Gachagua is a non-deep state. It's not only a deep state, it's a grandson of a deep state. Kama kuna mtu atamaliza Ruto haraka ni Gachagua. Na Gachagua alikuwa, from my analysis, Gachagua alienda pale kuharibu na kwenda kutengeneza, na alikwenda pale na vifaranga zake Kabogo. Okay, especially from Kiambu. Those guys from Kiambu wote wale wako pale kwa mission. And the earliest submissions was here. People defect on earlier times. They defect at last minute. Then they carry whatever's left there and they bring it to the winning side. I want to submit that argument is almost correct. Remember, President allowed his backyard to be a playing ground for Ruto. And Ruto, a lot of people will argue that Ruto is a smart politician. His argument, he knew what he was doing, he knew what he was doing. He didn't realize all of those boys playing with him in that league. 4 of them were from Kiambu. It's only huyo Wanyeri, huyo wasemanga yeye mtoto wa Mau Mau na Gachagua. Na Gachagua is a late entrant. Sasa, I will tell you this for a fact. Uhuru aligundua Ruto alipora, lakini walikuwa na shida ya ICC, na ICC Ruto alimsaidia akapata presidency, lakini sasa shida bado iko pale. What is Uhuru having for Ruto? Juzi jana, in fact, Masanga jana aliongea about Gicheru anakuwa ICC witness. If you are becoming a court witness, it means there's something cooking. Kama hiyo kitu ita affect both Uhuru na Ruto, haigetendeka. Remember, Gicheru alipelekwa pale na Kenya government. Not unless ni kesi ya Ruto peke yake itakuwa prosecuted. And if you all agree, Ruto has fought to be president alone. Na hiyo bitterness akonayo saizi, alikuwa anafikiria pia Uhuru atamsaidia pia akae miaka 5, 10 akwe president, alafu hiyo kesi yao ya ICC iwe natural death. Hiyo natural death. That's why Ruto has agility and money. He made Kenyan presidential race the most expensive in the whole world. If a presidential candidate can run a rally every day for $100,000, this is almost $1 billion Kenya shillings per day. You can now calculate what this presidency, what is his win means for him. It either means death or life. And what meant for the last 10 years, it meant he's been sailing or sustaining his systems for the last 10 years. When Uhuru successfully, eventually accepted that we are losing 2 billion, 1 billion could be for him and 1 billion for Ruto, but Kenyans have suffered. But as I conclude, I want to say this. The amount of money used to have a presidential candidate win is not any other person's money, it's your money. And I feel very painful. Other countries, they use guns and artilleries, but for us, we're using billions of future of our country. The people of Kenya, if you don't correct it this time, and with mothers messaging corruption, uadilifu. If you do now a calculation of amount of money we've lost for the last 10 years, it means this trillion of loans we have now. Because this is mismanaged money which went for loans, and it's only you and our children are going to pay. Now, a place like Ruai, you cannot buy a land. They're all over 3 million shillings. Na hiyo ni outskirts. People are now in Machakos. Machakos lands are even not, you cannot manage, you cannot even buy it. If you are working in Ministry of Health, maybe it's a clerk, for you to make it to buy a plot of land somewhere, not your father's land, maybe a plot of land in Nairobi or within vicinity, the lands are just exuberant. You cannot imagine. It's almost 1 million. The farthest you go, you take 3 materials to reach your land, your home. That's where it becomes 500,000. But any land within CBD, with one matatu road, is 4 million now. Nikimalizia niseme hivi, Ruto alipochukua hiyo land ya sewage, I bought 2 plots there next to his plot. Ilikuwa plot yake, ilikuwa wachelisi watengeneza, ilikuwa na a lot of fencing, and I was surprised that it was just a land there, and I bought it for around 250,000. But the moment I bought it, I got a title and I got stima immediately. Sikujua nimetea stima. Then nikawa greedy, nikajenga nyumba haraka. Sikuwa nataka kuingia, ndo nikagundua hiyo land ni ya Siwa. Kumbe Ruto alikubali masquatters wakuja hapo, ndo hiyo ngumu kwa serikali ivunje. Lakini ule mtu alikubali kutupatia title for means of land pale, huyo mtu. Kama atakuwa ni kazi na Kenyatta, kama atakuwa ni nani, huyo mtu auliwe. We were a lot of families there. And some of them, they are squatters now. Ni majirani zao kabisa, tumejenga nyumba moja. Because I built another house somewhere, lakini people suffered. Please, corruption is bad. If somebody can run a country, make a country stand still keep a country on campaigning season for almost 4 years, how do you get that money? Where was that money from? Hata kama uliuza kuku, kwani uliuza kuku nani? Then you can imagine amount of corruption which went through Kenya. Hiyo pesa unaangalia imekipaka UDA, imekuja after 4 years. This is the pain we are suffering now. This now what we are paying through the petrol. This now we are paying through the taxes. This now we are paying through everything. And tusiongee Ruto peke yake, hata huyo Uhuru ana maswali ya kujibu. No, he may save himself by bringing in Baba to solve the mess. Lakini this mess is deep. It's deep. It's deep. It's very deep. I submit.
All right. Thank you so much, Lara, for your remarks. We all agree with you what you're saying. I think we are in deep trouble unless we clean our country. Now, I'd want to give Godfrey nikupatie 1 minute peke yake because I want Themba to make his remarks before he takes over.
Okay, I just wanted to comment on what Olara has said about the issue with Kiambu. Ila anasema kwa those guys they are in UDA kwa sababu ya mission. I just disagree. I disagree with that comment because I don't think they went there with a mission. I just think that it's just the matter and the things that God can do sometimes. Sometimes you can arrange something, but God bring in some confusion. Alafu inaharibu kila kitu. But the main thing I wanted to talk about this issue you talked about Makadia when you started. You talked about the issue with deep state. You said that at the moment right now you agree with Deputy President kuwa hakuna deep state. No, me I believe there's deep state. Just look at kwanzia back from the time nani aliuliwa, from the time huyu jamaa wa IBC akapata jina inapotea kidogo. The guy who was killed within some few days before kufikia election. I think yeah.
Yeah, Musando. Yeah, go ahead.
Yeah, Musando. Yeah. Look at the situation. What happened to Musando? I really believe there's a deep state. Na mpaka sahi bado yuko. So to say, tukasema haiko. That thing iko.
Sawa, Godfrey. I think we'll have this argument sometime, eh? But kama Deputy President amesema kama kungekuwa na deep state yeye mwenyewe angekuwa anajua, so we'll go with what he says. There's no deep state. Then I want to give you an opportunity to make your submission and then you can take over the stewardship. Karibu.
Thank you so much, Makiadi. Good evening, all. What I want to serve myself to is the Ruto always having that knack of wading into areas that he shouldn't be wading into. And he should have not allowed himself to get in this mess that is Sakaja issue. But Ruto has always had that knack of getting into situation and jumping and trying to take advantage of the opportunity that is given. You remember the famous defense of the 21 billion, and he said it was not 21, it was only 7 billion. You know, he decided to jump even before the investigation had been done. And he came and said it was only 7 billion. Now people are asking, how could you have known it was only 7 billion? Yet the investigation was still going on. And it is not the first time that the deputy president is jumping into issues. So I think that is his way, according to him. Everything else is just, let me take advantage of this thing. Even right now, just before Sakaja issue, the deputy president, I don't know whether he goes back to watch his statements before he speaks. He was the first person who actually said that he will not allow, he just didn't use Mitumba, but he said that we are not, the imports, clothes and shoes that have been imported to the country have killed our industries. So they are going to stop those imports and start textile industries in this country, and then have those people who are selling those clothes to be the first ones to be given the priority in buying those particular clothes. That is the same statement, So I think, and even today when Martha KARUA was talking in MERU, I think in MERU or one of those, she alluded to that. She actually told them that Baba didn't say that he's going to kill Mitumba industry. What he said, they're going to be allowed to run currently. We'll have to revive our textile industry so that someone going out there to buy, there'll be new clothes and there'll be those Mitumbas. So someone will be choosing which one they want to buy. But now, the deputy president, who had earlier actually alluded to the fact of stopping the Mitumba, now ran away with this thing. It has not caught fire. For only this week, several things have happened that have really dented their campaign. The fight between Malala and Kalwale in Western has not made it any good for them. The ANC claiming that the deputy president's UDA wants to field even in the Western has dented them. They had to go trying to, to close that thing on Sunday when they went to Western. They are going back to Western here again to try and, clean that dent that is happening there. Before they rest, there's a Sakaja issue, Sakaja'S papers. Now, before even they clear about Sakaja clears his things in court, the central side has caught fire. Moses Kuria and Kabogo are sending warning shots that they're being mistreated. There's a spat between Wamatangi and Kabogo, which was so bad. So this week alone, and we are yet even to get to Saturday and Sunday, because I'm sure the deputy president might not be coming back this side to have the meeting with these guys. He's supposed to be going to Western. So that is only up to Thursday. So by the time we get to Sunday, there'll be so many things that will have happened. And before you get to even the time they're launching their manifesto, a lot will have happened. So I think the deputy president has lost it. And, getting into, why do you want to speak about Sakaja in Kisi? What is the relevance? If someone has not gone to school, he has not gone to school. If he doesn't have the papers, he doesn't have the papers. So I think the deputy president has lost it. And I like what is happening. In fact, Bernard played it earlier, where Kabogo is saying, from their own words, it's not even us, their own words, Kabogo has said that Gachagua is a dictator, and even has said that he told the deputy, Olara, if you can put on your shirt before you come on. Yeah. Thank you for
it's very hot in Saudi Arabia. We are just.
So Kabogo came on and said that the Gachagua is a dictator, and he's actually said, and if you could hear the way he was asking them, that can you imagine that something has happened to Ruto and the president we are expecting is Gachagua? He could not even tell the people there that you cannot even, he told them in Kikuyu, you guys don't know, we know. He intimated, he said that you guys don't know what you're talking about. And he said that we told Ruto that by choosing this person, you have lost so many votes from Central. Now, I think Makiadi, we have said here before, and I think 2 days we were saying that here, that there's no Kenya Kwanza, it is UDA. And across all the meetings, you see much more of the yellow uniform than any other thing. And you have also said here that the battle in Central is supremacy. Gachagua wants to show the deputy president that he can marshal the counties, and he can get many MPs for UDA. So he wants to kill all the other parties. And he said as much when he went to Rift Valley. He said that in Central, we have decided that we are giving all UDA. So you guys also give us all UDAs. The famous thing that he said that our to independent wakuje tutawatuma ambassadors huko kwingine. So he said in Rift Valley that don't elect independents, only elect UDA. So they are very, and Kabogo said today that they have been paying, if you see that letter, they have been paying people to only, those people who are UDA oriented. And we have actually intimated that here before. It's good that we are actually saying what we have been saying here, that there's no Kenya Kwanza. Kenya Kwanza, there's no Kenya Kwanza. It is UDA government. And UDA is bullying every other party. And it's good. It's good what is happening because we saw that coming. In Azimio, there's no party that is being bullied. They are treated as equal partners. There's equal negotiation. In Kenya Kwanza, there's no, they are calling it a coalition, but there's no coalition. Kila mtu anajitetea kwa sasa. Everybody is struggling to get there. Everybody wants to get parties. Everybody wants to get to have MPs. So it is a cat fight. So when you're going to a rally, everybody wants to find a way of negotiating when they get to power. And you can't negotiate when you don't have MPs. So everybody has to get MPs. Now there is where the problem starts. And it will be so hard to put off that fire. That's why the word in the wire is saying that there's a serious consideration. In fact, when they said, Kabogo said that they are now starting a new journey. And he went to start it today. He said that we are going to start a new journey, and I had to come back to you people that now we are starting a new journey. Because we cannot stand the bullying in this so-called Kenya Kwanza, which is not even a vehicle. You know, you can't have a vehicle and everybody is eating everybody. You know, everybody is eating everybody. You see, in Azimio, you can be told step down for so and so, and you step down because you know you are in Azimio. It doesn't matter whichever part you play. But here there's no team. So there's that thing that I wanted to say that based on what happened today, is it something that we are worried for? Sakaja thing, I think we'll allow the court to take its process, the tribunal to give us its verdict. We are going, there's a lot of inconsistencies. We don't even know. We just need to wait. But for Kenya, for the so-called UDA, because we shouldn't even be talking about Kenya Kwanza now. It's UDA. There's no Kenya Kwanza government. The president is UDA. The deputy is UDA. They are looking for UDA MPs, UDA governors. So I think we need to just say safely that they have suffered serious injury this week. Will they recover? We don't care as Azimio. It is good for us. Like they say, vita vya panzi, furaha ya kunguni. For us, the more they fight, the more they look disorganized, the better for us as Azimio. It's good that towards the end of the journey, we look more organized, more in sync, and more moving towards the goal that you wanted. I wish I could find Alex here, but he disappeared. There are things he said here. Bob is here. You guys keep coming here and telling us things. Oh, we have talked about this. What Kisi? Can you guys what we said here yesterday? We don't want to hear about Kisi things. You are busy saying, you know, when you guys come here and you start saying, oh, Baba had not planned. He came to Kisi, stayed for only one day, disappeared. Now you guys are those are sentiments that, in my view, do not add value. Baba has a plan, and you see the timetable of how he was going to go to Kisi and then go to Makueni was already there. It's not that he woke up today and immediately he changed his mind and went to Kitui. The way he was going to go to those places was released. They usually release like 3 days to the time that he starts. And all the teams are aware of those things. So suggesting like Baba came for only one day, and then he left, then he was taken by Kalonzo to the other side. That is a statement of hypothesis, not based on any fact. There was a timetable that was available for Baba campaigns that showed that he was going to... Yeah?
Did you look at the timetable? It was meant to be in the hands of...
I shared it. I shared the timetable, and even I do have it. I actually shared. I get that timetable immediately they release it. I share it, and it was saying he was going to be in Makueni, Machakos, and then he goes to Kisi. Then he goes the next day to Kitui. So when you come here and then you start saying it was wrong that Baba did this, he hurt people, I think those are sometimes uncalled for statements. Yeah. This thing, even Baba is not in his wish for him to lose any votes. And there are teams that are working even before Baba comes. There are teams that are even go ahead before he comes. There's a whole team, it's a whole set. It's not just Baba. Baba is the captain. It's a whole set of things, making it look like it is Baba. Then you come here and you start saying, the way he treated Siji, I don't think that in my view, I don't think that is appropriate. It is not time for you to come looking like you're showing like there was no plan. In my view. So that is where I want to stop it for now.
Oh, okay, Themba. Before I cede ground to you, there's one statement I want to make actually, and this is it concerns Kabogo and his friend Moses Kuria. I don't pity what they are going through actually, because these guys had tried to ride to fame through verbally attacking the president, and now that Uhuru Kenyatta has stepped back, I think there's no boogeyman in Kenya Kwanza Alliance. I think the agenda and the agenda for most of the politicians who are trying to declare themselves kingpins in the mountain region was actually cut short when Uhuru Kenyatta, quietly went behind the curtain and decided probably not to campaign for Raila Odinga. Until this moment, we've not seen any efforts of Uhuru Kenyatta going into the campaign trail. And I think this thing has done KKA a big disservice, because people said here that one reason why this deputy presidential candidate for Kenya Kwanza Alliance, Rigathi Gachagua, was selected is he could tackle local politics and speak in Kikuyu dialect, and he could actually tackle the president head on. He was actually a figure that was designed to try and paint the president a dark force, a person who has actually failed the Mount Kenya region. And so right now he has no job. He's moving around trying to sell the UDA agenda, which basically they have not put on pen and paper. And people look like they're not resonating anymore with the propaganda that they've been propagating for all those years. And so Moses Kuria and Kabogo's fight with Rigathi Gachagua was just a matter of time. It was not a matter of if, but when. Right now, I think we would not benefit having Moses Kuria and Kabogo moving to Azimio, because their goose is cooked already. Their goose is cooked. I think they should just continue staying in Kenya Kwanza Alliance. And if they feel that they can go it alone, then they should just walk out of that so-called coalition, KKA coalition, and do their independent thing separately. Because from where I stand, I think their careers, political careers, are basically dead. I don't think Moses Kuria is even going to win any elective position moving forward. I think he wasted his time. He had a good opportunity. Because the president actually did Moses Kuria a favor. He ran unopposed. If I'm not wrong, I stand to be corrected. And so for him to come back to act like he's going to fight the president politically, I think it was a bit of, biting the hand that fed you. And the same thing has happened to Sakaja. So Kabogo aendelee kukaa huko. These people, Kabogo is a very good friend of Uhuru Kenyatta. He even confessed on live TV that they talk. But then, because he felt that there was a wave, the UDA wave, and because he felt that he would use the wave to ride back to his governor position, that's why he decided to do the thing he did and side with William Ruto. But right now, the Martha Karua effect, as we call it, is sweeping the mountain region. People who are not even associated with the who did not even feel like they would want to be associated with the Baba are finally coming out in the open and confessing that they will campaign for Raila Odinga. NAK Kenya candidates are campaigning for Raila Odinga. Jubilee is openly campaigning for Raila Odinga. And I think tomorrow, if not tomorrow, Saturday, I think tomorrow, if I'm not wrong, which is Friday, I think there's a rally in Muranga where Jamlik Kamau is hosting Raila Odinga and Martha Karua. These are people who have seen, they have sensed already that Jubilee can clinch seats in Mount Kenya region, even without the influence of Uhuru Kenyatta, which is a good thing because Martha Karua has come out strongly and said, we need to sell our presidential candidate. Do not fear. Do not fear. We need to stamp authority and sell our presidential candidate in the mountain region. And it has started resonating well with people because people have found Martha Karua as a level-headed person, somebody who can speak issues without insulting anybody. And these insults that KKA used for a long time basically have come to a grind halt. Now you can see if they try to do that, they are being heckled in their home region, in the backyards, in their own backyards, which is a good thing. So moving forward, let me say this, Kabogo ashikilie mahali ile kitanda yenye alitandika, wacha alalie mwenyewe. Thank you, Demba.
Yes, Bob. Bob.
Yeah, I wanted to comment on this Kabogo thing. You know, Kabogo, I don't know why Kabogo was so silly to cling on to William Ruto. You know, you see, you saw now the real Kabogo coming out in that rally in Kiambu yesterday. And what else did he expect from William Ruto? Do you think William Ruto would want that kind of person to clinch governorship? No, he wanted somebody like Matangi, who is a soft-spoken, who is not combative, because the person in Kabogo cannot, the DP cannot allow such people around him. To be honest, that one I would, and you see, for Gachagua, he knows that once you're the president, you have those powers, you wield certain powers, and in as much as he cannot fire him, he can render him toothless, and he's a master. The DP is a master of divide and rule. So he will definitely create some allies within the mountain and still run government. But if you look at somebody like Kabogo, it was somebody that is not somebody that the DP, I think, wants. And for some reason, even the nominations of UDA in Kiambu, it's like Mama Tiangi did not win those elections. It was choreographed. So this gentleman called Kabogo, for him, like Makiadi has said, I will also second Makiadi's or echo his sentiments that that bed, he must lie on it. However thorny it might be, he just has to lie on it. And in terms of trying to come to Azimio, I don't think Azimio would want him because he has a lot of baggage, and that baggage is it's too heavy. And I remember Alex also was wondering why, when he was trying to ask a certain gentleman, I think from the mountain, why there is the Uhuru never gave Kabogo an opportunity to emerge as a kingpin. Kabogo has got his own baggage, and some of the problems that have been deviling the people of the mountain have originated from him due to what do you call it, business. So, and he has certain arrogance which you cannot tell him anything. He's uncontrollable. He's like that missile that the president was talking about. The missile that can inaweza lipuka wakati wowote. So those are some of the reasons, and nobody would want to come near Kabogo because Kabogo, given power, he'll be something else. Back to you, Themba. I see Duke has been looking at me.
Bob, this was the
Yes?
media. This was the media. I was saying that normally Azimio, before they move out, they release a media invite and media whatever. So they release a prior program. This was released even before Raila started. So on Saturday 11th, Raila program and Martha Karua program. Raila program was Saturday 11th June, Makueni, Sunday 12th, Machakos County, Monday 13th June, Kisii County, Tuesday 14th June, Kitui County, Wednesday 15th June, Isiolo County, Thursday, Marsabit County. This was released before. Martha Karua, Friday 10th June, Makueni County, Makueni County and Kitui County. She was doing a trip the same day. 11th June, Saturday, she was to be in Murang'a County, which she was there in a town hall meeting. Then Nyeri County opening Azimio Center, which she did. Then 12th June, she was to be in Uasin Gishu County, which you all saw. Church service and then a rally at Huruma Grounds, we all saw that. And then, of course, across Nairobi, Vijana Fire Caravan has been going on. And Sunday, 10th June to Sunday, 12th June, 4 parallel caravan road shows per day to cover the 17 constituencies in 3 days. Now, these are programs that was painted before. So as to how someone can come here and start saying that no, Baba came and just read, I mean, that's preposterous in my view. You need to appreciate there is a very tight schedule for Baba right now. Everybody wants him across the country. Everybody, every single whatever, and they're trying the much they can to make sure that he goes to those places. So we need them. Hold on, let me. I
want to counter you.
Let me finish.
Okay.
I'll give you time to counter. We need as a team right now, if there's the least we can do, is not issue threats that, oh, if Baba doesn't do this, if Baba doesn't do this, if Baba doesn't do this, be aware that the teams are working and think solution. What are the solutions that you need to give to your teams? You don't come and then start saying, oh, if Baba doesn't come this, we are going to go this, so and so is going to win, so and so is going to do this. If that is the thing, the people you know, if you in your capacity as a person, the person who is going to be deciding the final vote is the voter. We need to keep now marshalling the people to say why you should vote for an Azimio government. Not coming to say, even if Baba shows 10 times there, and you guys have decided you're not going to vote for him, you won't vote. So for me, I think right now what we need is not discouraging statements or from Kisii. Oh, the Kisii thing is this, the Kisii thing is... You guys deal with the complication. We are at the 11th hour. Let's move and think solution. I really don't like the conversation personally around, oh, you know, if they don't do something, what is that thing you want done? Can you do it? Can you tell the people who are there to do it? What message are you sending to the other people? Or then you start making a statement like the people are going to vote even UDA, even if you want to vote for UDA, I mean, keep it to yourself. Right now we are Azimio. Yes, Bob.
No. Now, you see what I was trying to tell you. I have gotten your message. I know the press releases from the presidential secretariat, and but if you listened, you know what? If you had listened to to the press conferences that Mbadi had done on the tour in Nyanza. It was totally different from what was released prior to the Raila's visit to Kisii. So, according to me, the presidential teams were mandated to be ready at any time, and also to conduct the campaigns within their regions. In terms of also receiving the presidential candidate and briefing him on areas to be covered, what have you. So that impromptu arrangement was an afterthought, because Mbadi had released a schedule of how they were going to conduct their activities in Nyanza, and it was totally different. So you'll agree with me that there we are. I accept your whatever your schedule you have read. That's okay, but also take note that Mbadi had released a different thing for
No,
the Nyanza.
What you need to understand, Bob, is that we have different campaign teams which were released the other day. You saw that list that was released. Each campaign, there's a presidential, then there's a regional. Regional will have their program. Their program will run. But for the presidential, which covers Raila's, whatever, is already released by Dennis Onsarigo. He gives and says that this is what will be happening. He doesn't just wake up and put it. He puts it after knowing that the presidential team, this is how things will be going. The regional will always have their movements. They will have their movements. How many regions? There are about 16 regions, which are working every day. So we can't wait until Baba comes is when we are going to solve things. There has to be those regional, local ways of solving those issues. And then when Baba comes, is like it's not the time now. I think now Julia has come. Julia is going to support my set. But not when Baba comes, is now Baba is sitting. Like, let me tell you something. By the time Baba was going to Kitui, do you know the negotiations had already taken place in the background? So by the time Baba was going to Kitui, was the public show of what has happened. Baba did not just wake up the same day, went to Kitui, and that is the day that they agreed. No. In Kisii, we don't want you coming here and telling us, in Kisii, if Baba doesn't do, you already have a campaign team. Can you guys organize yourself? We need votes. Si kukuja hapa kwanza kutuambia, if Baba doesn't do, tunataka votes.
Wewe sasa inaonekana umekuja na ubaya sana na mimi leo.
Mimi nimekuja na nyinyi watu wa Kisii mnatusumbua sana, mnakuja hapa kila wakati. Oh, if Baba doesn't. Baba has the whole country to visit. The whole country of Kenya. We cannot
tunamtaka share yetu.
And we have tumeorganize tukawapatia regional blocks, mwanze kuorganize ni campaign. Mnafieka Baba anakuja tu kuweka dini. Sasa mnataka Baba ashinde hapo akikamp Kisii every day. Acheni zenyu bana.
Wacha mimi nikaribishe tu Julia. Mimi nikaribishe Julia na kukaribisha sana. Father Darius alikuwa hapa leo na ametoa blessings na amesema atatoa ile mawaidha baadaye. Kwa hivyo mimi natumai atatuongoza siku ya leo baadaye. Karibu.
Karibu. Makiadu ulikuwa shatoa your submission, right?
Yeah, I think Duke alikuwa na kitu ndio uendelee.
Duke, karibu.
I want to counter the argument of Temba. The argument about Kisii was about having too many aspirants from Asmio, which will divide the votes of Asmio, and then maybe it become difficult for Asmio to get that governance seat. So you don't expect in voters or individuals who are at a lower rank to bring SIMBA, ARATI and Ongeri and Ure to have consensus. So that leadership must come from the top. So that was the argument. I think that's what I want to put across.
Thank you very much, Duke, for coming to my aid.
He hasn't aided you much. You know, we are saying you guys need to sort yourself. Sikuja hapa kwanza kupatia Baba ultimata if Baba doesn't come, if Baba doesn't sort. Baba is sorting the whole country. Baba is fixing the country. And the Kisii politics need to be sorted. You guys need to sort yourself out, need to agree, need to decide who is going to be taking the mantle. You have a regional organizing committee. You guys need to work with that regional organizing committee. You guys need to sit down and decide. It's not time to start telling Baba. That's what we're saying. It's not time to start telling Baba. If you don't come, maybe someone from UDA is going. If you're seeing that, what are you doing in your part? I mean, what are you doing? What are you doing? Are you calling those people to get out the vote for Azimio? You can't live in threats. We can't live in threats. It's not that time for us to do that. Julia, karibu.
Asante Themba, Makiadi, Diok, Bob, Adams, good to see you. I just came to help Themba because I think Themba, we agreed we wouldn't discuss this yesterday. I think we shall start telling the people of Kisii, Bob, Papa, Alex, and the others, Kisii is in Kenya, not Kenya in Kisii. We shall, the way we used to tell Mount Kenya that Mount Kenya iko ndani ya Kenya, si ati Kenya iko ndani ya Mount Kenya. So Kisii is in Kenya, not Kenya in Kisii. So if they want to vote for UDA, well and good, we shall see the kind of people they are. I mean, we can't really keep singing here, don't vote for UDA. Na sijui nani wanapenda kusema ati watapigia UDA kura. Ni Bob, Papa, Mani, Alex. I think they should come here and come out clean.
Alex who keeps on coming here, according to me, the way I see it, Azimio might get presidency, but other seats might be going to UDA. If you want to vote all of them to UDA, pelekeni basi. Hatuwezi shinda kila wakati hapa na threats. Tukiamuka tunakuja. No, the problem in Kisii. Can you imagine Baba released Julia Pole Kokoi? That thing I think inaniudhi sana. Baba released a press and said that he'll be visiting this country, will be in Kisii, and then the next day he'll be in Kitui. Then these were suggesting that Baba just ran. People were expecting him to stay for 2 days. And this thing was released 3 days even before the meeting. So these people knew so well Baba was going to be in Kisii for a day, and then the next day he was to go to Kitui. Then what we are being served here is that Baba ran away from that. So they are trying to impute, Baba did not have a good motive and good wishes for the Kisii people. If that is what you are telling your people, yet I have evidence of the thing, the presser. I have it here. When he released that this, in fact, they are saying that invite for the media. You know, the Baba presidential program is released by Dennis Onsarigo. Not Dennis Onsarigo, right? Yeah, Dennis Onsarigo. He releases and says that this is the program for the presidential. So that is what anybody should be going with. Now, when Bob Papa comes and says that that is not what Mbadi says, Mbadi and presidential campaign team, which one is greater? Presidential campaign team releases the program of Baba. So when you're suggesting that Baba just came and, he disappeared, if that is the narrative you are taking to the people, then I think that is wrong. We need to have the same communication from up down. This is what is the program of Baba. You align yourself with it. This guy our presidential candidate has to go the whole country. So he has to release a program. You can't own him. He has never been to Siaya since he started campaigning. And you haven't said anything. Yeah, so we need to be a little, it's that crunch time. We want to stop this thing of every time you're coming here. If something doesn't happen in Kisii, if you want to choose someone in your place and is a new deal, I mean, so be it. Tuache vitisho sasa. Saizi ni wakati wa kutafutia Baba kura. Mambo ya vitisho tutoke kabisa. Yes, Julia.
Yes, tuache kabisa. I always think this. Maybe I'm too optimistic in my life that I don't like to give the enemy the weapon to fight me back. whatever the circumstances. So I think that statement, if Baba doesn't do this, Kisi will do this, should not be here, come from Azimio supporters. I think we can't do that. So I think we Kisi watu wa Kisi, kama si Duke akisema hiyo understand. But wengine we will not understand you. We will expect you to express positivity. And really, but I don't think they're going to do that. I think even if this Ongeri or whoever vies, SIMBA ARATI is still going to be number one. I
Julia, hata SIMBA nani aliambiwa hivyo. Kalonzo told Ongeri, alimwambia hii kitu achie huyu kijana.
Yeah.
Aliambia Ongeri hapo, hii kitu achie huyu kijana. You know, it's but if they want to go up to the ballot, Julia, wacha waende. There's no problem. Yeah.
There's no problem. I want to give you an example of there was Moi, there was Kibaki, there was Matiba. And people were telling Kibaki not to vie because Matiba was vying. And Kibaki went ahead and vied. And still Matiba led Kibaki. So kukifika hapo, unawacha to let Ongeri vice if he thinks that if probably he has been bought by UDA to spoil for Azimio. Huh? In fact, the best thing the likes of Alex should be doing is to taint him as being bought so that he becomes the enemy of the people. That is what you do to such people. You don't heroize them. You don't heroize their act that they are going to cause this person to win. You say you taint them that they are UDA moles, so that the people of Kisii who are in Azimio take it that these are UDA moles and we should keep away from them. That is what you should do. Right, Bob Papa?
Thank you, Julia. Maybe you need to tell Bob that, because Bob has been supporting that. They are coming here to lament. We are moving away from the book of lamentation. We are in the book of Exodus. We are on our way to Canaan.
You should taint them and then you tell them whether they are UDA moles. We are going to Canaan, and we tell them kuenda tunaenda. Sasa wewe don't sing a song for Ongeri for being there trying to spoil the votes. No. Just tell him, you mole, okay, continue being we ni mole. Na sasa kama we ni mole, endelea kuwa mole wa udaku. Hata useme UDA unasema mole wa udaku. Sisi ni kuenda tunaenda, because and you make it clear to the voters that SIMBA ARATI is winning whether we have a mole or not. So SIMBA ARATI will still win, and Ongeri and the others will share the little votes remaining, and I think he'll be embarrassed. So I think we got to bury this Kisii debate and say that SIMBA ARATI is winning and Baba is winning, because the intention here is Baba to win. Just like I saw Mother KARUA giving directions in Kirinyaga County. She was giving very clear directions. And when she went to Nakuru, she gave directions too. She said, we are supporting Lee. She said it. We are supporting Lee. She said it. She was giving directions. She was clear. Now, but Baba and Mother also are on two different levels. So we do not expect the things Mother is doing, Baba to also go around doing them. Remember, Baba is going to be the president of this country. So I'm not going to be calling him to Nyahururu, my home area, to do some small little thing there. He's going to be the president of the Republic of Kenya. So we're going to be saying, Julia, you're going to be saying, since we got here, Baba, hapa Nyahururu, akuja afungue hii shule yetu ya primary, na akukuja alikataa, na vile tulimpigia kura, sijui nini. I mean, we're going to let him do the things that he needs to do. So I think the Kisii, I also want to discourage Alex. I don't know, I wish he could come back here, that let's talk positivity. Let's keep the talk positive. It makes a big difference. I keep saying here that being an educator, you have two students. If I have a student whom I think is struggling, and I keep telling that student that I really believe in you, I know you can do it, that child is motivated to do better. But if I decide to tell him that I think you are an academic dwarf, and you remember those teachers, I think, of our days that told some kids that wewe hauwezi uko kama mama yako ama nyanya yako, all those stuff. Those kids never made it. So I think we got to contain our talk positive to our voters, because now we need that. I was watching this debate earlier, and I think even yesterday, there's a lady I like to watch that she's calling herself Anne. I can't remember her first name, but I think she comes from Kiambu, and she's talking about how they are now networking, and reaching out to young people. And she seems to be very successful. And when I went to the Kikuyu forum, people are just talking about how they are networking, calling families. They are saying that previously you could not call your family and tell them about Baba, but they are calling families, and the families are saying, "Near to Meskia." That's the talk now. I would not come here telling you that Mount Kenya is really hard to penetrate, that it's hard to call people. No, I'm gonna do that. Even when sometimes I face opposition, I will still go on calling them, telling them that, you see, we are doing that. We want to do the right thing. We from the mountain, we want to do the right thing. We don't want to vote in thieves. We don't want to vote in people who will steal from our public coffers. That's what we are going to tell them. Even when sometimes we have challenges here and there. So I think that should be the talk. That's what I wanted to say, Themba, that for Kisii, I think the Kisii supporters, the Kisii people here have heard, even Duke will join us and tell us and go tell the people in Kisii that SIMBA ARATI is the candidate, right, Duke? I hope you agree with me. Now, KARUA big entry in MERU, that was wonderful. SIMBA ARATI is off the hook. That is also okay. Now, I don't want to go to the debate of Sakaja. I think people have exhausted it, even though DP Ruto was defending his credentials. So just like I think all of you said here, that the simplest thing was Sakaja to present his transcripts. I don't know why. Then you have your transcript somewhere. I think you saved your transcripts on the in the cloud, and also you have hard copies, right? Zangu ni mzee, zangu ziko brown. Naona mimi sikufikiria laminate them. So I laminated them the other day, but they are actually brown Adams. If you see my transcripts, they are actually brown. Brown as in brown color. Yani, nivyo tu nimelaminate so that they don't get torn. But you can find them. I can find my KCP, my KCSE. I can, all my university transcripts, I can find, and sometimes I see some bad grades and I wonder what I was doing in college. But you know, when you're in college, your social life is more important than your grades. So I understood myself there. So nilikuwa naangalia hizo grades, naona kama kweli mimi ni mwalimu, nilikuwa napata hizi grades. Lakini they're my transcripts. If you want them, you'll see them. And finally, then I can remember all my professors. We never used to call them professors, you call them lecturers. I can remember the nasty ones, those who are chasing after girls, all that. I mean, I can remember my colleagues. I mean, who forgets where they went to school and when they graduated? This thing of Malala graduating and he can't remember, I never understand. Who forgets when they did their KCP and KCSE? Who forgets when they graduated? Who forgets even the courses you people did? Remember the courses you did in college, right from first year. You know them, you can list them down, and the people who taught you those courses, leave alone the transcripts. So another thing, Duke, you are talking about confirming. My name, if I just give you my name, for your information, my name is a very unique name. If you type on Google, you'll find my name. If you want to type on Google right now, you'll find me. You'll find my name there on Google. And you'll see my picture. You'll even see where I teach. Just on Google. Search my name in Google. Which means if you go to, I studied in Maseno University. It was a constituent college of Moi University. If you go to Maseno University, you just get all my records. Even when I went for teaching practice and where I teach it, you don't have to struggle. It is not rocket science to find Julia where she studied and when she studied. It is not rocket science. It is not something to involve the DCI to investigate. You don't have to involve the DCI to investigate where Julia went to college. You just need to contact Maseno University and then you get all the details when she went for teaching practice, when she graduated and all that, and the subjects she performed well, those she performed poorly. You will find every detail. So what is this rocket science about Sakaja? That is something that now Duke should not engage the panel again about Sakaja, because now I think even you now you can see there is something very wrong about him. Okay, we cannot say something very wrong about Sakaja and his grades. And I wanted to say this last night when we were concluding. I am just concerned that these birds have all gathered in the same bag. Okay, we have Malala, we have Sakaja, I mean, we have Sudi. Why we have all these birds in the same bag? What's wrong with KKA Duke? What is wrong with people in Udaku? Kuna shida kubwa hapo. I mean, where do they come from? What do they believe in? Why people who are trying to break all the laws in this country gather in the same party? Kenyans should now look and see, who are these? You know, I sent Makedi something and I asked him to find the translation. I don't know whether he tried. It was just somebody who was saying that, I think it was a joke. It's a joke in Central Province that you cannot start a business for selling meat. And then guess who is the butcher man? The butcher man is a leopard. And the person weighing the meat is, I think, a hyena or a dog. And the person giving change is a cat. Do you think your business for selling meat is going to succeed? What is going to happen to that business? And the main butcher man is a leopard. The other one working with him is a hyena or a dog. And the person giving change in that butcher shop is a cat. What is going to have to be a butcher shop? It is going to run down in one day because the three people are going to eat all the meat. They won't even give you any profit. So that person that was asking that a question, fellow Kenyans, do you want us to give our country to such kind of people? So now these same people, how do you work on a makaratasi? I think Makedi wanasema gushi. I don't know how to pronounce that. Now, these people want to cheat us with their transcripts, their what, and then DP Ruto comes to defend them. If I was DP Ruto, I would not even open my mouth because DP Ruto has a degree. I will not open my mouth. I won't gonna say anything. Wewe beba mzigo wako, kama ulienda huko kandanganya, wewe beba mzigo. If I were DP Ruto, I would be preparing myself to ask IBC to allow me to replace him with somebody else. That's what I would be preparing myself to do. Because how can you pick fights? DP Ruto is getting a big fight in Mount Kenya region because of KARUA factor. He has so many problems. He's still adding himself another problem of defending Sakaja. I wouldn't gonna do that if I was DP Ruto, so I hope he stops that. Now, finally, Gachagua and team humiliated in Kiambu. I want to add, combine with what somebody is asking here. I think it's Bob was asking why Uhuru never doesn't want to hand over the kingship to Kabogo. All of us, even fellow Kenyans, let us just look at Kabogo. Do you think he deserves to be any community's kingship? Any community's kingship? You know, unajua kuwa kingship, hata see, I think it is not even handing over. It has to be, there's some level of, there's some character, I mean, some decorum, some leadership qualities. Does Kabogo hold those leadership qualities with his name calling and casting out people in public? And I think Bob has said he has some dictatorship character, which I find very archaic. Unakumbuka vile alitukana wa mama? Unakumbuka vile alitukana wa mama na ile majina aliwaita? Do you think that person can be anybody's kingship? No. And we people are still talking about a kingship when we have a queen. What is wrong with you people? What kingships are you bringing around in Mount Kenya region when we have an upcoming queen? Bob Papa, usianze kunikasirisha and the way we are doing well. What kingships are you talking about when there is an upcoming queen?
So did you really say we or we? We or we?
We have okay, we'll talk about the we. Okay, what so the thing is, all these Kurias and Kabogos and even Mwangi Kionjores and all that, they could not get, remember you people, that place was vacant. And that is why the Rutos were casting out the president and calling him names because they were feeling so bad. He's not letting go. But as soon as mother came up, Sasa game may change. There's a game, mother is a game changer. So now we have a queen pin coming up in Mount Kenya region, and Uhuru doesn't have to ask himself, whom am I handing over to? It is clear. The game is clear whom he's handing over to, because there's a person now directing Mount Kenya region on where to go. So the Kabogos, whether they fight on the streets, they curse each other names, they can do whatever they do because it is to our advantage. And somebody's Mount Kenya forum, people are saying that Kabogo is a mole. That is working for Azimio. I really don't care whether he's a mole or whatever he is, but that is his character. Let him continue fighting. That's what he was trying. He thought he could become governor through William Ruto, which is good now because I have been praying very hard that God scatters them 7 ways. So I think God is answering my prayers. So we have an upcoming queen pin, that is Mother Wangari KARUA. So nobody should ask now who is going to take over from Uhuru Muigai Kenyatta. The rest are insignificant. Asante Themba.
Thank you so much, Julia, for bringing that up. I mean, it's instructive to say that we have a queen pin, and I agree with you. Kabogo, I don't know. He said today that he's stronger than Gachagua in Central. What is your view?
They are birds of the same feather. I don't think each one of them can because Kabogo, I don't even think Kabogo can win an election in Kiambu. He's just strong kuongea, mdomo yake ni mbaya, ni chafu. I think they are competing, maybe stronger than but they are competing on who can insult the other more.
You are treated to a very nice comedy when they were having an exchange with Wamatangi. I mean, Kabogo, hey, my friend. If those are the leaders, the kind of exchange he was giving to Wamatangi, and then Wamatangi responded. You know, I wanted to disagree with you, Julia, yesterday. You said that that is not the nature of Wamatangi. He was forced to respond. Now, you are who you are in a time of crisis. The crisis reveals who you are. It doesn't give someone new. So you can't say that, Wamatangi is not always that way. He was forced to do it. No, that is now Wamatangi. The one that you have been seeing was a pretentious.
What Matangi said, I think I didn't catch him. It's today I was trying to play it again and see that Wamatangi also shouted back. But I was like, wow, this is also Wamatangi. I think I didn't catch him very well yesterday. That was my challenge.
Yeah, that is now Wamatangi. Wamatangi shouted back and even said that usitulete atiata sijui. He was now the real him came up. When you want to know the real nature of someone, find them in crisis. When now their guards drop down, that is now the real person. When they tell you, no, you're sorry, that is not me. I'm usually a very calm. No, that is the pretense them. The real them is what comes in that moment of crisis. And Wamatangi revealed who he is, who he really is. And thanks for Kabogo, we actually knew who Wamatangi is at that moment. And those are the kinds of leaders. And I think he was also given a lot of impetus by the fact that Gachagua was there. So he was trying to also say that, hey, even me, I'm here, And if you listen to the video of Kabogo right now, when he's saying that Ruto na hiyo chama yake ya UDA wanataka kutulazimishia Wamatangi vile walitulazimishia Waititu.
Yes, and them, but Ruto, Kabogo, and Gachagua, they are birds of the same feather. In fact, put in a house like mine here, they can fight physical. I'm telling you, the 3 people, they can go for each other's neck. They are birds of the same feather, the same temperament. Wako na hiyo madharau kwamba ni mimi, I'm the man here, I'm the one saying here. So Kabogo will not swallow Ruto. He will not. He'll do what it will take him to put Ruto down and to prove to him that yeye ndiye ako Mount Kenya na yeye ametoka Rift Valley. That's what Kabogo. But you know something, Demba, I really like this because it is now helping us know who those people are. And these people ganged up Kabogo, Kuria, Ruto, the Wamatangis and all that, and they called the president names because of Baba. And they thought they were going to hold up together. Themba, if you are like that and you bring somebody into your house who's like that, that house will break into pieces. One of you has to go down. That's a fact. One of you has to humble himself or herself.
Now, before I bring Adams, Makiadi wants to say something. Makiadi, I want you to address yourself to this. Wamatangi, Uhuru appoints, who was the first one before? Uhuru makes Murkomen was the majority lead, was the, I think the, no, it was majority leader in parliament was Duale. So Uhuru looks around for someone who can steps in. They take in parliament. They took the guy who is there right now.
Kimunya.
Kimunya. That one stood firm and is still with Uhuru. In Senate, it was Murkomen. Before long, they dropped Murkomen. Then Uhuru thinks Kangata is a good guy. He takes Kangata. Then Kangata drops. Uhuru thinks that now the next person that I can take is a good guy is Wamatangi. Takes Wamatangi. Now Wamatangi, Kangata, and all the rest are not with him. Uhuru's closest friends, the Speaker of the National Assembly, Justin Muturi, gone. Lusaka, Lusaka all along has been close to the deputy president. Him, we don't mind about him. He has been a deputy president guy. What does that, I mean, the Kabogos, the Moses Kurias, what does that make you of, are these people that you think can be trusted? Even as you do that, probably you will speak and then Adams comes in to share, maybe to start his presentation from there.
Yeah, I think we discussed about this, and people should have steel. People should be made of steel. I think most of these politicians that come from the mountain region actually overestimated the influence that UDA had on the politics of the mountain region. And sometimes I don't want to go deeper into that because I probably don't understand clearly the metrics of Mount Kenya politics. But there's one thing I would like to say. If you take Kabogo, Wamatangi, Moses Kuria, and Rigathi, and put them in a class, in a ladder, you'll find that Wamatangi is like in the primary level, primary school. If you go to secondary school, there is Kabogo. But when you come to Moses Kuria and Rigathi Gachagua, these are people who have already graduated from university in terms of bravado and tribal politics. So, like Julia said, these are people who can fight. If you put them, these are people who can result into fist fighting if they disagree. And I think it's a good thing that they're out of Jubilee and out of the president's way, so that they can go and mess up on the other side. The issue of Kisii politics, sometimes I don't like to speak about Kisii politics, but I would like to say this. If you have all these people that are vying for governor in Kisii, I think the best thing, because they don't want to step down and let one person face the UDA candidate, the best thing is to let them go for it, and then ikwadebe mkapiganie huko. The thing that I would really be concerned about is the other seats, the senator and the MPs. The governor, I don't think Raila Odinga really, really has to put a lot of weight into these guys. Let them fight there, because for policy, it's the governor who will do the policy issue in the county level, the president on the national level. But if you need to pass legislation, then you need the MPs and you need senators. So kama watu wa UDA wanaona ni kama watashinda Kisii, the governor needs to work with the national government. He will still come back, even if it's a UDA and you have Raila Odinga as a president. The governor will still come back somehow. The deputy president chairs the, the board that actually decides how much money or whatever resources are, the way resources are transferred to the county government. So these people, even if they come from what kind of party, even if they're independent, they'll still come back to work with the national government. Lakini hawa watu wengine, hawa watu Senate and MPs, that is what would really worry me. Now, the other thing I would like to finish off by saying is this: I think Raila Odinga should not dive into the politics of who is going to, stand down for who, because at the end of the day, you're looking at people like Ongeri. If Raila promises Ongeri that you stand down, I'll work with you, the national government, what do you expect Ongeri to come and do in the national government? Sometimes I think the presidential candidates do overcommit themselves when they get into these, I would call them tribal fights. Sorry to use that word, because sometimes you end up with somebody who has already served in parliament, has been a senator, he's been a minister. People know their track record, they don't expect change and anything new from them. So wacha waende wapiganie huko, ule atashindwa. The governor will always come back to work with the national government. And that is the issue that I had also with Ngilu and Malombe. I would have advised Raila Odinga to let Ngilu fight for the governorship of Kitui and go against Malombe and David Musila. Ule mwenye atashinda atakuwa governor, ule mwenye hatashindwa anaenda nyumbani. That's how you get rid of baggage. So tuache kuambiwa hapa ati sijui kisi tutapata. As long as these people all agree that the vote at the top is Raila Odinga's, the rest wacha wapigane. Asante Themba.
Thank you. And that's where I bring Makia Adams.
Yeah, thank you so much. I greet all of you. Good evening. Let me start on a lighter note. There's something that Julia mentioned about about the campus life, with the professors or rather lecturers with the campus girls. Julia went to school a long time ago, as she always say. So if she can still remember the life of professors and the campus girls, we may also think that he might have participated in that. Maybe, just maybe. Anyhow, Julia, you were talking about your transcript being.
Adam, withdraw that statement, Adam.
I withdraw.
Thank you, Bob.
All right. Now, Julia, you were talking about your transcript being having turned brownish. My dad is 77 years old today, like this year. He turned 77 in January, and he went to the then Form 6. He's a Form 6 graduate those days in Kenya. And last year, when I was in Kenya, I happened to see physically his transcript. So I think this is all about, how careful somebody is to keep them. So if our people, somebody who just cleared campus less than 10 years ago, cannot find his transcripts, it's weird. Anyhow, DP Ruto defending Sakaja, Senator Sakaja, to me, this is what I may say. This is a president in waiting. Should he win, this is somebody who's regarded as a president in waiting. Coming publicly, actually he was speaking in Kisii in a rally, and it took a good amount of time insisting, talking about the Sakaja issue in the public, in a political rally. And him talking the way he was talking, that is just the guy was defending scam. So if the president somebody wants to come and occupy the office, the highest office on the land, is coming publicly to defend scam. Whether that thing is true or not true, the honorable thing he would have done is just to keep quiet and let the investigation take its course. And I believe if at all this thing is true or not true, he should be in the know. He knows because the other day, last week, he said that he equally get the intelligence that the president get on an equal measure. He said it. The president gets it and he gets it. So these people have got the intelligence. He knows. So him coming out and defending scam, it beats all the logic and can really tell you the kind of people this man aligns to. So it's a shame. It's very, very shameful. Also, when I want to talk about what you guys, what you are saying that Alex came here and said about the Kisi politics, that the presidential vote they'll give to Raila Odinga and then the rest of the votes they'll disburse like the way they want. I think, Themba, what I think is, when you come to the local politics, nationally, we normally deal with the evil of tribalism, but when you come to the local level, there is something called clanism. So clanism plays a very pivotal role when it comes to the local politics. It plays in that you may find that in as much as SIMBA is preferable and the most favorite, maybe, I'm not coming from there, but maybe you may find that it's coming from the clan, which is not like minority. It may be coming from minority clan, but then Professor Ngeri, the good professor, whom I believe, when you look at the age of Professor Ngeri and SIMBA, Ongeri might have taught SIMBA if at all SIMBA would have gone to the school where Professor Ngeri was a teacher. So he's a teacher versus the student, but the students happen to be strong right now than the teacher. So maybe the way the likes of our good friend Alex articulate his points here, maybe the professor is coming from the popular, clan down there. I'm not sure, but I know for a fact, if you go to our region, clanism plays a very, very big role. That is why somebody like, when you go to Migori County, somebody like the sitting governor, Okoth Obado, even now, even if he was to run, if there was no law barring him from running, let's say if there was a chance for running for the third term, he would still beat Ochilo Ayako and the rest hands down. Reason being, it comes from the biggest or the largest clan. So there, when they vote clan. It doesn't matter. We are voting our son. They just vote him like that. That is why Okoth Obado would always be on the wrong political side, but wins, because the clan he comes from is the largest, very large. There's a lot of them, and it's like that. So they vote for their son, and they just beat you like that. So maybe such kind of a thing can play in Kisi, but I'm not sure. Because we are just neighbors. I'm just neighboring with the Kisis, but I'm not sure. Maybe, but there's likelihood that such kind of a thing might play around. Another thing about SIMBA, let me tell you. SIMBA was a very, very good member of parliament for Dagoretti North. He did a tremendous job there. He was a very good mobilizer for Raila Odinga and his crew in Nairobi. You remember when the by-election in Kibra, Dagoretti and Kibra constituency are just neighboring. But when the by-election in Kibra was taking place, it was like SIMBA is the member of parliament for Kibra, because he was calling shots. He was giving, when he said left turn, people turn left, right. You remember how he scared Bonia Luale and the guy who lost his heart. Then they ran like something to the likes of Sudi ran until it was SIMBA. So when SIMBA was leaving Nairobi and going to Kisii, it was a well-planned thing. Raila knew the case very well. He knew that Professor Ngeri is there and Ngeri wanted to run. But I think he knew the weaknesses of Professor, that maybe the guys who are there would definitely beat him, So at the same time, you see these people who are saying that, oh, let's just vote president, and then down here, let's just vote people we want in Kisii. You know, this thing can as well be propaganda. The UDA people maybe are the people who are saying that thing, not even the ODM crew. It can be a propaganda just to scare people and bring that confusion that, you know what, maybe ODM or Azimio candidate is not popular. It can be propaganda. So we have to look at it very, very, very keenly. When it came to the case of, what is the name? The case of Kabogo and Gachagua and the KK team and the humiliation in Kiambu. Over there, I've always heard Julia here talking about the queenship and the kingship and the kingdom and the king, whatever. I think maybe in Mount Kenya region, that is how they come up with their leaders. But from where I come from, like in the Nyanza region, the larger Nyanza region, the Luo Nyanza, that is, people always ask themselves that, and they've also always gone in the media and the social media saying, oh, Raila Odinga is now supposed to groom another person to take over from him. Temba, you might have heard these things. Raila is supposed to groom somebody, now he's old. No, with that side where we come from, it doesn't work like that. People say that leadership is spiritual. It just come to somebody. I mean, it just pop on somebody. Like when Jaramogi died, nobody knew that Raila Odinga will be something somewhere. He just made himself. So they believe that leadership is just something which is inborn. It just pop on somebody and people just follow you. And when they follow you even if you're going to fire. They just follow you into the fire. Or when that's how it is. So I think it all depends on the region. That is one region. When you go to Mount Kenya, they do it in another way. So that is how I think it is. But according to me, Kabogo, I know Kabogo is a very dangerous man, and I think Ruto himself don't like him. He's scared of him. Kabogo is dangerous. Kabogo is one guy who can do anything. And when he decides to do it, he can even, I believe Kabogo can even harm Wamachan. He can even harm him. But, you know, Wamachan is the darling of the party, and the party is deputy president. So once you're a darling of the party, you have all the advantages and all it takes to triumph over the rest of the people. But it will be a very interesting case. But if I was somebody like Kabogo was very good in parliament. I don't know, was it Juja constituency or wherever? He would have maintained it there. Otherwise, it is gonna be a battle royale in Kiambu. That will be a very, very interesting match to watch when election is gonna be happening in October. In August. So I think Martha Karua is doing well. Martha Karua is just doing a tremendous job. The thing people are saying that Baba went to Kisii for a day and he left, supposed to stay there. Man, this is a UDA propaganda. That is why when Baba left Kisii, they went immediately after him to sanitize, to try to rub off everything, erase everything. This is their propaganda. Baba worked on a schedule, and the schedule was from Kisii to Kambani. That is how it was arranged. So all these things, I think, are just propaganda, and we sometimes need to dissociate from them. So by and large, that is what I may say for now, and I thank you.
Thank you for saying that. In fact, you have said what I didn't want to say earlier. At some point, I thought sometimes we may sound here like we are propagating UDA, UDA, what they want to believe. When you come here and start saying, the way Baba left, he left, those people who are angry. Baba should come. I mean, Alex, stop.
What matusi Alex kwa comment section? I didn't find Alex so uncouth.
Sometimes he sounds like a propagandist. He comes here and he starts telling it's good that Adams has brought that up. That Baba should do something. Baba was supposed to have stayed there. People were left angry.
But you know, even you, Demba, you have overrubbed it. You know, you have overrubbed it too much today.
Now I can see now your true self is coming. Julia is here now. Julia, calm down. Julia is watching you. You know,
no,
I can.
Bob is okay. Bob Papa is okay. He's okay, right, Bob?
I can say it because Julia is here. You cannot. And today I see Father Danny Darius mwenyewe, the man who is the bishop.
Now we can finally put a name to a face, huh?
Yeah, the mysterious one.
Danny Darius, kindly. You know, normally around this time we usually say, I just decided let me have you on because you have never come here. You have always been down there. We are so glad to see you. Kindly salimiana na utoe maoni yako.
Asante sana. I was here earlier today. I was driving back and I was interested to know what's going on in Kisii, but I will agree to some extent that there is a problem in leadership in Kisii. And as I believe in my heart, there must be local or domestic solutions to differences in different communities. We cannot peg solutions on national leaders on everything. That can't work. Kisii must find a solution to whatever is going on over there. And if they need to sit down as a community and solve their differences, their clanism and all that, that would be okay. But that must not become a national conversation as such. It should be a local solution that can be solved. Then for Sakaja, I went to school a long time ago. I'm in 4th floor, but I still have my transcript for all my degrees. So I don't understand why Sakaja cannot just say, okay, I went to school here and these are my transcripts and there's nothing to hide. I looked at my transcript earlier today when Julia was speaking, and I saw my poor grades in philosophy of science, but that was me. So there's nothing to be afraid of. That was me. And it's like, oh, when Julia spoke, I went to mine and said, oh yeah, I got something that was not good for me. But when I look back, those were the steps I made up to where I am today. So, and if you go to, you Google my universities, you'll find my name there. And if I wrote anything, thesis and my dissertation, they are on the shelves. Students go through and say, okay, father went through here, this is what he wrote about. They can criticize even my own writing. So if Sakaja went to school, there's no need of going to court. You just need to present the papers and that's all. And as Julia was saying, you cannot forget the days you graduated. You cannot forget even the professors who taught you. I remember one of the professors who taught me was called Professor Masehe, and he used to make a lot of fun in class, in a philosophy class, and he was like, he cannot be a chicken chaser in the village when he's learned. He has to be in an institution of higher learning, and that's his standard. So sometimes you have to remember even those professors Julia was saying. For Malala to be qualified to run for governorship, that surprises me. A guy who cannot remember the days that he graduated, and his certificate was printed on a Saturday. It's like, okay, how do you reconcile those? The other question I have for Sakaja is, how can you transact those communications within between Uganda and Kenya and 4 different institutions, and you get everything within a day and actually within 3 hours? That was strange. There must have been somebody who was making the calls, and from where I sit, I think when the DP spoke, he must have known who was making those calls. He may have been the one who was making those calls and say, okay, move here, do this, sign those ones, bring them over. And that's why he's saying Sakaja has credentials, but he does not want to say whether he has a degree or not. Because if he says so, he'll be in the mud with Sakaja if things come to the open. So it's safe to say he has the credentials, he has the papers, but which papers are we talking about? Are they the letters from Commission of Higher Learning or the letters from that team university? I don't know It looks like a hostel. It does not look like a university from the building. So I find that very strange. I'm so proud of Mother KARUA. I have been following her even sometimes at night when she was in MERU. I was very proud of how she handles things and how sober she is in approach and how calm she is. She's not excited. That's the point of a leader. You cannot be excited by things that are going on. And sometimes you can be annoyed so much, but you have to keep your cool and handle things the proper way. Even the preachers like Bernard, they know what we go through in preaching. And sometimes there are those who may dislike you forever, but you still love them. You have to know how to handle those situations and keep them within. And for Baba, let him do whatever he's doing and let him be him. We cannot reduce him to what we want him to be. We have to let him to be who he is. For Kabogo and Kuria, I will agree with Makiadi. Ile kitanda wametandika, wacha wailalie. Kama ina miiba, wacha wasukumane nayo. Walikuwa nafikiria roses, they have no thorns. They have the thorns. Walikimbia upande ule mwingine, miiba ndio inawadunga kwa sasa. Wacha walalie hicho kitanda walichokitandika. Therefore, kwa hao, I have no pity for them. Let them humbly accept the predicament they are in. But the good thing, Themba said, now we know the real Wamatangi. Wamatangi has been putting on a facade. It's like he has been covering himself. Now, when he was under strange waters, now we saw the real man. And that real man, now he cannot hide anymore. So that's what we need. We need people to be challenged, to be pushed to a corner to know who they are. Kabogo is a foul-mouthed fellow. I understand Kikuyu because I grew up in Embu. Some things that he speaks in local language, they are disgusting. You cannot have your kid listen to. Sometimes back he used to use very foul language, obscene language against women and the locals, and just because he has money. I would not mind whatever is going through now. Let him find himself in some corner and reflect. For Kuria Moses, Kuria is a confused fellow. I don't know whether it's okay. Maybe he's sick. Maybe we may be talking about a man who is very sick, mentally or psychologically disturbed. We don't know what he's going through, because he's a man you cannot decipher or understand where he's coming from and where he's heading to. For Kiunjuri can be revived, can be brought back, and can serve a good purpose for Baba's government if he behaves. But for the rest, let them feel the heat. But for this Didmas Barasa, that's a man I would not wish to go back to parliament. And the other guy from Kisi, Kolo, Soro, they behave like small kids. I don't understand. Is it because they have been fed a lot of money? Now they have to be as juvenile as they can be to please their master, or what is going on? That one I don't understand. Maybe I will ask a question to Adams. Adams, what could you explain if you know the politics of Luo Nyanza? What's going on in Homa Bay between Wanga and Kidero? You can answer that one later. Then I will fulfill the promise I made today. Today I promised earlier that I will come in to give a blessing to Julia and Azmio, that be calm and be peaceful. And you have been good friends. Keep being good friends. And always remember, good friends defend one another. No matter how much they go wrong, no matter how they may look bad, you find a friend in a person and you defend them. And by the way, you donated Misa, so let Misa be donated, so be comfortable and be happy. That was my blessing. I promised that and I've fulfilled that. Thank you very much. God bless you.
Okay, Adams, you want to respond to Father Danny Darius?
Yeah, let me just keep brief first. Good evening, Darius. Yeah, actually, I'm from Homa Bay. So this is what's going on in Homa Bay between Wanga and Kidero. Everybody was just okay, and as the party said that Gladys Wanga was popular. But when the party ODM said or announced that they're not going to have nominations, they're just going to issue direct tickets, that is when the masses went haywire. That is when people went mad, because they felt that in as much as they were saying Gladys Wanga was good, they wanted them to be subjected to the polls so that they may choose by themselves. Because the current governor of Homa Bay right now is called Cyprian Awiti. It's a shame. When you go to, I think you've seen some pictures doing rounds on the internet about the Homa Bay District Hospital, the stadium and the stuff. Some people thought it is a false. No, that is the reality. That is how it looks like. This guy did nothing. Actually, we even wonder how he became a governor. He's one of the people who do not have bachelors. So Awiti did nothing and nothing, but he was just dancing the Luo songs called Ohangla every day in Kisumu. Every day. He works in Homa Bay and he lives in Nairobi, but he dances in Kisumu with women all over him. So he messed up the county. Big deal. The first round, when he went for the election, he lost, but he was rigged by the party. Second election, the same thing happened. So people were just mad. They were feeling that, why are you guys giving us this woman again by force? Why can't you just let us elect her without giving her to us? So people felt that she was being put in the people's throat. So people got mad. That is why when Kidero decided to come to Homa Bay, in as much as he was in Nairobi, then people said, you know what, we are voting Kidero. Not because Kidero is good. No, they're not supporting Kidero because Kidero is good. It is a protest vote. So they're saying, is our son now, let's vote for him. So there was a propaganda going on that people were saying because Gladys Wanga is a woman. No, it has nothing to do with a woman. The same of my constituency has got women members of parliament elected. Somebody like Millie Mabona is going for the third term, and she's still going to win. So it has got nothing to do with gender. It had everything to do with the party. So it is a 50-50 in Homa Bay as we speak. Whoever is going to win now is still not known. But the people are just mad because of service delivery. It is the service delivery, nothing to do with the individual. Thank you.
Yes.
Thank you. Thank you.
Yeah.
Yes, Bob.
I wanted to ask Adam. One thing I like about the Luo community is that they are fearless and they don't like corruption. And they tell, it is from their heart. They don't hide. Why would they want Kidero, knowing very well that Kidero has got questions from his past reign in Nairobi? Doesn't have a clean record in terms of corruption.
The answer is very simple. The answer is very simple, Mr. Bob. Gladys Wanga has been the women rep for Homa Bay County for 10 years. So when the county funds were embezzled, ask anybody in the village or everywhere, they will tell you that Gladys Wanga is part of the mess. She's part and parcel of the mess. There are the people, Gladys Wanga, those people, the people surrounding the governor. Gladys Wanga was one of them. These are the people who surrounded the governor so closely. Even her office had funds. She embezzled everything. She used to come to the US here. I met her in the US. They are doing very huge shopping. They are enjoying everything. So she is part of the mess. So both Gladys Wanga and Kidero are thieves. They are two different thieves of different levels. Okay? So they just, like I told you, it is just a protest vote. But people felt that maybe if they give Kidero, the people who are supporting him, not everybody, the people who are the section that supports Kidero feel that maybe because he has been ashamed so much with the corruption stuff, maybe they can give him a second chance to clean, or rather to prove himself. Otherwise, they're all thieves.
Thank you.
Adams, thanks for that elaborate answer. But let's not make it look like a politician should not do shopping when they should be able to live their lives. So it doesn't mean that if she came to the US, she necessarily was only using the county funds. She
On a lighter note.
she has a life to live.
But you see, Ndemba, the issue about Kidero is a bit different. If you look at Kidero, when he won the governorship of Nairobi, he tried to elevate himself to be, the spokesman of the Luo community at large. And he used a lot of resources to try and elbow Raila Odinga from the political scenes. Most of us still have a live memory of the governor's party, whereby he invited Raila Odinga and did not even have a seat for him. Raila Odinga came there and he looked like a fool. So Kidero has tried as much as possible to try and impose himself in that pinnacle, the apex of Luo politics. And I think for Kidero, this is not just about the governorship of Homa Bay. Kidero is trying to cultivate a path, especially looking at, the age of Raila. Probably in the near future, the mantle might be passed to somebody else, probably after Raila serves his term and goes for retirement. And so people will be jostling for power. And I think that's just my opinion. I think Kidero is one of the people that is trying to try and fix himself in the Luo politics. Most of the people that we know, the likes of Orengo, have really advanced in age. That is why you see most of them going back to the county to be governors, because probably they don't want to participate in national politics anymore. So for Kidero, I think this is going to be a brutal fight. For him to impose him, basically for him to fight and at least win the Homa Bay seat. Yeah.
Yeah. I think the situation facing the Homa Bay people, I think Danny Darius, you asked well, and Adams has concluded well. They are all thieves, so they are choosing between which one is a better evil. And Makiadi is also adding another concept to it, where Kidero, yes, true, Kidero has been trying to position himself. In fact, for some time, he thought being a Nairobi governor, he had already been trying to see if he can take over Baba's, to bring the masses around him. Now, post Baba politics is also trying to show up. After Baba gets off the scene, there will be a very rich voting mass in Luo Nyanza. So there's also those kind of politics coming up, but they haven't shown up completely. Kidero was trying to bring that up. I wish the Homa Bay people well. That is, for me, I think Homa Bay is basically a Baba bedroom, and you guys can bruise each other to the end. I don't think that, in fact, there will be no negotiation. Danny Darius, I don't know why we are talking about Kidero. We have an Azimio candidate. The Azimio candidate is Gladys Wanga. So for Azimio, right now we are at that time, personally for us, yes, Kidero is supporting Baba. The place is a Baba area, but Kidero is an independent candidate. He will go all the way to the ballot. There's nothing, because he's not part of Azimio. There's already an Azimio candidate. So let the best person win.
But did you realize that the ODM party chairman is John Badi? John Badi comes from Suba South, that is Homa Bay County. And 3 days ago, he went to the media and he's saying that he don't support 6-piece. In other words, what he was trying to say, he don't support Gladys Wanga, who is the party candidate. So it's a bit confused metric. So that's what I'm saying. let the best thief win. We have 2 thieves on the ballot. Let the best thief win.
Even John Buddy should shut up now. Baba is trying to put the votes together. Him is busy trying to disorganize. If he doesn't support the best thing he should be doing is, if he doesn't support the person who was elected by the Azimio team, let him do his part. He's organizing the Azimio campaigns in Nyanza. Let him do that. He shouldn't even address himself to whatever thing is happening in that place. Whatever competition is going on, he should not be talking. He should do the work that he's supposed to be doing. You don't have to keep on coming there. You are busy giving statements that are being carried out and are showing how disorganized you are. Even that's why people are not even taking him seriously in the Nyanza campaign team. They're not listening. He went to Kisii, SIMBA ARATI disappeared because of those statements he's making all over. SIMBA ARATI didn't turn up. He was able to talk to some people. So if he wants to be taken serious, as he should play his role. The role he has been given by the Azimio is to organize the Nyanza area of the Azimio team. So whether he likes it or not, he took that role. So he should be doing that role, not allowing himself to be engaged in other local politics. Local politics will play out. Let the best person win. Like you said, let the best thief win. If all we have are thieves, then the first thief to get to the other part, right now we don't have all those times to start fighting Buddy. I heard what you said. Buddy was all over. Buddy was criticizing Wanga so much. So he doesn't like Wanga. But you see, at the end of the day, your party leader, the head of Azimio, has already blessed that team. The soldier doesn't ask the captain you jump and then you ask why later. You don't start asking why and you have not even jumped. So I think Buddy should choose one thing. If he wants to campaign for Kidero, let him get out of that place, go and campaign for all those independent candidates. But as long as he's the one organizing the Azimio regional whatever team, he owes it to us. All we don't want to hear, he should be getting the votes for Azimio. Simple, clear. Hiyo zingine asikuwe involved. I want us to start taking our 6-piece. 6-piece is important. 6-piece Azimio, not 6-piece party. 6-piece Azimio. That's what we are saying. 6-piece Azimio, especially where Azimio has candidates. And we are going to start highlighting. We said we want to I don't know if we wait for IEBC to give us the list, or can we wait for Azimio the IEBC to Makiadi? We wait for IEBC to gazette. Okay, we'll wait for the gazettement of the candidates, and I'm sure maybe they said by 19th or 20th of this month is when they'll be having the gazetted list of candidates that we can go through. So when it is out, then we start looking for Azimio candidates in each area. We know them, so that we start telling people in this place, you go to the ballot, you look for this and this. Where we have many candidates, we tell them there are this one. Stick to Azimio candidates. You know the 26 parties in Azimio. Get to know all the 26 parties in Azimio. When you're going to the ballot, you look for those ones. If you choose independent, it's your democratic right. I mean, nobody will get the vote from your pocket. Ukienda kuchagua mtu independent, kama Homa Bay, wako na vita kubwa, nataka independent, it's your democratic right. But as for us, we support the Azimio team. Apart from Duke, who supports the UDA, it's UDA for Duke, so we respect that. Now I want us to start taking our closing remarks. Makiadi umechapwa chini pale, nafikiri umeweza kusoma. Dia amekupiga kabisa huko chini. Samuel Odipo. Dia. Evans Kipkoskei Chichir. Makiadi umesoma hiyo? Mabonga, Robert, Oscar, Master K. Yufimo Tieno, usiingililie vita ya wenyewe. Wewe. Yufino Tieno, kuna wimbo iliimbwa na Samba Mapangala, alisema bibi na bwana wakigombana nyumbani uache wenyewe mpaka wakaelewana. Hapana ingilia. Samuel Waweru, Ruto Sugoi direct. Yeah, that is what we hope. George Obado. What about Migori? Now, Adams, you scared me. So now that this guy has asked about Migori, so you said that Obado, whatever he says in Migori is final. His wife is running for the governorship. Are you saying the wife will win?
No. I didn't say that is what is final in Migori. What I said, down there, clan politics play a big role. So in Migori, according to the way those clans are organized, he comes from a clan called Kanyamkago. They're the majority, they're the vast majority in that region. So Obado was their son. So they were just voting for their son, when Obado was running. Right now, it's a different ballgame, my friend. Right now is Ochilo. That is gone, man. Right now is Ochilo. Or if not Ochilo, then somebody else. It doesn't matter now. So when he was running his first 2 terms, clan played a big role. There are very many people. That clan is big like something else. That's what propelled him. Not that he ni mambo ya kusema.
Okay, I was getting worried. I can't imagine that Obado, after stealing like that with the family, now you bring the wife again to steal again. Yeah. Hey.
No way. It's gone.
I was getting scared for the Migori people, man. Obado is in court right now with the whole of his family. Julia, the whole of the family. The wife, the children, the brother-in-law.
I think even stealing needs some exposure. I can't say education because he's a learned guy, but I think stealing needs some exposure. Like you see Ruto is very exposed. So that's why he's still intelligently.
What intelligence is there in Ruto stealing, my friend? Ruto. Now there's a level in which you steal until now you become incorrigible, and you are.
No, Ruto aliongeza na greed. Greed pia mess everything up. So he's stealing plus greed.
Adam, supposing Ruto was going to become president, okay, we already have, so we so worried of the things he has done. Na Uhuru amenyamazia tu, amekanyagia maneno. But all of us have at least an idea. Can you imagine him president for the next 5 years? Can you imagine the state of this country after 5 years under Ruto's presidency?
Nakwambia,
I don't want to imagine. It can be something else.
We don't want to imagine Ruto as a president even for a day. If it was just because he was given 50-50, and we can see where we got.
I think the economy might collapse. It may
we will be sold to Nigeria, but
No, my major worry about Ruto presidency is that from the what do you call it, head of military to the sweeper in the office, it will be one-sided. Go back to Moi days and reflect.
That is not even the problem, Bob. If they are working, it's okay. But can you imagine what will happen to our treasury? He will say Cyclo style. That is what he will say. He will command the central bank to produce currency notes that are not being backed by the foreign exchange. That is what he's gonna do, because this guy are in power for 5 years, and all he wanted is to grab. Yes, Bob.
Do you remember him lying on national television that he called the Equity Bank to advance one businessman, 15 billion.
Now, can
So
you
what
imagine?
can
And that one, he was the deputy president. How many companies will be called? He will be calling companies to give money to individuals that he doesn't know, have a hook about. He didn't know Ayadin was a terrorist suspect. And here he's saying this guy was going to make vaccines in Uganda. So that's how we'll be running our country. And secondly, can you imagine the deputy president decides in their charter, actually someone was bringing that out, that they're going to have a women rights agency in the office of the president. And already we have the Ministry for Gender and the Youth and Gender, which is supposed to be having those issues of women. Instead of asking for a full ministry, you want to be like a subcommittee in the president's office. Everything will go to the president's office. We don't want our country to be run like that. The president who goes and buys land without necessarily doing due diligence to know that this land is actually, a public land. It is Kenya Civil Aviation land. And with that awareness, he still goes ahead and builds a big hotel in that land. This same president, his cronies, the MP for Langata, had built a club in the land that is public land that was actually recovered by the government, and where Uhuru Garden, which was rebuilt the other day, stands right now. That club was closed, and that was public land. This same deputy president, his office, one Rashid Echeza was photographed with some guys unknown who are trying to exchange issues of arms deal being transacted in his office. Is that the kind of president we want? No. And he's just a deputy president. We'll be having wash guys going to the state house to try and, no.
Did you hear of the Kenya Power scandals? Did you hear that his cronies are the people causing these token scandals? I mean, he was only deputy president. If he becomes president, I think Wakenya watu wataenda uhamishoni.
Let me give you a small story about one man called, I'll just mention his second name. He was called Kirimi. Kirimi used to be one of these top presidential escort fellows. And he was telling me a story, and he told me how he bought 2 farms in Meru, tea farms. And it was during the Moi time that every evening at 6 o'clock, they would be given a vehicle to go to Kenya Power, and then money was loaded in the cab boot, and they delivered this money to State House. So one time they delivered, but they forgot one small sack. So when they were going back and to the chief's camp, they realized that they had a sack, and there were 3 people. And he told me that's how he bought his farm. You know, money, when you're dealing with these people, this is how it goes. Because he gave me examples of how they were collecting money from Dolphin Bank, Ketan, Somalia, they take to State House. Kenya Power, they were doing the same. So you can imagine what can happen if that comes back.
I'm told that this lady, the Keroche one, bought the ticket at 30 million. The same, will you want a president who is going to be defending someone ambaye ako na makaratasi gushi, and you're defending that person? The person who is going to defend someone like Waititu, who has run down a county, stole with his wife and his kid, and he's defending that person. He's defending someone like Waiguru, who stole from the county, from the public NYS, then went ahead and stole from the county, and is defending that person. The person who is defending Okoth Bado, who has actually stolen from the county. Surely, which kind of a country do you want us to be? I mean, Kenyans, it's like giving Afisi kazi ya kuchunga mbuzi. Surely, what kind of a country do we have? We cannot allow that to happen. And God is, at least through Father Danny Darius' prayer and many other pastors, at least God is seeing these things come true. And as we are going towards the end, we are seeing sasa miti imeanza kuteleza. Kwa sababu today in Central, it was as clear as it can get. Wamekataa mambo ya UDA. Yes.
In fact, Demba, I'm telling you, Kabogo, Ruto, and Gachagua, one of these fine days, will exchange fist fights in public. I'm telling you, you wait and see. This is drama unfolding because Kabogo will not buy it. Kabogo will not stoop low. And Ruto can't believe it that someone like Kabogo is looking up at him and telling him no. You wait and see what will happen.
And Gachagua is trying to prove himself. Gachagua is trying to prove that he's the guy. He will bring the vote. I mean, it cannot get any sweeter. I think for the next few days we'll just be discussing, laughing here at UDA, eating each other, wakimalizana.
I want Demba, maybe you can advise the other forum, Mount Kenya Forum. There is there are Senate sittings. There are recordings of Senate sittings of when what did you call this guy? Waititu was being grilled. I would want them to play those clips to the other forum so that the people of Mount Kenya can see who the deputy president was defending. One of the things that Waititu was being questioned about is that in the budget of Kiambu County, there was a provision that Kiambu County had budgeted for advisory services to Sudan, as in the conflict in Sudan. How do you budget for that? And it was 959,000, 959 million or something like that. It was a big amount. No wonder the guy has got 1.9 billion properties that are being seized. How does it concern Kiambu County? You can't believe what they were.
And then the guy shamelessly, Waititu wanted to come back to run as a governor, surely. And this is the guy who stole from Bungoma County by, buying wheelbarrow, non-carcinogenic wheelbarrow at 120,000, one wheelbarrow. He's going back to be a governor, surely. Where has Kenya gotten to? And they're coming back, packaging themselves as the best solution to our country. I mean, we cannot.
And when Demba, it's so annoying to hear Ruto saying that the conversation is about the economy. How can you talk about our economy when you want to steal from us? I mean,
of course, it's about economy because he wants to gain. He's gaining. They are gaining because what has it been about all this time? For the last 10 years, funny, we have been talking about what?
But Themba, the big question here is, let me tell you, there are two things. Who is to blame? Do we blame these people, in quote, thieves? Or do we blame the people, like the electorate? Whom do we blame? Because we know they are bad people, but they still get the office and they are being praised. They steal from us, then they come with that money, throw it onto us, and then we heckle them. And then we give them back the vote, they continue. So who is to blame, them or us?
You see, for me, I'm not, you're right, Adams. I'm not worried about the older generation. When I see young people like Duke coming here to praise the deputy president, even after all these things, sometimes I'm worried. Are you not worried about the generation? Because this is a future we have borrowed from our children. The future that now we are enjoying right now, we learned our parents, and our parents did this bad to us. Now, are we now what we have borrowed from our children? We want to pass it even worse. Surely. We need, at least we owe it to our children to make this future of theirs better. And because in this generation, we might not necessarily participate in enjoy the shade of the tree we plant today, but we must make sure that the person who is going to enjoy that shade someday will enjoy a tree and a shade that is well and nice and fruitful. But now, if you are participating in even cannibalizing that same future that you have borrowed from your children, thinking about yourself, can you imagine someone sitting and defending someone educated like Duke, sitting and defending Ruto? Surely it's like you're living in Mars. You are living in another globe. Like It's like, and you want to that's why sometimes intellectuals become the problem of a society, because you want to intellectualize practical things. I mean, how do you listen to the deputy president after hearing and seeing children who have been tear gassed because of land that you grabbed, and you admitted to it? And then someone starts here and say that even the other day I was watching Ababu Namwamba looking so miserable. His body language was telling that he was struggling to defend what is not there. And then Ababu Namwamba, with all his education, says that, Gachagua represents his representation of the true picture of a hustler. Surely, you wonder where Kenya has gotten. Is that what happens when you are full? Wanasema wa Kiswahili, wenye shibe wajui wenye njaa. When you are full, Ababu Namwamba was bought by Ruto. In fact, the intention was for them to spoil ODM. Then he was chased away. He was built for a house. He was paid lots of money. So when you are bought, then now you become so foolish that you don't care about Kenya. How can you celebrate a team that has Waiguru, a team that has Waititu, a team that has Obado, a team that has all those jailbirds? Surely. And even a team
that has Kabogo, a team that has Kuria, how can you, in your normal senses, open your mouth to defend that team? Mr. Duke, don't do that, please. You are intelligent.
You can imagine. I was very happy to this yesterday. I was monitoring the coastal campaigns, and the issue of the Kilifi County was very pronounced. Kingi is trying to pay some lawyers 1.1 billion in litigation fees. I would try to imagine what could they have done to warrant 1.1 billion in litigation fees. So the people are being enlightened by the aspirant, Azimio aspirant for Kilifi, Mungaro, and the ODM brigade. They are doing it very well. So I hope the people will banish these people very far. Because Kilifi is the poorest county. Kilifi, there are places where there is absolutely no water. People eat rats. Do you know what rat? Have you ever heard of people eating rats?
That's a shame, Bob. I had Mother KARUA comparing the Kirinyaga District Hospital with Kibwana's place. I mean, Kibwana's place, Kibwana's hospitals and all that. And she was she was saying that people in Kirinyaga are going for chemotherapy in where Kibwana's county is what? Kitui. Is it
Makueni.
Not? Makueni. The people travel from Kirinyaga for chemotherapy in Makueni. And she was saying a lot of things. And I asked myself, these people were given the same amount of money and funding. Now, can Kenyans for once open their eyes and we stop this tribal thing and do the right thing? Even down in your county, even this clan thing that Adams is saying, I think it's high time we stop this. We just ask for the best. We can do it. We can for once change this country. We can do it, Mr. Themba.
You're right, Julia. We can do it. I mean, you cannot defend someone who is defending a person who forges university, graduation. And you are here, shamelessly defending that person, that the person who can change Kenya is the Ruto. How
can he change it when he has stolen from us? How?
When you are defending someone who has forged his documents, which kind of country do you want to pass to your children? If you don't have children, we have children. We have children that we want to pass a Kenya that is good. I mean, we want them to be proud of the country that they're going to be facing. How can you? The deputy president of India, Ruto, has an account of over 200 billion that cannot be explained. The money cannot be, his case has been suspended. The other day, Joe Agee was asking the deputy president, if your deputy president goes to jail, will you allow him to go? He said yes. How do you choose someone when you know he has cases that he can be allowed to go to jail? And on the hindsight, you're busy saying that all these cases were politically motivated. What kind of hypocrisy is that? Duke, we respect your democratic right to defend the side you want to defend, but kindly don't think about yourself. Think about the future. Don't think about you as Duke. Think about the people who are listening to you. We want our children and children's children to at least ask us one day, what did you do when it was your time? You passed to us a thief. Can you imagine the office of the deputy president? There was another person who reached class 8, Rashid Echesa, with arms dealing with people from Poland. Surely, Duke, what else do you need? What did education do to you? It did open you to the simplest of things.
Can I respond?
Maybe say something. I think he's changed his mind now.
You know, if indeed you are trying to claim that you should care about the future and the present of our country, the focus should be what should be done or how. So when you try to fix your mind that it's a specific person, that's a mistake. So you have to convince me on how, which ideologies or which principles can we fight for so that we have that better Kenya today and in the future. So the
what is Ruto's ideology? What is Ruto's ideology?
No, can I proceed?
No,
first?
no, give me Ruto's ideology.
No, you know, we are not discussing that now. So I was just trying to give a response because
How vote the right leadership? How vote out the things? How vote out Ruto? How vote in Raila Amolo Odinga? How vote out a list of things that are coming to the state? How? We have Ruto and Gachagua, a team that is a ticket that has thieves. How? Go to the ballot and vote the right team. That is how.
And
what
how?
How do you need?
Jail Ruto and Gachagua. How? Jail them all. That is the how, Mr. Duke. Which other how do you want to hear?
How long a thesis do you want us to write to you to tell you that Ruto Gachagua is a thief waiting to go to jail? Waiguru is another thief waiting to, DCI is waiting for her. Waititu is another thief. How much thesis do you want us to write?
Okay, Duke wants us to write a thesis and make a presentation.
You know,
give Duke a chance. Give Duke a chance.
It is not you to say that Ruto is a thief or Gachagua is a thief or Sakaja does not have original credentials. We have mandated institutions. So when you speak on that and want me to take that, so it's false. Or when somebody talks about corruption and just as a talk, there is nothing like that. There is no evidence in court. Resources are not recovered. Nobody is prosecuted. And the person saying that is the one who has all the instrument of power. So why do you want me to believe that?
Why is Waititu not in the office?
Yeah?
Why is Waititu not in the office?
No, we are not. I'm talking about Ruto and Raila. I'm not talking about Waititu.
The team.
No. For instance, if I pictures on the other side.
Why is Sakaja in court?
You don't know that.
Now you see, you don't even.
You just say none has been taken to court.
No,
why was Ruto taken to court?
Tell this one.
You are not.
Why was okay? Duke, question. Why was Ruto taken to court over Mutesh farm? Wasn't he taken to court?
No, I think Duke. One thing I can tell you is this: when I look at you, from your last statement, you are someone who supports Baba, and probably you're just trying to make us believe that you are on Ruto's side. I don't think your intelligence level can allow you to support Ruto. And
or maybe I think Duke, look at me in the eye. I think this guy, Duke, has never stolen anything. This is my personal analysis. This guy knows nothing about stealing. So he finds it so difficult to defend a thief. He's trying to defend the person who is a thief, but you don't understand how people steal. Duke, I think you're a very clean guy. You've never stolen anything. So you don't understand when we talk about people being thieves, you don't even understand what we are talking about, because on your side, you're so clean. So that's why we say you are in the wrong side of history. Cross. Thank you.
Duke, you are so clean and intelligent to be in UDA. So kindly, hawata kukubali your way of the need, they will not accept. Now, ladies and gentlemen, I think we need to start closing up, and I will start with Duke giving his final remarks, then Danny Darius, then Adams, then Julia, Bob, and then Makia. Duke.
I can give actually my closing remark by responding to some of the statements most of you have made. On the top of the list is about what to talk about fidelity to the party. Julia was trying to say that Alex should support Asmio totally without any criticism. So that's very bad. You know, we should support we have to share, maybe there is ideologies or principles we are sharing with the party. So if we see specific ideologies or principles are violated, we should speak about that. So I don't feel that there should be something to talk about fidelity to the party, but we talk about fidelity to specific principles and ideologies. For instance, if you are talking to 4 specific individuals from Asmio, and maybe in my rural areas there is somebody, a crook was rigged during the nomination. Maybe a nomination certificate was given to a crook, but there is somebody who was highly qualified, and that person was not given a chance or a nomination for that person to fight. So you say I prematurely, because because of the fidelity to the party, I should actually vote for that individual. So I disagree with that. Then I will talk about the transcripts. Most of you are talking about the forged document that Sakaja'S has not provided transcripts. That's not false. That's false. If the tribunal wanted to clarify or to solve that issue, they should have asked Sakaja to submit specific documents. The tribunal has not said that, the IPC has not said that, Sakaja has not submitted the transcripts. Neither has the tribunal said that it has asked Sakaja to provide transcripts or certificates and has failed to do that. Actually, it's about specific individuals who went to court to say that Sakaja is not qualified or does not have requisite credentials for him to run as a governor. So the burden of proof is on those individuals who claimed that Sakaja does not. So you don't take me to court and then you want me to prove. So the person who took me to court is the one who has that burden of proof. Regardless about the clearance of that Sakaja was cleared in one day, also that's not his mistake. For instance, we hear that the commission actually communicated with the commission from Uganda, and then it cleared that within a day. So if there is an issue with that, then the question should be on the commission. How did it do that very quickly? Maybe they did it electronically. So it's not that I'm supporting Sakaja or I'm supporting a person with false documents, but we want a transparent process and a swift process where, for instance, if you have fake notes and you go to bank and then you want people to investigate whether your currency is fake or original for a week. So if those institutions are taking too long to give us facts, so we can say there is something cooking somewhere. Actually, they can even give Sakaja time to go and try to validate a fake certificate. If he was having a fake certificate, he can go to that university and private. So they should actually be swift, do it immediately. So that's why we have the issue. That's my closing remark.
Father Danny Darius, karibu.
My closing remarks regards Embu. I like what Mother KARUA did, seeking out all reaching out to Norman Yeager, who comes from Mbeere. Mbeere is a community that if they gang behind their own, they give their all. So I was very happy that Norman Yeager, though he's an independent candidate, is going to bring votes to Baba. That's a good thing, and I applaud Mother KARUA for that. In as much as Cecily Mbarire will win the governorship of Embu, but we shall have a good number of votes from Embu. Together with the MERU, we shall do well. But what Duke has said about getting the documents within a day, even if they were doing it electronically, my question still remains. What was Sakaja waiting for all that long to wake up on the 6th to write a letter and then everything is done within that day? Was it planned to happen like that, or it was an afterthought, or when everything else was closing up on him, he said, I have to find a way out, and therefore he had to write to those institutions? There's something fishy behind the generation of those documents and the communication that took place. I find it illogical not to interrogate the process and how fast those things were, the documents were produced. Then, lastly, about Migori and Homa Bay. In as much as they give Baba the votes, if they want to elect the best thief, that's their own business, because they are going to lie on that bed when that thief comes to office. So long as they bring the votes to Baba, I have no problem. If they want to fight each other and put in a thief, that's their own business. If Kisii, they don't want to settle everything around themselves to have good leaders, so long as they bring the votes to Baba, that's fine. And if possible, if the governorship, they will deal with it. But if they give us MPs, that would be nice. In Azimio, that would be okay. But for governorship, I don't care whom they put in the place in Kisii, because if they do whatever they want, they are going to suffer the consequences. But they have to learn to reason and to think. I like what the Duke said also about fidelity. We have to be faithful to what we commit ourselves to. If I commit myself to be in Azimio, I have to be faithful to it. I have to defend the ideologies with all the efforts that I can have, with all my power and knowledge, but defend the truth, defend the facts. But we do not need to go around and defend somebody who is not, you cannot be able to defend. If somebody like Samboja has no papers, he has no papers. If the university is saying, we don't think this guy got the degree from our university, you don't need to defend that fact. So in as much as in Azimio, you just let him deal with it. And I understand that's why when Joho had issues with his papers, Raila Odinga never spoke a word, never defended him, never mentioned anything about it. He led Joho to kujikaanga na mafuta yake, akatafuta njia ya kujiokoa yeye mwenyewe, akarudi shule na akasoma. So we cannot defend something that is blatantly wrong. So therefore, we have to learn to be truthful in everything we say and commit ourselves to be faithful, fidelity, in truth and in fact, not in propaganda. Fidelity in truth and in fact. That's my submission. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Father Danny Adams.
Thank you. Finally, that's my last parting shot. You say the fruits of democracy and the democratic space that we enjoy, that we and our people in our country, Kenya, enjoy today, were fought by people who are no longer with us now. Like majority of them, 80% of them are no longer with us. They did their due diligence, they did their best, and now at least we have a voice. I can speak on this online TV and speak up my mind, good or bad, and I still travel back to Kenya and walk freely without looking at my back. This kind of democratic space and freedom was fought and brought about by those who came before us. So now, as we speak, it is our duty, me and you, it is our civic duty to try our best and say or speak the truth. Speak the truth in totality without quoting it, and direct our people, the current generation and generations to come, so that one day those who will come after we shall have gone may enjoy the fruits that we fought for. The world has changed. Right now, the most lethal, one of the most lethal tools of fighting for the right things in a country or in the world, one of them is social media, internet. And that is where we are, meaning we have all the wherewithal with us at fingertips. So let us take this opportunity and do our best. Let's call a spade a spade. When somebody is doing a wrong thing, let's tell them they're doing the wrong thing. When our brothers and sisters are supporting something which is bad, maybe they may support it naively, but we need just to tell them the truth and help them join the right side of history and deliver this thing in a civic and a civil manner for the prosperity of our generation and generations to come. Thank you and God bless.
Julia?
Asante. I would like to repeat what Adams has said. We have come a long way. Now, we've come away from our colonial era to single party, to multi-partyism. And therefore, today we are enjoying a lot of freedom, like Adams has said. Now, but we are still struggling with poverty, ignorance, and disease. Now, it is really sad to hear that people, and also hunger, that people ate rats in Kenya. It is sad to imagine that Kenyans cannot afford clean water. It is sad to imagine that Kenyans cannot access good health services. It is sad to imagine that Kenyans are struggling to access equitable education services. Now, we need to think about it. We cannot be complacent and think it's okay. It is sad to think that corrupt people get away with it in Kenya. It's really sad. Now, but we can do it, fellow Kenyans. We can do it. We can move another step. We can say no to corruption. We can think about our economy by first thinking about our basic needs and the basic needs for our people. We can think about what do we need to do so that our people access good health services? What do we need to do that our people access equitable education services? What do we need to do so that all Kenyans have clean water? What do we need to do so that all Kenyans can access power without being exploited? There's only one big problem in this country, and that is corruption. It is not rocket science to understand that UDA or Kenya Kwanza is just a scam. It is not rocket science to look at the people leading Kenya Kwanza and UDA and see that is a bunch of people who have scams, who have scandals, money laundering, land grabbing. I mean, cheating with their papers. I mean, it's like what Sifuna says. It's like a charge sheet. It's not rocket science. So on the other side, if we look at Baba and Mother, surely they may not be perfect. They may not be 100% perfect, but at least we can trust them that they have the political will to make a difference in this country. So fellow Kenyans, I'm just urging you, for once, just like the people who fought for independence during the colonial era, just like the people who fought for multi-partyism when we had a single party, just like the people who fought for the democracy of this country, we can once again do it and change this country so that never again will a Kenyan child go hungry. Never again will our people lack health services. Never again will our people lack clean water. Fellow Kenyans, let's do it once again. Asante Demba.
Thank you. Papa Bob.
Yeah. Yeah, I really don't want to go into divert to other details, but corruption is a serious cancer. And it's my belief that if the new administration can come in and declare it a security threat, it would be much better. Just to give you a small example, Themba, you talked about the questioning of how the stay or judgment was obtained from court. That thing is going to eat up a lot of people, especially owing to the fact that it has come out that the judge was not supposed to be on duty. That is going to, it looks like it was obtained fraudulently, and that brings into question the corruption in the judiciary, and that's where we all bank our hopes. So I expect the Chief Justice to take action, because it should not just be swept under the carpet. Let it be an example that you cannot corrupt your way, because it is actually very strange that an absent person was issuing some rulings. That was a demonstration that corruption is still with us. We might be talking about it, but we are not acting about it. So let's hope that the Chief Justice will do something about it. On the political front, yeah, it's high time that we embrace the Martha's style of politics, mature, clean politics. Let's try to free ourselves from the UDA philosophy of insults. That is the only way we can mature as a democracy. Thank you, and God bless you.
Mine is really simple. The statement that Kabogo made today is really a statement that every Kenyan should be worried about. When Kabogo said that in the constitution that when something happens to the president, then the deputy president is supposed to take over. And he asked the people there if they really knew who Gachagua was. And, he did not finish the statement, but that statement should alarm everybody who is supporting William Ruto and his deputy president Gachagua, candidate Gachagua. I think these people know each other. Unfortunately, they are not being honest to Kenyans. I would have wished, with the genuineness that he had today, he should have done that a long time ago and tell Kenyans what Ruto and his running mate are really in terms of character. And so Kenyans should be very afraid. I think even the gods will not allow Kenya to be ruled by such characters. The waves, the tides are turning, and it's a good thing, because finally we have at least an opportunity to lead our country into the right direction. And I hope that moving forward, the wave will be so much that even UDA will have nowhere to run, because looking at the condition that our countrymen are living in right now, with the hardship in economic situation, and the high fuel prices and everything that is affecting our country, I think we need a leader that really cares about the common mwananchi, and we need a leader that will turn around our economy, create jobs, kill or finish corruption, and streamline service delivery so that we can achieve the Kenyan dream. And that leadership is in Raila Amolo Odinga and the deputy Martha Wangari KARUA. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Makiadi. For a better Kenya, we need this time round to change it once and for all. And you can't do the same thing the same way and expect different results. Just like all the panelists have said, we know who has put us where we are right now. Our problem is corruption. There is no commitment from our competitors on how they are going to fight corruption. In any case, they have told us more of how they are going to increase their ways of getting corrupt. Right now, the deputy president is signing charter with everybody. He has called even the university lecturers. He's going to sign a charter with them. How do you sign a charter with the? We have just moved into a new curriculum, the CBC, that is starting right now. You want to go and sign a charter with the university lecturers? For what purpose? I mean, we let's be serious. Let's be serious for once. I think as a Kenyan, you owe it to the next generation, because they say this future is a future we have borrowed. It has been lent to us by our children. We owe it to them to make it better, to set that pace. Nobody should lie to us that the conversation in Kenya around politics has never been about economy. Go to the Independent session paper number 10, prepared by one Tom Boyer. It was about economy, economic freedom. Go back to Moi, district focus for rural development. It was about economy. Come to even the current government, when it was coming in, they promised us that never again will women be carrying jembes. They promised even Wi-Fi in every constituency. They promised youths jobs. When you are promising youths jobs, what's that? That's economy. But right now they are trying to imagine that they have changed. Yes, it is about economy, but who is to be trusted with that economy? Now the side to be trusted is our side. You can't trust the UDA side. There's no Kenya Kwanza. We have already confirmed that. There's no Kenya Kwanza. Kenya Kwanza is a mirage. We have UDA and Azimio. We have Ruto and Gachagua. Even the names, even themselves, they don't trust each other. Kabogo has said very eloquently that Gachagua is a dictator. And they have said, they have told him that there is no way the deputy president can win with Gachagua. So if they don't trust themselves, who are you to trust them? Ask yourself, if Kabogo is in that team and he doesn't trust that ticket, he doesn't think even the deputy president deserves to be their deputy president. So who are you to trust that ticket? Everywhere Martha Karua has gone has talked well about Baba. There's nobody who has talked well about Gachagua anywhere. So it is time for us to start thinking very well. We want Kenya in a safe hands. The two safe hands that we have is Baba. Look at the lineup on the other side and look at the lineup on our side. The lineup from the deputy president, from Ruto, from Gachagua, to Waiguru, to Obado, the people who are now even leading their Obado is the organizer of Kenya Kwanza, of UDA campaigns in Nyanza. Obado, a person who is in court right now for not only robbery, I mean stealing from the county, for murder. And that is the person that they're having as the one who is organizing. The other person being given the Nairobi is someone forging his document. According to Nation TV, they say now Sakaja faces arrest for forgery. Why should you have thieves? Why should you vote for thieves? And someone was asking who is to blame. I think Adams was asking who is to blame. You are to blame. As per the counties, we really ask you. Now, one thing you need to know, a time will come after 5 years. If you choose a bad governor, one county will be like Makueni and Kitui, another county will be like Migori, that the only thing you have to report is a county governor who has stolen from you. And you'll be like the other counties that are telling us that the only thing that they have shown us is what has been stolen. Let's not make that mistake. If you have a governor, there are some governors who should not even be campaigning. Why should you have Waiguru asking for your votes? She was saved by the Senate. This is someone who had stolen from you. Why do you want to give her a chance again? Let's make this decision that we don't want these people, and it's time for us that the buck stops with the voter, and you are the voter. Let's make that decision once and for all. Let us go for a team that can save Kenya, and that team is Azimio team. That is what we are saying. No more thieves, corruption, gone. Now, as we go through the other processes of finalizing and closing, I want to acknowledge Black. Black, thank you. I know you can't come here. It's getting hotter. We really appreciate that you have stayed on all the way through. Kikwetu Ventures, thank you. Thieves Movement, Tiara Oscar Juma, KARUA is a solution of Kenya. Bora tujaribu na baba. Yes. Joki, we are tired with Ruto lies. Yes, he lies every day. He lied about a road that he had made in Busia, only for the MP to come and say that I was so embarrassed when he was saying of a road that has been constructed, and it had been constructed. The Berean, thank you. Alex, we are not bashing Kisii people. I mean, we overemphasize on our point. If you didn't understand us, it's okay. But Bob Papa understood us and even became a little diplomatic on communicating his having understood what we said. But by all means, you guys, it's okay. If you want to come shout about it, but we have made our point either way. Even Danny Darius has suggested that you guys, those are local issues, local solutions. You know, if you guys want to go all the way to the ballot, so be it. Mambo ya kutisha baba ndio muache. Hiyo ndio tumesema, baba ako na vitu nyingi za kufanya, si kushinda mmemtisha hapa ati baba doesn't. Hiyo sisi some of us we are not happy with that statement. Hata nyinyi pia muambiwe, lazima muambiwe ukweli. Si nyinyi pia mnataka kusema ukweli. Na sisi wacha tuambie ukweli. Mambo ya kutisha baba muache. Unasikia Bob Papa?
Hakuna mtu, mimi na baba tumetoka mbali. I have supported baba for almost 30 years. So siwezi kutupa baba.
Msianze kutisha baba ati asipofanya hivi sijui mtapatia UDA. Hizo vitisho. Baba is now a property of Kenya. Si mambo ya kumleta kwa local issues ati sasa baba lazima akuje Kisii. Akalishe Ongwae na Ongeri na Simba ARATI shwali. Yufi Motieno, DA, thank you. Now we are going to have kama kawaida, tafadhali subscribe to Mtembei TV, na nimeshukuru sana kwa wale pia wameweza kusubscribe kwa channel yangu Themba and Lulu Show. We are remaining with about 28 people, mtufikishe pale 600. Mnatusaidia. Still continue subscribing if you haven't. Kama uja subscribe, tafadhali subscribe. That is a show between my daughter and I. Ingia pale tafadhali Themba and Lulu Show, tunapoendelea kufunga. If you haven't subscribed, kama ni mtu mpya kwa Mtembei TV, go to Themba and Lulu Show, please subscribe. We want to get to 1,000. Tuko karibu tunafika 600. So please go there, subscribe. And also subscribe to Mtembei TV. Tunaenda karibu tunafika 300, tunaelekea 400,000. That's a journey that we are having. Makiadi, tafadhali tusomee constitution. Jana mlinihepa bwana. Jana Julia alihepa, Makiadi akanihepa. Tukabaki hapa na Papa Bob na Alex. Msitufanye hivyo. Adams, acha kulala kwa studio. Adams.
Bob akasema narudi shule.
Adams.
Julia, naona kuna George Obado hapo anapenda sana vile una present. Je, ameona nini hapo bana? Hebu tuendelee. Makiadi.
Anapenda nini?
Don't overthink.
Anapenda vile
Amesema anapenda sana vile Julia ana present.
Wacha wivu bwana.
Anatumia maneno
Wewe wivu sasa inakupeleka mbio. Na Makiadi,
sasa
tafadhali tusomee.
akianza kutumia maneno kama I love. Hii maneno ya love ndio hatutaki kwa
Wacha wivu bwana. Wacha wivu bwana. Kama unajua kama utaki aonekane na asikike, mfungie kwa nyumba na muweke kamba. Lakini kama anakuja hapa atasikika. Makiadi na udedicate song kwa DA, kwa sababu naona ni kama mmechokorana huko na DA, lakini yote 9-10 ni kwamba utamwimbia.
Aya, leo tunasoma article 79, bado tunasoma chapter 6 ya Constitution on Leadership and Integrity. We are almost done with that chapter. So Article 79 says a legislation to be established to establish the Ethics and Anti-Corruption Commission. Parliament shall enact legislation to establish an independent Ethics and Anti-Corruption Commission, which shall be and have the status and powers of a commission under Chapter 15 for the purpose of ensuring compliance with and enforcement of the provision of this chapter.
Thank you. So kwa leo hatujafanya wimbo, wacha nisome pia our Azimio manifesto, alafu jana tulifanya wimbo wa taifa, leo tutafanya East African Anthem, na kama kawaida Papa Bob utaanza stanza ya kwanza, Julia stanza ya pili, Dani Daria stanza ya tatu katika wimbo wa taifa wa East Africa. Sasa kama utafute ninapoendelea kusoma hii manifesto yetu hii. So tumeangalia, we have looked at number 1, azimio la ugatuzi, number 2, azimio la jitihada, number 3, azimio la kina mama, number 4, azimio la ukulima. So today tunaangalia azimio la viwanda. Azimio la viwanda. Like we said that this platform, towards the end, we said that we will be doing what we call at least civic education. Basically, that's what we do all through. But more importantly, we want to try and get you involved in what are the promises and the documents that have been released by, especially for us, because we are supporting an Azimio government. We don't believe that the UDA government will do any favor to us, so we even don't want to look at their manifesto. We don't want to compare. There's nothing to compare. They haven't released it, and we know what it has. It will be all lies. So hapa, we will leave that to those who are in UDA to come and tell us more lies. But for us in Azimio, there's a manifesto, and we are looking at each point. Agenda la Azimio la Viwanda. This is what it says. Allow me to read it for you. Manufacturing is at the heart of economic revolution, which is a key pillar of the Inawezekana agenda. Manufacturing complemented by agriculture, livestock, the blue economy, and ICT as the key engines of the envisaged economic revolution and the apparatus for development. These sectors shall jumpstart and turn around the economy. Global manufacturing technologies are fast changing. This provides an opportunity to invest in emerging technologies which will provide employment opportunities to Kenya's young population, such as microchips, which are already manufactured in Kenya. The manufacturing sector shall produce input materials like steel, copper, and glass for further processing into finished products and secondary production of goods like engineering, manufacturing, machinery, transport and agricultural machinery, tools and implements to be applied in the mechanization and automation of agriculture, livestock, blue economy, mining, and processing. Manufacturing shall also be the focal point for achieving efficiency and increased productivity by micro, small, and medium enterprises, as well as the creative and sports industries. Likewise, manufacturing will be a user of MSME products. Manufacturing, complemented by agriculture, livestock, the blue economy, and ICT, shall spur and accelerate economic activities, including entrepreneurship, economic growth, and sustainable development to create decent and well-paying job opportunities. The manufacturing sector will in turn be spurred by education and knowledge, ICT research-led technological revolution, efficiency in resource allocation, availability of affordable fuel, energy, transportation and raw materials, innovative financing and investment, along with revitalized foreign trade and economic diplomacy. So the key word that is coming for Azimio la Viwanda ni manufacturing, and also making them up-to-date technology, emerging technologies, issues of ICT. So that is what is coming out in this Azimio la Viwanda. So I think that's basically it. Tomorrow we look at Azimio la Uwajibikaji. So spurring the economy, that's an agenda. Taking advantage of the resources that we have in the country, enabling the micro, small, and middle enterprises, as well as the creative and of course the industry. So that's the key part of agenda 5. Thank you so much. Now we go straight to our anthem, which is our prayer. And we start with Papa Bob.
Okay. Mungu tuomba ulinde Jumuiya ya Afrika Mashariki, tuwezeshe kuishi kwa amani, tutimize na malengo yetu.
Jumuiya yetu sote tuilinde, tuwajibike, tuimarike. Umoja wetu ni nguzo yetu, idumu jumuiya yetu. Stanza 2. Uzalendo pia mshikamano viwe msingi wa umoja wetu, na tulinde uhuru na amani, mila zetu na desturi zetu.
Viwandani na hata mashambani, tufanye kazi zote kwa makini, tujitoe kwa hali na mali, tujenge jumuiya bora.
Asanteni sana. Asanteni. Viwandani, leo tumeongea juu ya Azimio la Viwanda, and in fact it has captured our nini. Now Makiadi, do you have a song for our people?
Nataka kumpongeza Dani Darius kabla Makiadi hajaingia. Manake hiyo stanza ya mwisho amenikumbusha ile ibada ya Kikatoliki. Ameitoa kama ibada ya Kikatoliki, kama sala.
That means we need him more times here. Father Dani Darius.
Wewe unakuja wakati kama huu.
Actually, I'm in the process of moving. Nimehamishwa, so nitakuwa na shiriki zaidi nikienda kwa hiyo parokia nyingine. So
unahamishwa kwenda wapi sasa?
Kuenda kwa parokia nyingine, parokia mpya ambayo imefunguliwa, nimepelekwa pale niende kuianzisha, so ndio nataka
hapa tu Texas.
Niko San Antonio, Texas.
San Antonio. So bado utakuwa tu Texas?
Yes.
Okay. Sasa hivi utakuwa unapata nafasi kuja, sio?
Nikifika pale nitakuwa napata nafasi zaidi. Kwa sababu hapa nilikuwa na kazi mingi sana. So nilikuwa nawafuatilia nikifanya kazi kando. Lakini nikifika upande ule mwingine, in 2 weeks time I will have moved, and I will find some time to be with you more than once.
Safi.
Yes.
Safi. Sasa karibu sana. Tumefurahi sana kwa uwepo wako hapa. At least tumekuona sana, umekuwa ukitufuatilia, ukitupa changamoto pale chini for a long time. But now it's good to see you. You've been part of this family. This is a growing family. And,
I like it.
And we really like that the family is gelling and bonding more. And it's good to see you here. So kindly keep coming and more, you know. Makiadi, una wimbo?
Asante sana. Kwanza ningeomba mniwie radhi jana kwa sababu ambazo hazingewezekana ama zilizowezekana.
Ulienda wall bana, uliniacha na kai kidogo.
Ilinibidi niingie mitini kidogo, lakini nimerudi.
Hivi Julia naye pia akatuacha. Julia, hivi mbona jana ulitoroka? Kiholela hivyo jamani.
You are not close in. I don't know what you are arguing about.
Julia ni kama aliona hakuna dedication akaamua kutoroka pia, lakini ni sawa. Nimerudi sasa, tulia hapo nikuletee. Leo Dani Darius, karibu. Nashukuru sana, kuna siku ambao ulisema unataka kununulia watu kahawa, tukakuelekeza mahali na ukatuma kahawa. Mwenye kupokea alisema ni asante sana. So asante kwa kuendelea kutu support kama Mutembei TV, although nime speak on behalf of Mutembei anyway. Asante sana. Wimbo wa leo nilikuwa nataka kukariri ni wimbo ambao unajulikana kama Pesa Position. Niliwaambia hapa pesa inamaanisha nipe, so pesa ngai nipe mimi. Nikwambia pesa simaanishi fedha, na maanisha nipe, so pesa position kama nipe position, kitu kama hicho. Sasa mstari wa kwanza pale unasema bolingo eleki nangai o Angela ekosa ngai zua maladie nalinga mibali kasi nasuki nafukami epai na ye. So ile ya kwanza inasema bolingo eleki nangai o Angela, yani love has overpowered me Angela. Ekosinga nazua maladi, it has caused me to become ill. Nalingami bali kasi nasuki, I've been in many relationships, nafukami epai na ye, but this one is a special case. So nataka niwasomee ile chorus ile kidogo ndio. So pale I think ndembo umesikia hii ngoma, kuna mahali inafika inaenda sasa inaanza kusema pesa ngai position nayo mote mananziki ngana yo kanzoto mungale ngana yo kanzoto kamile ngana yo kanzoto makaye ngana yo kanzoto kikame. I think umesikia hiyo kora. So pesa ngai position na yo motema nziki inamaanisha kwamba reveal to me the position of your heart, yani nionyeshe roho yako iko mahali gani. Ngana yo kanzoto mungalie, so that I can feel good. Mungalie sasa ni jina ya mtu. Ngana yo kanzoto kamile, so that I can feel good kamile. Ngana yo kanzoto makaye, so that I can feel good makaye. Ngana yo kanzoto kikame, so that I can feel good kikame. Alafu inaenda namna hiyo pale mwisho inasema so bia nangai wa motema yani so that I can feel good olito bia my love, bia nangai, yani bia nangai, bia my life, motema the love of my life. So inasema kwa kumalizia inamaanisha kwamba nionyeshe upendo wako kwangu ili moyo wangu ufeel vyema, niwe na furaha ndani ya roho. Asante.
Raha ndani ya roho kabisa.
Wewe usijaribu
Siwezi jaribu, siwezi hata
tutatemwa kama last time bana.
Bolingo eleki nanga Angela nazua maladie nalinga mibali kasi nasuki nasikami efaida.
Mimi sauti kuimba inanishinda, lakini
tutaambia Father Darius kurikut kwa kwaya ya kanisa. Inaonekana uko na vocals.
Unajua
niko na range, sija qualify, lakini at least niko na range. Kwa kwaya siwezi fit, lakini niko na ile wimbo na ile sauti naweza imba kwa bathroom. wakati ninaoga. I can sing to save myself at least.
Actually, those songs, when you use them, for example, in a homily, and you just take a phrase and bring in the scriptural perspective of it, it becomes a very good homily. I've used African songs in my homilies, and they become so nice because they touch the souls of the people. For example, if you're asking, show me the position of your heart, and maybe the Lord is asking us to show him the position of our heart. And our country right now is asking us to show our country the position of our heart. Where is our heart for our country? That love for our country. And for Azimio and Julia, blessings to you.
The Dairas is cheeky.
Mimi naona kama weekend yangu imebarikiwa.
Unajua, are you a Catholic, Azimio?
Yeah, I'm a Catholic.
So unajua kuna kwanga na ile confession time.
Yes, kuna confession.
So
Nilikuwa naenda kule.
Unapoenda kwa ile confession, unajua kule ndani unakuwa na father, lakini ujuangi anakuanga anasema okay, mwanangu umekuja. Sasa unaongea ukiwa huku, unajua angalii.
Ni kweli?
Sasa father amekupa time umeconfess, umefungua moyo, amekwambia haya nenda mwanangu, umebarikiwa. Sasa umesha confess, Julia akakwambia haya nenda.
Mimi nilifanyiwa ubatizo kanisa inaitwa Our Lady of Guadalupe, Adams Arcade kule. Hapo ndio nilipata Holy Communion, ile confirmation na mengine mengi.
I went to a Catholic primary school, and we used to say all those things like Maria mtakatifu mwana wa Mungu, tuombee sisi wakosefu sasa na saa za kufa kwetu. Maria mtakatifu mwana wa Mungu, umebarikiwa kuliko wanawake wote, na Yesu mzaliwa tumbo wako amebarikiwa.
Temba, yes. Ni mama sio mwana wa Mungu. Mama.
Yeah. Mama wa Mungu, yeah, of course.
Now you see, for the Dairas, they are messing here. You need to take them back and teach them something.
No, that's what I used to say then. I mean, right now I don't say I'm not Catholic, so I respect people's spiritual subscription. I used to do it because Catholics in all their schools, for some reason, it's something you do, and it was nice then. You know, they say if you don't look back and look at things that you used to do, and you admire those moments,
yeah,
then you don't respect where you are from. You can't know where you are, and you can't know where you are going, and therefore we can only define you with one. You are UDA.
Ndemba, kuna rafiki yangu hapa anaitwa Douglas Modhami anauliza nimpatie details za huo wimbo ndiye aweze kurevisit. Wimbo wenyewe unajulikana kama Pesa Position, umeimbwa na Madilu na TPOK Jazz. Mwaka ni kati ya 85-86 pale. So sina uhakika, lakini nadhani ni mwaka wa 1985. Asante.
Yeah, so we can
enjoy something. Makiadi and Demba, if you follow the Kenya National Music Festival, they have a class they call Zilizopendwa. Those teachers pick those songs. Okay, they have Zilizopendwa from East Africa, and then they have Zilizopendwa from East and Central Africa. So those teachers pick those songs, then they reorganize them, and the young boys and girls sing them, and they bring in voices. Then they create instruments in their voices. They create the instruments in their voices, and it's normally so beautiful. So if you can just search Kenya National Music,
I've watched them singing Mpongo Love,
yeah,
that one, Mpongo Love, and there's also another one I can't remember. There's another song ya Franco pia wameimba smart sana.
It's called a cappella.
No, they call it not a cappella. The Kenya National Music Festival calls it Zilizopendwa. It's a class.
Yes, hold on, yeah, I'm giving you information.
Yeah, or
Yes,
the kind of singing. Yeah, that
they
kind
call
of
it but that kind of singing is a cappella,
yes,
where
it's a cappella music. Yeah,
you only use your voice even as the instrument.
yeah,
So that's
it's a
called a
cappella
cappella.
music. Yeah, got you. So
Yeah.
if you watch that, it's so beautiful. It's so interesting. It's really, really.
Oh, yeah. So the other song that they sang is one that I love very much. It's called Chandra, Joski Kiambu. If you
Yeah, Chandra. Na nilikuwa nafikiri tuimbia pia Testamo
ya bule Testamo ya bule nilipeana hapa kitambo sana. Ndemba hukua.
Testamo ya bule.
Nilipeana hapa kitambo sana.
That very long song.
Yeah, nilipeana hapa Testamo ya bule. So hii ingine ya Chandra Joski Kiambukuta kesho labda nikikumbuka nitakuja na.
Lakini nakiimba hizo songs. Una target audience gani?
Mimi sina audience Julia. Hizi wimbo hata nikiwa nimekaa peke yangu tu, mimi peke yangu nazienjoy.
Hizo ni nyimbo safi hata Julia tu. Yani when music was music, unasikia hata vile walikuwa wanacheza gitaa kabisa, yani unasikia gitaa inachezwa. Wacha hizi playbacks siku hizi wana nini? Sasa hizi very few. I think some of the Tanzanians have started creating bands to play. When people started the playbacks, they lost those days.
They lost it.
You know, singing and you're playing an instrument is the toughest thing.
Yes.
But now, right now, you have those bands like Kofi Olomide band yake, Quote I think. Kuna Wenge Muzika, you know, they sing and they play. Kenyan musicians, siku hizi bora uende tu naambiwa producer nipatie beats. Shapo beats huo naanza. Kuna mtu amegonga makiadi ya pale chini anaitwa Matoma Kandeta, anasema ame Google degree yako amepata ni ya Luthuli Avenue.
Lakini unajua at least mimi niko na picha. Sakaja atupatie picha yake basi. Asituletee degree. Atuonyeshe ile picha alipigwa ya graduation basi. Tutamwachilia.
And Joy Jokia anasema she was scammed by what were UDS. So chungeni msikuwe scammed.
Yeah, Julia, nilikuwa nataka kuambia namna hii, ukienda kusikiza muziki, ukienda kama sasa hiyo wimbo moja inaitwa Makambo Ezalimi nene, usikize tu gitaa pekee. Hakuna kitu kingine mimi huenda kusikiza kwa muziki, ni gitaa pekee. Ne? Hiyo gitaa Franco akikutuangia gitaa pale. Kwa hivyo hao watu walikuwa wanajuana. Kuna wengine hata ukienda unasikia mtu anaitwa pale Lokasa ya Mbongo, walikuwa wanajulikana kwa kupiga aina ya instruments. So these guys walikuwa nakamata ndege mzima, wanaweka vyombo zao zote hapo ndani, wanaelekea Franke kwenda kupiga bendi. That's how they used to do it. They used to go the whole band na vyombo zao zote. Very good music.
Yeah, lakini siku hizi.
And when you enjoy, that means if you enjoy music, they say that if your kind of music can go for a date, then you are likely to be together. But if your kind of music can not go for a date, wewe muziki yako ni ya Franco, yeye anacheza banjuka juu, banjuka.
Whenever I'm driving home, it's a long distance, but we normally stop over at Nairobi. We are always fighting. By the time we reach Mariakani, which is just about 40 kilometers, I give up. Nawachia watoto sasa hao ndio waendeshe. Manake my kind of songs hizo za kina Franco. I am always being bashed.
Yes, wanasema hizo sasa, unajua wanasema sasa hizo ni nyimbo gani unatuwekea hapo. Unasikia zingine wameanza kuwekea saizi, unasema na hiyo ni gani? Ulikuwa unasikia ile nakuja na mosquito dance. Sasa wewe unashangaa, yani mpaka by the time you are done.
I remember the last time I was traveling with them, I had to try and assume that I didn't hear, because the kind of songs they are listening to and the vulgarity is too much. You cannot be in the same room with these kids.
Yeah, Bob, you are very lucky. Kenya, you don't know what the word vulgar means. Ask them what the word vulgar means. Is unasikia? Are you vulgar? Hiyo ya Kenya is so godly.
Ya Kenya ni nzuri sana, naweza cheza kwa kanisa.
Hiyo ya Kenya inaweza imbwa kanisa. This one here.
Unataka kusema huko kumechafuka zaidi?
Bob, usitamani na wao watoto.
Hii song unaweza letewa song moja yote mziki ichezwe inashinda tu tit tit tit, yani inakuwa yani unasikia inafungwa kila mahali kwa sababu hamtaki wasikie.
Yeah, Kenya hakuna Bob. Kenya people are not vulgar, people are decent, people don't know what curse words are. If you want to know what is curse words, kuja America. Ndio utaeka cotton wool kwa masikio yako and you
I'm telling you, Kenya imechafuka. Imechafuka sana.
Sana Bob. Wewe hujui kuchafuka ni nini?
Unajua unasikia ile unaambiwa kwamba the current Sheng language in Kenya na kulombotov. Yaani washatoka kwa nakupenda mpaka na kulombotov. Sasa hiyo ndio sasa zile muziki za sasa. Ile muziki ya ngumi bwekse, hizo ndio sasa
ngumi nini?
Ngumi bwekse.
Ati what?
Yaani hata Bob papa hujasikia hiyo ngumi bwekse.
No, I avoid those things.
Unajua nilisikia mziki ingine vijana wawili wanasema ati tukirazi sijui tukirazi magova wanamwok sijui nini.
Wanasema marazi wanamwok.
Marazi wanamwok. Hiyo ni kusema nini hiyo sasa?
Now I'm lost.
Even me, I don't know what they're talking about.
Julia usijaribu kanyaga Kenya kama hujajua lugha. Utauzwa ukiwa unatembea. Wewe kaa tu hapa
Yeah, I asked my kids to translate to me and they annoy me. They are texting me. Na nini mnaandika? Sasa wanakumbuka they are talking to me and that really annoys me.
Sasa hivi ndio unasema wanasema kwamba when you see your kind of taste of music with someone, if you don't kind of tend to like similar kinds of music, because music has a lot to do with you as a listener and your inspirations in life. So if you don't share your kind of music, then it's a telltale sign that your relationship may not really go far. So ukiona wewe na Papa Bob mnashare muziki yenu, ile akigonga hivi unaona pia wewe una identify mko sawa.
Lakini niko na yeye
Julia ni mtu wa mwomboko. Unajua mwomboko
ama nisikia yeye ni tunguru.
Watu wakifinya ile
ule mkisi anaitwa aje mwenye anaruka kwa barabara. What is his name?
Wachana na ule mtu
Alex ndiye anamjua vizuri. Sijui anaitwa nani, Mbarambara. Mtu unaenda performance ukiwa umevaa suti, by the time unarudi kwa nyumba unaenda kwa bafu direct kuoga.
Huyo bibi yake ndio namhurumia, manake unajua pale nyumbani mabibi ndio anaosha manguo.
By the way, unaona Themba, the last time I went to Kenya, I thought I should just carry so many clothes because see that I'm blowing I'm not blowing my trumpet, Bob Papa, but I'm now just thinking what women go through in Kenya.
Why?
Sasa yule bibi yake si anaosha, she needs help.
That is a crazy man. That man, I don't want to be associated with that man. For once, I have denied my tribe in front of my friends. I didn't even want to be associated.
What does he exactly sing? What does he exactly?
You see that guy is showing the real. Unajua kuna our associated Night Runners Association.
Yes, I think he has a demon. I think he has a demon.
Now he's mainstreaming the Night Runners Association. Kwa sababu unajua wakirani usiku wanafanya hivyo vitu, lakini sasa na mainstream anaiweka kwa nini, so it is more accommodated right now.
Yeah. And that's why we are telling you, Julia, maybe Raila Odinga might not be able to solve the issues down there. I don't want to mention the places, but ukiona kama musician wao wanafanya namna hiyo, ujue hata Odinga mwenyewe hataweza. Mimi sijataja mtu jina, by the way. You might forgive me there.
Black alisema kwamba yeye yuko kwa UDA, watalalia hiyo kitanda yao iko na miba, and he is happy to sleep in that kitanda. Ameona sasa kumekuwa kugumu sasa. Alum,
wacha atulie tu,
acha atulie. Okay.
Matu anapenda embarambara. Matu ulienda wapi na tunguru yako?
Kungulu kwangla. Now, you people, thank you so much. Really appreciate. God bless you. See you again tomorrow. Sana wakati kama leo. For those who are listening to us, every day we meet here at 9:30 Kenyan time. The show starts at 9:30. We go up to right about now. Of course, we said weekends will be Friday, Saturday. We'll be pulling a little longer, but weekdays will be going up to around for just a little bit. And then
he's saying he'll bring kunguru kangara.
Yeah. As we finish Themba, nilikuwa nataka kukumbusha Father Danny Darius kwa sababu ameingia siku ya kwanza. Hashtag ni PSS, pima suti sasa. I hope suti yako iko tayari. Hapa tunakumbusha nanga kila wakati. Pima suti. Na kama umepima,
mimi yangu iko tayari.
Piga pasi.
Mimi yangu iko tayari. In fact, we'll one day tutasort hapa tuseme watu wakuje na Azimio blue, so that
yes, I want to know them, but where are we ordering those Azimio stuff? Kuna link?
I don't know. Personally, I don't know anywhere. I don't know anybody. So
I want a hat.
That one you can talk to Mama Selina. I think she has a connection for that.
Talk to Mama Selina. Personally, I don't know. Mimi niko na suti. Sina
Another question before Mlale. Somebody asked me to ask you, one of the people who come here, lakini akaniambia nisiseme jina lake na sitasema. Do you know of anything that people come to the US as nurses?
Yeah.
How?
Yeah, there's I also know, but
there are agencies.
There are agencies. It's quite.
So
it's
can
quite.
Search them. You can search and find them.
Let me. I don't know. Let me do this. I'll ask somebody. If I get the link, I'll send you. But it's a bit of a process you have to undergo, but it's doable. Let me. I'll ask somebody. Then I'll send you.
Oh, nashukuru sana. Thank you so much.
Yeah.
If you're a nurse from Kenya and then you come in here and you're brought by that agency, you only do NCLEX and then boom, you are in the system.
Wow. Ebuni tumie your link. Thank you so much.
So we meet here every day from 9:30 to late. The only thing to
Bob Papa, namwambia good night ama good morning.
Good morning. Umefanya screen. So you need a working gadget, you need connectivity, something to share, and a willingness to learn. That is what we do here. We say that we must keep talking as Kenyans, because when we stop talking, we start fighting. We don't want to fight, so let's keep talking. Thank you so much, Danny Darius, Julia, Papa Bob.
Good night. Good morning.
Tuonane tena.
Tuonane kesho.
Yeah.